Tom Ryan, please. Tom, could you come to the front of the hall? Tom Ryan, thank you. Okay, Imagine why a Corja Fulcher over Ash, Thon, Cogal, Fuilon, Shoal, Arish. Congress resumes this morning. Thank you for your prompt attendance. We did have to cut a little bit short last night on the financial report. We did have the financial report from Tom Ryan. I thank Tom and I thank him again. Wasn't in a position to allow questions from the floor. We had a result coming in on the election of Uachtaráin Tuffa, and it was better to have that matter dealt with and the speeches. We felt we couldn't return then to financial questions. If there are any questions at all or comments on the financial report as presented by Tom last night, as issued to all the counties in the booklet, and as dealt with at the Congress workshop. But if there are further comments anyone wishes to make, Tom has rejoined us this morning. I'll just leave it open to the floor now for a few minutes if anyone wishes to raise any matter whatsoever on the financial report. I don't see any hands going up. Tom, do you want to make a closing comment? Because I cut you short a little bit last night.
No, thank you, Uachtaráin. I think I'm more than happy that I covered everything that I certainly wanted to cover anyway. That's a leading question if ever I heard it.
Okay, I don't see any. Tom used the word stable and solid 3 times in his speech last night. The finances of the GAA at Croke Park are stable and solid, and for that we thank all of you, but we thank Tom Ryan for his stewardship of our finances. Go my good, Tom. Oh, let you. Okay, Corja, we have to get accustomed again to using our zappers, as we might call them, so I'll ask the Ard Steward to go through this particular procedure with us.
Okay, we're going to be using the zappers clearly for the rest of the day. So the first thing is just everybody switches on the zapper, please. Just press the on button and which one's that? Where's the on button, Teresa?
Any button. Any
button, all right.
Press any button to switch it on.
No, it's very simple, really. Having pressed any button to get started, from here on, the only buttons you press are 1 or 2. That's really important. The only buttons you will press today is 1 or 2. And 1 will be a yes, and 2 will be a no. And that will apply all through the day. So if you're voting yes for a motion, you will vote 1 in favour. If you're opposed to the motion, you will vote 2. So, as always, we're going to start off with a question to make sure that the zappers are all working and that the system is as we want it to be. Very difficult question, as always. 1 for yes, 2 for no. And the question is Croke Park in Dublin? So if you think it is in Dublin, you press 1. If you think it's somewhere else or in some other county, you press no. Don't confuse it, John. 1 for yes, 2 for no.
Let's see how you do on this one.
Now, that is a really interesting vote because 22% have voted no, and I think it's important to make the point that clearly those people think that when Dublin play in Croke Park, in fact, they don't enjoy home advantage. So,
Okay, Accordia, and as the Ard Stewart has pointed out, keep your voting machine, or zapper for short, close to you. 1 will be to agree with a motion, 2 will be to disagree with a motion. The first motion on the card this morning is from Ard Corlia, and it is a motion to do with adding a new rule to the association in relation to betting on the outcome of a game. Motion 1 from Ard Corlia. A proposer for the motion from Ard Corlia, please.
Ard Corlia, I wish to propose this motion. This is a very important motion. For the majority of people, the act of having a bet is a very simple and enjoyable thing, and a harmless thing. For many, it might even heighten their experience of interacting with our game. But of course, as we are becoming increasingly aware, there is a darker side to gambling. Thanks to the bravery of men like Oisin McConville and Niall McNamee and others in speaking out about their gambling addiction and how they were sucked into the darker side, we are more alert than ever before to the dangers. And while we are still learning all the time about problem gambling, there are things we do know. We know that athletes appear to be at a higher risk of developing a problem. We know that young people are also at risk. 3 years ago, the GAA and the GPA together issued guidelines for all players and members around this issue. But the time has now come that we take a more formal approach by way of bringing into rule to prevent players and officials from betting in games in which they are involved. It is only right and proper that we as an association accept that we have a role to play here. Other sports have already made moves to tackle this problem by introducing a rule. Now it's our turn. By adopting this proposal, we are not just protecting the association, which we are of course duty bound to do, but more importantly, we are taking a step in the right direction in protecting our members. Yes, it will be difficult to police, but that is not an excuse for doing nothing. And by putting a clearly worded, self-explanatory motion as this one is into place, we are also raising the awareness about problem gambling, and we are showing that we are determined to protect the integrity of our games, and we are making a statement that we want to operate and as an association to the highest possible standards. I would urge you to pass this motion.
Gurmaiga John, seconder for the motion. Motion is seconded. Tony Dempsey. Gurmaiga. Any speakers to the motion from Ard Corlia to add speaker? Sorry, Tony wants to speak. Yeah. Sorry.
Uachtaráin, this is a very, very important motion, and there are 2 significant points which I'd like to make. The Gambling Control Bill is pending, as the Ard Stewart refers to in his Tuairisc Bhliantúil. Our young people today face many different forms of addiction. Most of them are obvious by the behaviour of the victim of the addiction. Gambling, unfortunately, is a silent killer. People don't know about it. You can do it over the internet. You can do it in the sanctity of your own bedroom or your own hotel room or from wherever. But the victim is nevertheless devastated to the same extent as any other addiction. The second point I would like to make, as the Ard Stewart in his excellent Tuairisc Bhliantúil talks about the Gambling Control Bill. By passing this today, we are leading the way. Our politicians are about to introduce the gambling control, which will make illegal to bet on the outcome of sporting events. Furthermore, we owe it to the young people who entertain us voluntarily year after year to look after their welfare, and this is just another demonstration that we take that challenge for us as the administrators seriously. So tá áthas orm, tá cíocht a thuairt de John agus an rún. Gurmagh
Gurmaiga Tony. Any other speaker to motion 1? Speaker down at the back, yeah. Yeah.
Uachtaráin, Noel Tracy, Galif. I'd like to support the motion. This is a very important motion, and I think it proves conclusively the changes in society, the technological advances that have been made, and when we look at the rule book, the only prescriptive situation pertaining to gambling in the rule book is the fact that bookmakers can't be on our property. That has all changed to modern technology devices. The bookmakers' pitch is now carried into our grounds. and gives immediate access to people to pursue this desperate situation. Gambling addiction is a bottomless pit, and it causes personal, business, family, mental and other problems for people. It's a serious situation in most sports, but particularly a growing problem in our sports. And I think it's important that we look at this motion on an annual basis, that we ensure that the parameters fit the situation that prevails. And I hope that the Gambling Control Bill will be implemented as quickly as possible, because if we look across the water at the work of the Gambling Commission there, where they're able to act instantly, quickly and suddenly and deal with immediate situations, it's critically important that as an association we are constantly aware of this desperate addiction problem that is bedeviling our association, and hopefully today's statement will help us all, including our county and national wellbeing committees, to deal with this matter on a very vigilant basis. I support the motion.
Good Noel. Daniela. Okay. I don't see anyone else indicating to speak, so I'll ask you to get your voting machines, please. Motion 1 is a new rule to be inserted in the book prohibiting a player, a team or member of team management or a match official involved in a game, prohibiting them from betting on the outcome of a game. If you agree to the insertion of that motion, please press 1. If you do not want to pass the motion, press 2 now, please. The motion is carried, 234 to 2. Motion 2. Motion 2 is an amendment to a rule in the official guide dealing with, as part of the GAA-GPA agreement. There was, as part of that agreement, the addition of one additional member of the GPA to attend Congress. And proposal for that motion, which comes from Central Council, please. Declan.
On behalf of Ard Cora, I wish to propose motion 2, which is set out in your Congress booklet. And there are 2-part changes to a rule to accommodate this change. Part A, that Rule 3.35 in the official guide, page 1, be amended as follows. The Gaelic Player Association shall be represented at annual Congress by a named Gaelic player representative. Part B, that Rule 3.40A, Motions Official Guide, Part 1, page 45, be amended by adding as Section 5, the maximum of one motion submitted by the Gaelic Players Association, current Section 5 and 6, be renumbered accordingly. I propose this motion to Congress.
Gurmaiga Declan, a seconder for the motion. Seconder, thank you. Speaker. No speakers. This was part of the agreement that was being agreed by Central Council between the GAA and GPA, that the current situation where the GPA have one delegate to Congress, that be changed to that they would have 2 delegates to Congress. If there are no speakers, I don't see anyone else indicating to speak. I will ask you to vote. So to approve of the Central Council agreement, you press 1. To allow the addition of 1 extra GPA delegate. If you do not agree, press 2.
Doesn't give the percentage. What's the percentage?
Motion is carried. Motion 3. Motion 3 on your floor is last year at Congress you quite almost unanimously passed a motion dealing with a review on the Liam McCarthy Cup and how a team winning the Christie Ring qualifies for it. Issues arose subsequent to that, but it has been worked out through the CCC and Central Council, and that motion is to to tidy up what was happening. So that's motion 3 in relation to the Liam McCarthy Cup. Could I have a proposer, please, from Ard Corley? Jerry.
On behalf of Ard Corley, I would like to propose this motion. As you have said, this was the Christy Ring winners were admitted to the Liam McCarthy Cup following last year's Congress, but it subsequently was discovered that it caused serious difficulties in fixture scheduling. So the proposal on the floor now is that the Christy Ring winners will participate in the All-Ireland qualifier system, as is clearly outlined in the motion. And as Joe Turner said, a lot of work has been done on it, and it has been agreed by the CCC, by Ard Corley and by Antrim. So I propose this motion on behalf of Ard Corley.
Cormac Jerry, a seconder for the motion. JJ Kerry, JJ Welch Kerry. Speaker? I don't see any speakers. Okay, if you agree with the motion as proposed by Jerry O'Sullivan and seconded by JJ Carroll Kerry, would you press 1? If you disagree with the motion, press 2. Motion is carried. We move on to motion 4. Motion 4 is part of a trilogy of motions, motion 4 and 5 and 6. These all arise from a discussion that has been ongoing for the past 24 months at Central Council on our Inter-County Football Championship. The Ard Stewart has produced a report which has been in circulation since last August and has been in discussion with counties and with Central Council. And arising from that, there are now 3 motions placed before you. The first motion is motion 4, and this motion deals with the governing of the All-Ireland Senior Football Championship with proposals contained therein. I am going to move. We have... Sorry, yeah. Speaker, yes, sorry, go ahead. Sorry, my eyes are failing me. Jerry, yeah.
Uachtaráin Garóda Cavoni Condoleezza. I respectfully ask you to consider the following. As motion number 4 submitted by Ard Corley and motion number 24 submitted by Nave Joseph Club Condoleezza are very similar and intertwined. I'm asking you to consider taking both of these motions together, or motion 24 first. The sole purpose for this is as the similarities that are pertained in both motions. Thank you, Uachtaráin.
Gormaiga Jerry. Yeah, you're asking that the motion, which is in the name of a club, be taken before the motion of Central Council. The motions are quite similar. They're obviously not the same, but there are qualifier elements to both of them. You have requested, because the motion is from a club, if motion 4 is passed, your motion may not be debated. I would certainly accede to your request. I can see no reason why we couldn't deal with motion 24 first. Is that okay with Congress? Agreed? Sorry, I have another delegate at the back who wants to speak.
Uachtaráin, Sean Campion Carlow. We also have a motion in there which is very similar to both the Ard Corley motion and the Laois motion. So I would be in support of Jerry there in having the 3 motions discussed before we take a vote on it.
Yeah, the motion from Carlow is quite similar at motion 24 with motion 4. I would consent to taking motion 24 first. Agreed? Okay. Motion 24, we'll take it first. So, Laois, do you wish to move?
Uachtaráin delegates, the motion has been well debated and has taken up many inches, column inches, and a lot of time and debate, the length and breadth and further beyond our shores. Basically, the motion is self-explanatory in what it stands for, and I'd ask Congress just to consider that motion now. Thank you.
Okay, Gurmaiga. Jerry, could I have a seconder for motion 24 from Laois? Seconder, Brian Allen, Gurmaiga. Any speakers on motion 24 from Laois? Niall.
Thank you, Uachtaráin. Firstly, I'd like to compliment Laois on actually submitting a motion that seeks to change the structures of the Senior Football Championship. Both themselves and Carlo have taken the time and no doubt a lot of energy at county committee meetings to submit motions, and motions of any kind require thought. However, it doesn't change the current position where Ardcorlia and Costa have motions in front of you which would automatically fall were the Laois motion to be passed. So Congress, I would urge you very, very strongly to reject this motion.
Niall. Any other speaker on the motion from Laois to introduce qualifiers at the early round or additional league at the early round stage? If there are no speakers, I'm going to put the motion. Would you like to respond, Laois, before I put the motion? You have a right understanding order? Or you just want me to put it? Okay, you want me to move the motion. Okay, the Laois motion has been proposed and seconded. If you agree with the motion as proposed by Laois, you press 1. If you do not want to pass that motion, you press 2. Motion is defeated. I'm going back to motion 4. The motion relating to Carlo is to do with timetabling and timetabling. I will take that motion later as it appears in the clár. It's a different style of motion. Motion 4 is the rule governing the All-Ireland Senior Football Championship as endorsed by management and Central Council arising from the Football Championship proposals. I'm asking a speaker to propose the motion from Ardcorlia. Niall.
Yes, Uachtaráin, as I said earlier, and as you have explained to Congress, and Central Council and Bucas would be well aware, and I imagine all county committees are well aware that these are motions seeking to reform, and 4 is a standalone motion, but this is one of a trilogy seeking to reform the Senior Football Championship. I think it would be perhaps helpful at this stage just to quickly examine the background to how these motions and the need for them. Last year, without dwelling on them too much, counties were asked to submit motions if they thought that the championship should be reformed. There were 18 proposals received, eventually whittled down to 3. But unfortunately, owing to the apparently unwillingness to participate in the B Championship, that motion was withdrawn. Another motion to move the All-Ireland finals by 2 weeks was also defeated. So we're left with the situation where it is apparent throughout the association that there is willingness to reform, but not quite sure how to get there. On the basis of that, the Archduher was asked to go and re-examine all the reports, all the conclusions of various committees, all the minutes of meetings where reform was discussed, and to come back with any proposals that he would feel would improve the football championship. And in addition, perhaps also address the fixture problems which clubs and therefore county fixture making committees are facing. And that's the background. Now, these motions were in front of Ard Comhairle, and amendment or opposition was asked and invited to be put forward at least 3 Ard Comhairle meetings. Very little opposition was voiced. One amendment was agreed at the final meeting. That was to allow replays in respect of provincial finals and All-Ireland finals. And other than that, the motions appear before you today. It would be also, I suppose, at this stage, was well to mention and highlight a major constraint that was on the Irish Dúrthóir and Coiste Banistí and Central Council, in that it became clear last year that it was the will of the majority of our membership that the provincial championships as they are should remain both in structure form and in their importance. This proposal and the linked ones have many, many advantages for our association, in my opinion, but I'm just going to highlight 3. One, it will finally lead to the condensing of the schedule of games in provincial championships. That is our equivalent, really, of draining the Shannon. It's been much talked about, but this is the first in my living memory where a specific proposal will result in that. I think many counties have talked about it. We've all mostly decided that would be a good thing. As a result of these, that will happen. Another thing that's discussed widely within the association is our centering our games around Dublin and Croke Park in particular. This motion, if passed, will bring our games back. Some of our very important championship games to our county venues. There's people far wiser than me to know that what boost that will provide to those counties that participate. And remember, 23 counties have qualified for quarter-final stages since the inception of the qualifiers. So it's not some elite band that will benefit from that. We all have imagination. If we didn't, we probably wouldn't be in the GAA. But I would just, give an example. Imagine Down playing Kerry in Park Aisling. Imagine Cork in the spanking new Park Keeve playing Dublin. And indeed, imagine Antrim, perhaps in a spanking new Casement Park, playing Mayo. These things can happen if we move, if we reform. The last advantage I would like to highlight is the training to playing ratio. Currently, on average, it takes 7 games for a team to win the All-Ireland, and it takes us 21 weeks to play those 7 rounds. That's a game every 3 weeks. Under these proposals, we will play 9 rounds in 18 weeks. 1 game every 2 weeks. These are concerns, not of course, these are wise-head concerns by players and everybody else. I'm going to move quickly on. There will be speakers against this and other proposals. Where democracy, the right to oppose is there. But inherent with the right to oppose is a responsibility to propose. So, as you listen to the debate, if people wish to oppose these proposals, do consider as what their alternative is, because there doesn't appear to be too many on the Clara today. And it was every county's right to propose different. Finally, in the coverage of these proposals particularly over the last 3 or 4 weeks. Now, I'm not a media basher, and I think in most cases, maybe the media, unfortunately, were reporting what other members of our association were saying. But there was this kind of hint that was personalised around Irish Tour that were referred to as Duffy's proposals. These were proposals, or the proposals of Cushy Banistee endorsed by Central Council. And there was this kind of notion that there was some kind of hidden agenda, or that Irish Tour had a personal vested interest in shoving these through. Well, I can confirm to you, the Irish Tour had an agenda, all right, but it wasn't hidden. It was the agenda of reform that this association is demanding, 18 proposals last year. And as for a personal vested interest, that's sure no personal vested interest. He's acting on behalf of the association to bring reform to address a very, very urgent need, to shorten the inter-county season, to provide 3 more weeks for club fixtures. That's to reduce the inter-county from 38 weeks it currently takes from the pre-season games to the third Sunday in September down to 35. That's the reforms I commend them to Congress.
Niall. Seconder for the motion. Jerry, thank you. Go to Jerry O'Sullivan, seconded. Speakers to the motion, proposed and seconded. Galliff.
Micheál Urcán, Galliff, Michael Larkin, Galway. Uachtarán, Arshura agus Carja. Galway are in favour of this motion. We believe that this is a very good motion, as has been highlighted there in the introduction of the motion. There's only a couple of points I wish to make in relation to the motion, and they've been covered already. But the first thing is the fact that this is going to give us very competitive games towards the last stages of the football championship. And the idea of having a game as a neutral venue, a home venue and an away venue is certainly very attractive for the counties involved. And we're not just speaking here about the larger counties. We are hoping that basically every county will progress and at some point be able to participate in the latter stages of our championship. So we have debated quite a lot in Galway. We believe, as I said, a very good motion. We believe also that it will generate extra funding from the gate receipts and from the commercial transactions associated with those games. And we would like to see, I think it would be the wish of many people here and many delegates, that those funds could be certainly used to coaching and promotion of our games and what we might describe now as our weaker counties, but also for the promotion of our games overseas and the many units that we have throughout the world. Being from a dual county, there is obviously that debate, I suppose, that takes place, whether, this takes away from the airtime maybe for hurling. We don't see it that way in Galway. We're the one family, we're the one organisation. The promotion of our games is what we're about. And whether it's hurling, football, or whether it's, we'll say handball or whatever, those are our games and we must embrace them and promote them. We are very fortunate, I suppose, in Galway that we have pretty strong in both hurling and football. We have a fair balance in terms of clubs' activity. But we would also say that we would like to see a similar structure in place for hurling. And I would ask that maybe, delegates here would carefully consider the benefits that would bring to hurling and hurling counties and the promotion of hurling as well. Just think of the 8 top counties competing in a similar structure, what it would do for hurling and what a promotion it would be for hurling. So I want to, obviously, sincerely, on behalf of Galway, support this motion, and I think it will be good for the organisation. Thank you.
Gurmaigad, Micheál. In Cainteorella. Yeah.
Uachtarán, Diarmuid O'Donovan, Cork. I've listened to the reasons put forward for the motion there, and we've spoken about more games, more exciting games, more intense games, which may be true or may not be true. But there is one group that have not been discussed at all, and that's the players. Now, for the last number of years, I've had a very privileged position that I get to be on the team bus, I get to be in the dressing room, I get to be on the sideline in all these matches. Now, I have seen our players getting back on the bus, whether they have won the match or lost the match, and drag tired, weary bodies back up onto the bus. Obviously more tired if they lost, but if they won, the same thing. There's a recovery session, there's more work, and there's 2 weeks or 3 weeks to the next match. We are now asking our top players, our elite players, we want to condense their season, and we want to send them out 3 times in the space of 15 days. I think that is a very onerous task. I think it is an arduous task. I do not think it is in the best interests of the players. And when we're making a decision here today, I would ask the delegates to consider seriously the welfare of the players and the amount of trauma that they will put their bodies through to play top quality championship matches in 15 days.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Sorry, yeah, Jerry Grogan, speaker down there, yeah.
Uachtaráin, Dermot Early, Gaelic Players Association. I'd like to agree with the previous speaker there. After extensive consultation with our members, I have been mandated by the players to vote against this proposal. I think everybody agrees that there is a need for change to the status quo at the moment, and the players unanimously welcome changes to bring in the Ireland finals forward to August, and also the proposal for extra time to decide all drawn games. However, in relation to the round-robin format, the players oppose changes at the quarter-final stage because of a number of reasons. One, a lack of consultation with the players regarding all aspects of this proposal. Second, the format offers little in way of changes for the lower-ranked counties, and the motivational effect for players competing at the lower end will be negatively impacted. The proposed format will do little to alleviate the increasing gap between the higher and the lower ranked counties, and it will also reduce the likelihood of one-off results in knockout quarter-final championship matches. And finally, there is no incentive for the provincial winners. They now have to play an extra 3 games. There is an appetite for change, we know that, at player level, both at inter-county and at club, but also among supporters and administrators. The GPA feels that any change at this level must be cognizant of the impact of all competitions, including the Hurling Championship, the Laurie Mar, the Christy Ring, the Nicky Rackard, third level education competitions and club competitions. What we need at this particular time is for all stakeholders to be central to and to bring about agreed change. And this proposal does not have agreed change. The players are very adamant that this format is impractical, and therefore I am calling on delegates here at Congress to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Yeah, speaker at the back. Yeah.
Uachtaráin, Iarla O'Brien Ardwaha, Chairman of the Standing Committee on Playing Rules. Just before I begin my remarks, I would like to respond to what Dermot has had to say. I would like to make the point that we have other ways of consulting with our players than through the mechanisms of the GPA. These proposals arrived in my inbox as secretary of my club 4 months ago, and we consulted fully with the players in my club. We mandated our committee to go to the Armagh County Board and to listen to Pádraig Duffy's remarks, who came to speak to us about it, and then we made a knowing and knowledgeable response based on that. So it is unfair to say that there is only one mechanism through which we can get through our players. Every single person here is a member of a club. Every single county was given an opportunity 4 months ago to consult with their own players, and we are very good at doing that. But that's not what I want to say here today. I've only 3 minutes, so I'm not going to dwell on things that we know, such as the current championship format needs a change. The developing counties simply don't want to be thrown into a B competition and forgotten about. There is no appetite from the delegates in this room to end the provincial championship. We have fine stadia around the country that are capable of hosting big championship games and don't get enough of them. There are simply not enough games which pit the best team against each other at crucial times in the championship, unlike the league, which is these teams playing each other every week. That this is not about raising finance, because if it was, then why would we be proposing to do away with replays, which are as a simple and very lucrative source of revenue for the association? And in any case, we know that the GAA is not in vital need of extra revenue anyway, because as a community voluntary association, we don't have shareholders, we have stakeholders. Therefore, our business model is very simple. When we have extra money, we give it out to our counties. When we don't give it out. All of these facts are known, but I don't know if they're fully understood by some of those who comment on the GAA and some others who are not in this room who've used these proposals to disgracefully and unjustifiably attack the leadership of our association. So I want to focus on one aspect of this argument, and that is to talk about the purpose and function of our senior inter-county championship. So what is the definition of the word championship? According to the Cambridge Dictionary, it is defined as a high-level competition to decide who is the best. That is what a championship is for. It is and has to be an elite competition which ends up with the best teams playing the best football at the best time of year. I know that there are sincerely held views that there should be mechanisms built into the championship to assist the development of weaker counties, and I understand fully those who would hold them. But I feel that those who make that argument miss the point of the function of a championship. It is unreasonable to expect that the championship should be a vehicle to promote or to give a leg up to the developing counties. The very nature of the championship mitigates against this objective. This is what the National League is for, and it does it really well, with its 4 groups of 8, equally balanced counties playing 7 games with promotion and relegation and 4 cups at the end of the season, which gives the type of gradual, incremental improvement that has been benefited from recently by the likes of Clare, Tipperary, Roscommon, Cavan, Kildare, Antrim and Louth, to name but a few. It's also what the entire coaching and games budget is spent on. It's what the academy and development squads are for, and it is the work that individual counties do within their teams. So, I know I have a lot more to say, my 3 minutes are up, but what I would say is, I just want to finish by saying, the focus on the slightly misleading and unfair title of Super 8, which has been given to this proposal, which assumes that the same 8 top teams will be there every year, getting stronger and richer, while the weaker get poorer. Looking at the evidence, nothing could be further from the truth. In last year's Super 8, we'd have Clare and Tipperary. In 2015, we would have had Kildare and Fermanagh. And in 2014, we would have had my own county, Armagh. 5 counties who are not in Division 1 and who could not be described as elite. And as we know, 23 counties have reached the quarter-final since 2000. And Irina Usla, for me, the fact that this format allows these counties to this stage is the really super part of this format. I urge delegates to support this exciting, innovative proposal and give it the 3-year trial period it deserves. Guramahagat.
Guramahagat, Charlotte. Have we another speaker? Sorry, Sean O'Callaghan.
I'm in favour of this motion with a certain reluctance, but I think in balance we should give it our affirmation. Number one, because it's an experiment. I mean, if we're not prepared to experiment when we have problems, how are we going to solve them? Number two, Tom Ryan referred last night to a relative decline in attendances last year. Well, now, this relative decline is going on for 15 years. In 2003, over 1.1 million attended our championship games. Last year, a little over 700,000. That's a 30% drop. So we have to do something about it. And obviously, quality of games is a big issue, and this will certainly help to redress that. Also, Niall Larkins referred to bringing forward the dates of the All-Ireland, cutting the championship from 38 weeks to 35. That certainly will help the clubs. Now, I do have problems, and I agree with Dermot. We need to do something about the weaker counties, growing in number each year, as reflected in the attendances I have referred to. But I cannot in the life of me understand how people can say we need to do something about the weaker counties and we'll oppose everything in terms of a second tier. We have 4 divisions in the National League, and yet if we try and bring in 2 tiers post-provincial championships in the championship, we're discriminating against all our players. We have 4 tiers in the Senior Hurling Championship, and yet we can't have 2 tiers in the Football Championship. I think we should agree with this, and during the 3 years of experimentation, come up with the GPA and others of a second tier, maybe similar to this, with their own Super 8, that will address those problems. But unless we start with some form of experimentation, we'll be back again next year, we'll be back again the year after, no progress, lamenting decline in attendances, provincial venues getting no games. All these are being addressed here at least. It's the first step, as Padraig says, and I think we should give it a go-ahead. Come on, good Tron.
Very good, Sean. Jerry,
Uachtaráin, Groda Brady and Cowan. We fully support this motion, so we do in Cavan. And I agree with the last 2 speakers 100%. I think this motion, if passed, will bring a freshness, especially the quarter-final stages, and a new life and new energy to it. Part of the reason I say that is that Cavan are brand new to Division 1 in the National League. We had a fantastic outing a few weeks ago when the All-Ireland champions came to Kingspan Park. In excess of 16,000 supporters turned up on the day. The excitement, the banter, the enthusiasm, the enjoyment was just unbelievable. And I just fast forward that if this motion is carried, and hopefully, please God, Cavan could get into the quarter-final stages of the All-Ireland series, and to have that type of an event taking place in Kingspan Park, or whatever other ground throughout the county, where you have top teams coming to play on your own soil, where your kids in your county get an opportunity to see these people in the flesh playing on your soil in your county, not on TV, but they're in the flesh playing on your own ground. What that will do for the game and for the young people in your county and in our counties is just phenomenal. So I seriously encourage all the delegates here to support this motion and ensure that it's carried. Gormita Madigot.
Very good, Jerry. Speaker, is there?
Uachtaráin, Sean O'Donnell, Carluke, Dunanal. At the outside, I would clearly like to point out that I'm speaking on behalf of the clubs of our county, not team management and players. We've had quite a number of discussions at county committee meetings this last 4 months. And the feeling, and coming through very strongly from our clubs, is that we need more windows for club football. The big thing, while we want our clubs to have the windows for league and championship, the one thing that these proposals do is give a club a definitive championship season for the very first time. Bringing forward the All-Ireland finals will allow counties to schedule their fixtures in a more structured way. What we have at the moment is not a satisfactory situation. The current master fixture list is not working. We need a lot more restructuring, but I think our clubs were very strong in saying that this was a first step in doing something about the problems we have with our structures, particularly not having the windows for our club games. This is why our clubs have supported the proposals on the trial basis as a first step to redressing the balance back to the clubs. Not to make a change today will mean we'll be back here next year or the year after, and we'll be in the exact same situation. So the clubs of Donegal want to support the proposals of the Archduur, and we will be given that support today. Thank you.
Very good, Sean. John Joe.
Uachtaráin, Kiri would like to support this motion also. I think at the very outset, and I laid out exactly what has happened over the last 2 years in relation to proposals for reforming the Senior Football Championship. And the one thing that was clear, one, is that everybody felt the current structure needed change. Second thing was the provincial championships needed to stay in the very same format as they have been running up to now. They have to be linked to the championship. Basically what we're looking here today, the main thing is obviously going into the quarter-final stage and condensing the whole time frame of the championship, which is going to separate, if you like, club and county. Before the qualifier system came in, I suppose county championship football and inter-county championship football were intertwined. But with the extra games and the qualifiers, obviously the club scene kind of lost out in that sense in terms of time frame. This is condensing it. It's going to create more time for the club at the end of the season to play all their championship matches. In relation to the quarter-final and the round-robin stage, it's vital that major games are taken around the country to provincial venues and to county venues. Up to now, all quarter-finals are played in Croke Park. This will mean that there'll be at least 7 other venues every year that will benefit from a major match in their home venues. And there has been 23 counties have taken part in the quarter-final stage of the championship in the last 15 years. So based on those issues, we would like to support the motion. It is for a 3-year trial period. And we shouldn't be afraid of change. And this might not be the end, this might only be the beginning of other changes. And there have been good suggestions made by other speakers here today, maybe, in how it might be reformed further. But I would suggest we support it maybe as a beginning to change and see how it goes over the next 3 years. Thank you, Tron.
Guramaika Chanjo. Yeah.
Prunchis of Flynn and V. We would like to support these proposals as well. And like the Donegal speaker before me there, we put these proposals to our clubs as soon as they came out. The clubs debated them and they came down and we had a meeting and they were almost unanimously accepted by the clubs in the county. So we in Meath discussed them at length, and as you know, it's a while since we would have qualified for the last 8, but hopefully that will give us an incentive to get there again. But this thing about no consultation, every club, everyone in Meath had a chance to voice their opinions on this, and they overwhelmingly came down in favour of it, so we'll be back in this proposal.
Where am I, good Princius? Hein Shirella. No, just he is first of all before, please, sorry. There's a hand down mid-hall, yeah.
Sean Prunty, Corler Connacht. I don't know how many committees we've put in place over the last number of years to look at our fixture situation. Last year we had 18 proposals, none of which were acceptable. How many chances do we have to take to start this process? The major committee in our association on Constitutional Banishee have come up with this proposal, and there are huge benefits in it. It has been said there's nothing in it for provincial champions. Surely getting a match at home is an incentive. Surely getting a second chance that they don't get at the minute is an incentive. Surely bringing the games around the provinces is a great idea. Not every Mayo man had a great match day in Limerick a couple of years ago when we brought the All-Ireland semi-final replay there, but it was a brilliant occasion. I strongly urge delegates to support this motion. We're not going to get too many more chances. We cannot keep tinkering with simple and different proposals. This is a solid proposal, and I urge delegates to support it wholeheartedly. Thank you very much.
Ramaiga John. Yeah. And then back to here.
Sean McHale, Mayo. I too, Uachtaráin, would strongly urge support for this motion. In replying to the assertion that county players weren't informed of this, in my time going to county board meetings, we spent at least 2 hours discussing this at 3 different county board meetings. So every unit, every club was well informed of these changes. And at the last meeting we had just last week, a majority came out in favour of it, and we were delegated to support it. As Niall said at the onset, there is a desire for change. And that was evident in the 18 proposals that was presented to Central Council some months back. This is really the only change that's on offer here today. As the Ard Stewart said, it's not the silver bullet for all the problems, But as John Prenti has just said, it is a beginning. And if we don't begin somewhere, we'll be back again next year talking about change and thinking about it, but nothing concrete be done. This is our opportunity to start the process. And as the delegate from Kerry said, another indicator of the need for change is the fact that attendances are dropping. And dropping, if you look at the facts that were outlined there earlier, fairly alarmingly. This is an opportunity to address that and to improve on the gate receipts, which will benefit the whole association. Last point, we as an association are sometimes accused of being reluctant to change. This is our opportunity today to put that notion to bed and to strongly support this motion. Goramagat.
Goramagat, Sean. Pádraig and Sean.
Pádraig McSherry Monaghan. The clubs of Monaghan are in support of this motion. I suppose, like a lot of the other speakers said, you know, we feel it's time for change. We can't keep coming back year after year and turning chances to change down. So, you know, again in Monaghan it was debated over 3 or 4 county committee meetings, and at our last county committee meeting we were mandated to come here and support the motion. And just one comment, I firmly believe there's other ways to deal with burnout and such things on another stage. It's not all about our games. There's a lot of stuff going on that is contributing to burnout of players. Thank you.
Thank you, Pádraig. Just yeah, another speaker. Just we'll take you, Patrick. Just I'm interested in, to be fair, if there are any speakers who want to speak against the motion, I would like that they would indicate that they would like to speak. But we have another speaker. Sorry, Patrick.
Uachtarán Ard Stúrthóir, Custa Manishtiacht, Patrick Moyna from Middle East County Board. Just 3 points of observation. Firstly, from an overseas perspective, the opportunity for more high caliber, high quality games being played and an opportunity for us to showcase what is the best of our codes internationally is a real opportunity for us, and Middle East Custa Manishtiacht would welcome the opportunity for those additional games and the reach which GAA Go brings to the overseas community. Secondly, the opportunity to bring the championship finals and the penultimate stages into August is another real opportunity for the overseas constituency, because it coincides with the traditional holiday period and the opportunity for more people to attend those games in addition to the opportunity which it presents to see those overseas. And thirdly, and acknowledging that this is a time to be brave, Custa Manishtiacht in the last 4 years have taken a very brave step to inaugurate and to support and bring home the World Games. This, to my mind, is another step where we have an opportunity to illustrate the capacity for this organisation to effect change, which takes us steps forward. Perhaps not the golden bullet, but an opportunity to step forward and satisfy and bring to fruition some of the components which will further enhance the opportunity for us to present our games internationally. Speaking as a dual county in the Middle East and winners of the football and hurling championships in the World Games this year, the Middle East Board wholly support this motion.
I'm glad the Middle East are a dual county. That is refreshing. In the interest of balance, are there anyone who would like to speak against the motion? Are there any other speakers who would like to speak before I have the debate? Yeah, sorry, we have another speaker. Tony, is it?
Uachtarán, Cordia. I suppose there's some things that never get mentioned at Congress because we're all far too polite. I'm personally very frustrated, annoyed, and fed up with those people who snipe from the sidelines. They harangue and they hassle and they hurl abuse at any ideas that we bring forward for change, whether they're modest or dramatic. And to be honest, I don't see very many dramatic changes ever going to Congress. They're usually modest proposals which deserve to be trialled. And this is a trial. We can build on it, we can learn from it, we can adapt it and modify it into the future. If people have ideas, we are a democratic organisation. We don't need to create more organisations. Any member of this association can go to their club AGM, put forward their idea, bring it to the county or council, and indeed to Congress, have it discussed, debated, the ins and outs of it, and to look at it inside out. How many of those people who sit on the sidelines and hurl abuse and have so-called ideas that they won't reveal to us, that we can look at and that we can examine as decision makers? I hear about wonderful plans. I haven't seen anything coming from so-called associations. They haven't been brave enough to put anything forward. This is a modest proposal. It's a trial period, and as far as I'm concerned, this comes from the one true Club Players Association, the Gaelic Athletic Association. We represent the players. We have always represented players. We have been players. We come from players. We're parents of players. And we're involved with players. So I would urge delegates to give this modest trial proposal the support it deserves. Let's try something. Let's not keep kicking the can down the road. Gurabila Mahagat.
Guramagat, Tony. Under the standing orders and as Chairman of Congress, I feel it has been sufficiently discussed. So I'm going to ask on Ard Corlia to respond to the debate under standing orders, and to respond on behalf of Ard Corlia, I'm inviting Ard Stewart Pádraig Ó Duffic to respond to the discussion.
Actually, I think I'll be quite brief. I just want to respond to some of the comments that were made, and I appreciate everybody who made a contribution for or against the motion. I just want to take up the point that Michael Larkin made very well in relation to hurling. That's hugely important. And I would never be party, nor would Krista Bannister or Ard Corlia, be party to any proposal that would or could or might damage hurling. And I was particularly taken by Michael's point that, you know, maybe we should look at a structure for hurling as well. And if there's a better way in terms of competitions for structures for hurling, yes, I agree absolutely with Michael. We should do that, and we should do it very quickly. And that's a matter for the hurling counties, the strong hurling counties, to say to us, we want to look at that. So that's a really important point, and there's no way we would ever damage hurling. I just want to respond to a couple of the points that were made by Cork and by the GPA in opposition to the proposal. And very briefly, you know, Jim O'Donovan painted a very sad picture of the plight of inter-county players, and he talked about the trauma that this would inflict upon them. The trauma of playing a game 3 weeks in a row. A lot of the club players I know would love to play 3 weeks in a row. The problem is, because of the inter-county programme, the way it's set out, they can't get to play 3 weeks in a row. So I have no sympathy for that argument, nor have I sympathy for the argument of the GPA that there was no consultation on this. This was the most democratic process possible within the GAA. Within the GAA, in our clubs and in our counties. And I'm proud of the way that our counties and our clubs debated this, for and against. And I was privileged to attend 9 county committee meetings. I didn't go around the country, as some people have portrayed it, selling this at the expense of the GAA. I went to 9 counties who invited me to go, and there was absolutely brilliant, open discussions about this. And everywhere I went, I finished up with one line. You do what is best for the GAA. That's all that matters here. What is best for the GAA? And I say the same here today. If you believe this is good for the GAA, you vote yes. If you think it's not, then you vote no. I want to just make 2 other points. And one of them was a point that Sean Kelly made in relation to the attendances. And just to, if you like, reinforce the point that he made. In 2001, the first year of the qualifiers, the average attendance at all our championship and qualifier games was 18,670. In 2016, the average attendance was 13,146. If that isn't a wake-up call, well, then it certainly should be. And the point I want to make from that is, Irish society is changing very, very fast. We've seen that in so many different ways, at an extraordinary pace. And we have to be aware of that, and we have to adapt to it. People have a far greater number of choices of leisure time activities available to them than they ever had before. Now, we can ignore that, but the sporting public that we rely on is changing. And, you know, falling attendance is an issue that we have to address, and we have to try something. The second point I want to make is this. What have we got to lose by passing this motion? The answer is nothing. All we're doing here is asking you to give a new idea a trial run. Nothing will be written in stone if we pass this motion. Nothing that is done here today cannot be undone. Nothing cannot be changed again in 3 years' time. So what are we afraid of? In fact, we're asking you to trial this on a 2-year basis, because if these motions are passed, They will come into effect in 2018 and 2019, and at the 2020 Congress, we'll have to decide whether we want to retain them in 2021. That's a very modest demand to make, a very modest request to make. What's the risk in that? We've nothing to lose, but we just could have a lot to gain. We shouldn't be afraid to change, particularly when we have the opportunity to undo it if it doesn't work out well. So let's have the confidence in ourselves to try something that actually could rejuvenate the Football Championship, and in the case of motions 5 and 6, if they are passed, make a hugely positive statement to our club players. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to put the motion to the vote. Would you please find your voting machines, your zappers? We've had a good discussion and a good debate, and I thank everybody who contributed to it. If you agree with motion 4, which governs the All-Ireland Senior Football Championship, to temporarily set aside in 2018, 19 and 20 to allow for the format as outlined on your pages. If you agree with the motion and want to vote yes, press 1 now, please. If you disagree, press 2. 1 to agree with the motion as proposed from Ard Corlia, 2 to say no. The motion is carried. Motion is carried, 76% for, 24% against. The motion passes. The next motion, consequent on the proposals from Ard Corlia, which is part of the same suite of proposals, is motion number 5, and this deals with the timing of our All-Ireland finals. Proposer, please, from Ard Corlia for the All-Ireland finals, motion 5. Mick Rock.
Carja, Bawailam, Roan, Ivrakuig, Awala, Dunchogail. We have just passed a very significant motion which is going to have a big impact on our championships over the next 3 years. But our work is not yet done. We are all fully aware that this proposal was part of a package, a trilogy of motions, as the Uachtaráin called it, and that each part of it was linked together and one depended on the other. And this package promised that while we would have more inter-county games, we would condense our playing season, increase the ratio of games to training, we would conclude our championship season quicker and leave an extra few weeks for clubs to be able to play off their championships in a more timely fashion. It is time for us now to deliver on that promise, because otherwise, having passed the previous motion, we will in fact have worsened the lot of clubs, because they will be confronted with more inter-county activity with no corresponding quid pro quo for them. So what is it that you are being asked? You are being asked to condense the inter-county championship season, something which people have spoken about for a long time that needed doing. And so doing, like I said, you increase the ratio of games to training. And you're being asked to move by 2 or 3 weeks the All-Ireland finals into the end of August to provide that window of opportunity for clubs to get some breathing space. These changes will involve sacrifices for our association. We're all steeped in the history and the tradition and the sentimentality of our September finals. And I don't want to lessen the importance we place on that. And we are possibly foregoing the promotional advantages of our season being extended into September, although that may be lessened to a greater extent by the increased exposure the new format will achieve in August. But these sacrifices pale into insignificance compared with the needs of the greater good. And the greater good shouts that we must do something to regulate our club fixtures in a more meaningful way. Last year, we had a similar motion here on our clár. We came up just short. The clubs who followed us up to Carlow returned home again with nothing but our pious platitudes ringing in their ears. Today, we must take the courageous but cautious step. And it is a cautious step. We are merely asking that for 3 years, we temporarily set aside our rule and try this new format. We want to just dip our toe in the water. If we don't like the temperature, we can very quickly remove it again. To pass this motion, then, is a complete and logical extension of what we have done in motion number 4. We promised as much. We promised as much. This is the bit, the last bit, gave what we wanted to the inter-county game. This is the bit which must give at least the first crumbs to clubs and club fixtures. It is desirable, it is achievable, and it is urgent. And from my perspective, I would consider it equally precious to be watching my county Roscommon mount the steps of the Hogan stand in August as I would in September. I urge you to support the motion.
Gormaigat Mick, seconder for the Ard Corley motion. Motion seconded. PJ Meehan seconded. Okay, just before I allow a speaker. Motion 26 on your clár, if I could just refer you to it, is from Cuiste Chunda Heroin. It is a very similar motion. So could I ask maybe Tyrone, please? It's a very similar motion to what we've just proposed and seconded. Dominic.
Dominic McCarthy, Tyrone. First of all, I would thank you for affording us the opportunity to have this motion taken at this stage along with motion number 5. The general thrust of the Tyrone motion is identical to motion number 5. There are differences. There are 2 important differences. Our motion is slightly more prescriptive than motion number 5 in the sense that we have put forward a motion which is saying that the finals of the All-Ireland hurling and football should be brought forward totally, permanently. Motion number 5 is asking for this to be experimented with for a period of 3 years. And the second difference is that we have in our motion stated the actual dates when the 2 finals should be played. Motion number 5, again, is less prescriptive in the sense that it affords the fixtures bodies at national level to determine when the 2 finals should be played. And it could be the case that the order of the finals is changed, which many counties might want to see, or they could remain the same. So, since our motion is identical in the thrust of what it is asking, that is a shortening of the inter-county playing season, we would formally withdraw our motion in favour of motion number 5. I won't say anything further on it because I think the previous speaker in proposing the motion has spoke most eloquently on it, and we would be in agreement with everything that he has put forward. Gurmai Haggard.
Okay, Gurmai got Dominic Agus Cuiste Heroin. So motion number 26 is withdrawn in favour of motion 5. Speakers on motion 5. Thank you, Dominic. Speaker, Sean.
Sean Noon, Sean Tibbardorn. To prepare you supporting this motion. Like most people here in this room here today, I'd be a traditionalist, and I suppose the All-Ireland finals in September would be sacrosanct to me. And I would have been a bit of a doubtful Thomas and associated maybe with this motion. But I have been converted, absolutely converted, because having had some experience of making fixtures during my GAA career, I have absolutely realised that you have to do something radical in order to address the club fixture situation. This, I believe, is radical. And to get some gain for club players, you have to suffer some pain. And this is on a trial basis. If it goes wrong, we can go back, but I don't think it will. I'm convinced that it will not go wrong. By passing this motion, we are given a window of opportunity for possibly from August to October of 10 to 12 weeks for club fixtures, which will not be impeded by inter-county activity. I will send out a clear message to our club players that something is positive is being done. And this is absolutely positive. We often talk about lip service to our clubs and our players and that. This is not lip service. In no way is it lip service. It's something positive to do something about that plight that's out there with club players. Now, I think Uachtaráin that Astro Ho would be the first to admit that it's not the answer to every aspect of it for club players, but it's a fair step forward in addressing this. The ones that will continue to have difficulty will be I suppose, the genuine dual counties who are promoting our games equally in hurling and football. They will still have a problem. But there are other steps that can be taken, and I have no doubt will be taken in the years ahead to address that aspect of it. And provincial councils, I think, will have to come on board as well to a certain extent. We can't expect Croke Park, of its own violation, to be able to solve all these situations. I think it's a combination of Croke Park, provincial councils, county boards and clubs can solve the club fixture situation. So I would appeal to delegates here today. Everyone, I suppose, has a vested interest in the club championships. And this is a motion that's, I think it's the most important motion that we have in the law. The other one that was passed in regard to structure of the football was very important. But this is more important because this really does something definite about the club fixture scene. So I am happy on behalf of Tipperary to support this motion. Margaret.
Gur míle maith agad, Sean. Speaker. Christian Gailliva.
Seamus O'Gorda Gailliv, supporting the motion. I don't propose to go into all the specifics, but I think it was eloquently put by Mick Rock and the other speakers. The two main things I would say is that a condensed inter-county programme and the bringing forward of the All-Ireland finals will send out a very positive and clear message to our club players that we're doing all we can to address the chronic fixtures programmes that we have. And it would also give the county committees more flexibility in arranging their fixtures, particularly, as the last speaker said, in the strong dual counties and where there are many dual players involved. So Gailliv give their wholehearted support to this motion. Thank you.
Gur maith agad, Seamus. Any more speakers on motion over a cuig? Anybody indicating to speak? Yeah, Prince so Morocco.
Uachtaráin, there is room for condensing of the inter-county programme, and maybe two provinces might address that in a serious fashion. But I'm speaking here on behalf of clubs also, on behalf of a dual county with serious dual involvement of our players at county and at club level. And as a county that has seen the need and has always played its championship games throughout the entire season, this proposal would greatly hinder championship scheduling. We require a minimum of 16 weekends to play our senior hurling and senior football championships. We have a situation where we have 27 dual clubs situations. We have a situation where at inter-county level, 17 of the 26 players that represented Cork in senior hurling last year play club football. Extraordinarily, maybe 20 of the 26 players that represented us at inter-county level in senior football last year play club hurling. We do require the opportunity in the earlier parts of the year, mainly May and June, to have availability of weekends for club activity so that we can conclude our championships in October. And let me draw attention to the document and the outline in it of a proposed schedule. I accept, of course, that it is mentioned that there is some flexibility, but there is little enough. I have examined the document in relation to two aspects. Number one, the period from the second Sunday or weekend of May to the end of July, 13 weeks. Cork would be involved if we were looking at their performances during the past year with very little change, maybe if we were to get to an All-Ireland quarter-final. Of the 13 weeks, Cork would be playing a minimum of 11, if not 12, weekends of inter-county. In the 8-week period, from the second Sunday of May to the end of June, 8 weeks, during 2016, we had 6 weekends for club and 2 for inter-county. Under the draft schedule, there would be a minimum of 7 weekends devoted to inter-county, possibly 8. A maximum of 1 week for club activity. For a county that has such an involvement at dual level, involving players and clubs, if this condensing, and no doubt condensing can take place, but the condensing that is proposed here, effectively confining a county with that type of commitment to the months of September and October, is very anti-club. And it was for that purpose and that reason only that our county unanimously opposed, our clubs unanimously opposed this particular proposal. Gurmina Margaret.
Any other speaker down the floor? Okay. Yeah, chat. Love and
Pádraig O'Kelly and me. Just in relation to Punchy's points there, I think this is just a step along the road to help the clubs, and I'm a firm believer that we should look at starting our national leagues before Christmas. We always left this period for kind of rest for players after their club championship on the run into the leagues, but players are back training during that period, maybe from October right up to Christmas. And I think the opportunity to play accident tournaments and even to take a major step further to play a couple of rounds in national football and hurling leagues before Christmas would free up the space that Frank is looking for there. And we in Meath support this motion here on the card today.
Very my good Pádraig. Ard Stewart.
No, just very briefly, and I appreciate the points that Frank made and the basis on which you mean. I just wanted a couple of points to make on that. The appendix that was in the document, I made it very clear in heavy black type. That was just my attempt at looking at a possible schedule. One of the great things about going down to county committees and having a very earnest debate about these proposals was that I picked up some really good ideas. A far better programme could be prepared. Now, there's one point I want to take up, though, in particular, and it follows from what Paddy Kelly just said. If we pass this motion, we need to look at our schedule from the 1st of January to the 31st of August and say, can we improve on what we have now? And we absolutely, definitely can. Now, I mightn't go along with Paddy's proposal to bring the National Leagues back into before Christmas, but there is a case, for example, for saying, let's have the pre-season competitions played either side of Christmas and starting the leagues earlier. As we've discovered this year, the weather in January has been better than the weather in February. And in fact, it's really important that in looking at it, that we keep that space between the end of the league and the start of the championship where counties have a chance to play their games. Absolutely, I accept that. The other point is that for the vast majority of counties, come the beginning of July, there'll be 8 teams left in the football championship and more than the middle of July, 4 teams left in the hurling championship. So, I mean, the whole period from end of July, August, September, October will belong to the clubs. It will belong to the clubs. And that's so important. clubs want to have their county players available for extended periods of time. I'm not underestimating the points that Frank made, but I would say this, that there's a great opportunity now, if we pass these motions, to sit down over the next 6 months, between now and September, with CCC at national level, provincial councils, CCCs in the county, because I met some brilliant CCC secretaries in talking about these motions, and there's a fund of good ideas out there, and let's put together the best possible plan that will serve the needs of the clubs. So I obviously support the motion, and I think we can resolve some of the issues that have been addressed in concern.
Okay, once again, I think the motion has been sufficiently debated. I'm going to ask the proposer of the motion, Mick Rock, to right of reply and sum up.
I will be very brief. The arguments have been well articulated at this stage. The main point that I would want to make is this. I feel there would be something disingenuous at this stage, having passed the previous motion, if we were now to turn our backs on this one. We would be being sold a pup, in effect, because certainly the promotional, the way the motion was promoted, the way the new package was formulated for us, it was sold to us on the basis that this would improve the lot of clubs. Having now taken the first step, it is entirely logical that we take this one as well. I admit there are sacrifices to be made. There are things we will have to adapt to. Perhaps we might be able to free up another little bit of space in dealing with the next motion, which comes immediately after this. But I think your choice is clear, and I urge you to support it.
Okay, Mick, and once again I thank all contributors to the debate, and I thank Tyrone for withdrawing their motion in favour of the Ardcorlia motion. I'm now going to put the motion before you. Motion number 5, dealing with the changes in the timetabling of the All-Ireland finals. If you agree with the motion as proposed and presented to you by Central Council, will you please press 1. If you disagree with the motion, press 2. Sha le ivra hain, niha le ivra do. Once again, it has well passed the 2/3, and the motion is passed on 78%. Gurimila Maihagov. And the third motion of the trilogy of motions, which come from the proposals on the reform of the Intercounty Football Championship, is the motion dealing with the playing of extra time in the event of 2 teams finishing level, the playing of extra time except in the All-Ireland finals or provincial finals. So a proposer, please, for motion number 6 from Ardcorlia. Sean.
On behalf of Ardcorlia, I propose motion 6. I suppose, if you will, we've passed the first 2 of the trinity of motions, and to address some of the issues which have already been raised on the floor, motion 6 naturally follows. Again, it's a temporary motion to set aside Rule 3.5 of the Part 2 of the official guide, and in 2018 through 2020 give over to an experiment. Effectively, what motion 6 seeks to do is to make it obligatory for extra time to be played in the event of a draw in those competitions which you see outlined at subparagraphs A and B. There are some exceptions there, most noticeably 2, which Niall mentioned, came as a consequence of feedback to Ardcorlia, namely the All-Ireland finals and the provincial finals. In effect, what we're trying to do by this motion is to give something to the clubs. We talk about this, and we've heard speakers talking about it. This is a time for action now again to finish off what we've started with the 2 previous motions and to give the clubs something earnest. There's nothing more frustrating for club players to have their club fixtures to be delayed owing to replays. And what we're trying to achieve here is to ensure that the fixtures after drawn game go to extra time and get a conclusion. So that's simply the purpose of the motion, and I do urge Congress to support it.
Okay, and that wasn't the bell, Sean, by the way. That was you were well within your time, so if you have another
Thanks.
minute,
I was
we'll
wondering, John Greenan's phone, could we switch it off there?
Goramai, good Sean. Could I have a seconder, please, for the Lord Corley motion? Dennis. Goramai, good. Speaker, John Prenty.
At the outset, I want to put my hands up and say we've got a vested interest in this motion. I want to be able to go into my club dressing room tomorrow and say that the GAA appreciate your efforts and are determined to put a solid fixture situation in place. I fully support this motion. There's nothing disrupts our fixtures calendar more than a replay. Our players cannot be sure when our counties fix the senior championship or any other championship that a draw in the Connacht championship won't disrupt that. We're only asking for extra time. It won't 100% get rid of replays. But in the first motion this morning, we're talking about gambling. It'll definitely shorten the odds. So we're the smallest province in the country. We have 4 games that we get all our funds from. So people probably say, are you mad to be turning down funds? But there are other ways of getting funds. And I think the capital that our players will gain by a definite and solid fixture schedule is more important than any funds. So I strongly encourage Congress to support this motion.
Ramil Maiga, John. Ian Kynshore, yes, Paul. Column there beside you.
Paul McCarthy, Armagh. Armagh supports this motion as we did the previous 2 for the following points, and I'll be very brief. Number 1, in passing the 2 motions which we've just done, we've given ourselves a much tighter programme. So therefore, we have less room for manoeuvre. And as a previous speaker said, replays play havoc with club fixtures. Absolute havoc, and we saw that in the last season just gone. And I think thirdly, extra time will bring an enhanced excitement to championship matches. But most importantly, the clubs in Armagh, who we discussed this with at great depth, overwhelmingly supported this and the previous 2 motions. So Armagh support the motion.
Thank you, Paul. And have we any other speakers on motion 6? Okay, if there are no other speakers, I don't see any. We're going to continue with the vote. Is that okay? Okay. So, sorry, Sean, do you need to...
No, I think it's fine. It's just that John Prenty made a comment about funds, and I think it's a good point. But Oscar Wilde once said that the problem with young people is they know the cost of everything, the value of nothing. This is not about the value. This is about the cost. If you vote no, that's the outcome. Voting 1 gives this back to the club players, and there's a huge value in that, and that's what this motion is about. It's not about finance.
Thank you, Sean. So with the wisdom of Oscar Wilde in your thoughts, can you all now please proceed to vote on motion number 6, dealing with extra time if a game should end in a draw. If you agree with the Ard Corley motion, please press 1. If you want to say no, press 2. So brew ivra hain hun on ruin sho ein thu lesson ruin no ivra do hun ni hahara. The margin is rising. 91% in favour. The motion is carried. Prince, could you... We're moving on, isn't it? Moving on to the rules motions. Isn't it? Okay, Frank Murphy, if you could make your way to the podium. We're going to move now to motion 7 to 20 inclusive. They will be voted on a composite basis, but they will be explained to you separately. These are all motions number 7 to 20 from the Rules Advisory Committee. I want to thank all the delegates for their contribution to what I believe are the motions you've just passed, which will make major changes for the better, I am sure, of the association in the future. So we now move on, and thank you, delegates, to motion 7 to 20. Princius of Murrico is Cahirlock of the Rules Advisory Committee and will present the motions to you. Princius.
We have explained these motions previously at a meeting in Croke Park to the county chairman and secretaries, and agreement was given at that meeting that the 14 of these will be taken as a composite motion, as they are minor in terms of nature, even though they all need certain degree of explanation, and I will go through each of them very briefly. Motion 7 is one that has essentially come from the commercial side of the association, and it's to cover for possibly circumstances that might arise, that haven't arisen, but nonetheless they want to provide for them. And the reference there to including in the motion on playing gear and equipment in regard to the player walk-ups, that is the type of presentation given on television now of players in the lineups before games, that they are wearing the official gear. And the other is in relation to the replica gear, that it must be what it states to be a replica of the official jersey worn by counties. So that is the motion 7. Motion 8 is to cater for a situation where a county handball committee does not exist. And under the constitution of the Handball Ireland now, you do not have a county committee, obviously where there is no handball club or where there is only one single club. So that is to provide for that in general rule. Motion 9 is to streamline and update procedures in relation to the appointment of full-time secretaries and administrators. It defines the current rule more precisely, includes the full-time county secretary, and indicates that it's on the basis of a process and conditions laid down by management committee on behalf of Central Council. It's not by way of election, but by way of appointment. Motion 10 is the combining of the players' charter and managers' charter. It's simply taking a section out of one rule and transferring it in more brief form in another rule. Motion 11 is to allow provincial councils to appoint subcommittees and delegate specific powers to them. This was requested by the provincial councils. It is not a part of current rule, and it's to provide for that particular circumstance where a province wants to act in that manner. Motion 12 is in regard to inter-county transfers. It is simply reflecting in rule on powers what is in practice under Rule 6.6 inter-county transfers, that they are granted by the relevant provincial council and central council. In each case, it would be, of course, the CCC of these bodies. Motion 13 is again to reflect current practice that Central Council now do not normally meet in October, but meet in November, and it is to cover a situation now where whatever the final Central Council meeting of the year is held, that there must be a report by the playing rules to that committee, to the Central Council committee, on the last Central Council meeting of the year. Motion 14 is essentially reflecting the new constitution of GAA handball. Section C of the rule is deleted, and the contents of that are covered in the handball constitution. Motion 15, again, it's reflecting a change in the educational institutions. They term their regulations now constitutions and not bylaws. And motion 16 is to assist our international units where they, in their bylaws, provide for deviation from rule. that they do not have to, once their bylaws have been approved by management and central council, that they do not have to seek annual approval in respect of the deviation element. Motion 17 is some element that has been asked of by various counties to the RAC in relation to what is the position relating to people who have not paid their membership to their club in time. And it's specified there now in that motion that only a full member who has paid his annual club subscription prior to the 31st of March in the membership year shall be entitled to be nominated for or elected to any elective office referred to in the official guide arising the same membership year, whether it is at club level, county level, provincial level, national level, that rule pertains. That is the subject of repeated queries every year. It is best to have it reflected in general rule. Motion 18 relates to official correspondence, and where the association has given individuals or units a GAA email address, that must be used. It shall be mandatory for the purposes of compliance with rules governing correspondence and communications. And motion 19 is again just simply reflecting what is in the playing rules regarding the question of including extra time in the case of suspensions. It's not in part 1, and part 1 is now just simply ensuring that it's consistent with what is in the playing rules. And motion 20 is again confirming something that is in another part of rule that, in regard to county management rather than county committee in regard to matters coming from clubs, and that is conforming with rule 3.5. So, Outdrawn, these are the motions that it was felt by the chairman and secretaries of the counties that we would put to Congress in one composite fashion.
Okay, Gurumaiga. Princius is proposing motions 7 to 20 inclusive. I would propose taking them all en bloc in one if you approve. Is that all right with Congress, that we take them as a composite motion, all 7? They've gone through the full process. Princius has outlined it to you. Rather than going through them one by one, they have gone through all the rigours. I would put them inclusive 7 to 20 if Congress agrees with that. Is that all right? Agreed. Okay, to approve the motions number 7 all the way to 20, please press 1. And if you disagree with them, press 2. Ivra hain, sha, niha, ivra do. %. All motions 7 to 20 are carried. Gurumai Hagav. Princius, can you proceed, please? 21.
John, the motion in relation to the player injury fund was one that was discussed at the meeting between the chairman and secretaries of the counties, and it was agreed that further input would be given to us by the staff at headquarters that are organising and running this fund, and we have consulted with them, and the motion as on the floor now reflects their position, and we're not putting in any stipulation regarding dates and so forth. It is that the regulations are laid down, you register by a particular date and you make your payment by a particular date, and once clubs and other units comply with the conditions laid down by headquarters, it will be accepted as being valid in relation to beneficials from the injury fund being available at all levels. The concern at headquarters level in relation to this was that where a club registered and then failed to pay by the stipulated date, that they weren't being covered by the injury scheme, and they wanted to ensure that counties ensured that their own clubs at least would be compliant with what was required, registration by a particular time and payment by a particular time. Otherwise, units should not be allowed to participate in games unless these conditions are met. So the motion now, as on the floor, is very consistent with the thinking of the people who are running the scheme.
Okay, if you're in favour of the motion as presented, which is now motion 21, press 1, please, and 2 to say no. 1 to agree, 2 to say no. Motion is carried 99%.
Uachtaráin, may I mention in relation to motions 20 and 21 that both of these motions are being withdrawn on the following basis.
22 and 23.
22.
22 and 3.
And exactly, yes. The first of these. The objective of the motion was to stop and curtail an abuse of players who are based in Ireland going over for a weekend to North America and being registered as being resident in North America. We understand that North America will be, in the course of the coming year, addressing that issue. It's an area that clubs here are concerned with, and on the basis of the assurance that it will be addressed, the motion is being withdrawn. The following motion principally concerns New York, and New York itself last week decided that the date for final acceptance of sanctions for hurlers was the 14th of June and the 1st of July in the case of football. So as the bylaw is there now, it's compliant with what was being asked, and we would be hopeful that that bylaw would be kept in safekeeping over the coming years. If it is in compliance with what was being asked of by way of this motion. So on that basis, both these motions are being withdrawn.
Okay, motions 23 and 24 on the basis as outlined by Princius are both withdrawn. Sorry, 22 and 23. Fiha dó agus fiha a 3 Tarrington Shear. 22 and 23 withdrawn. Okay, could I, behalf on Congress, once again thank Princius Amuraku as Cahirlook and all the members of the Rules Advisory. They do a wonderful job in keeping our rule book up to date and in line with all your thinking. So thank you, Princius. We appreciate all your efforts. Motion 24 has already been dealt with. That was from Laois in relation to football championships, but that motion is now, has been dealt with. 25, Carlo, I'm not sure if we have now dealt with this issue, so I think your motion should fall, but you're entitled to speak. Yes?
Yes, we're going to withdraw our motion there.
Okay.
And I do welcome the words of our Stuart Hora that probably we need to look at when we start our leagues and have an in-depth look at that and trying to start them early to free up time in the middle of May and June, somewhere around there. Freeing up time in September in our county is not much good to us. We have to be getting down to our closing stages in our matches. So I do welcome the Irish Stuart Hora's words there, and that we can take that forward.
Thank you, Sean. The motion from Carlo 25 is withdrawn. You can be absolutely sure commitments given from here will be delivered on. Motion 26 has already been dealt with from Chair Owen in relation to earlier motions. So we move on now to motion 27, that Rule 6.28c, All-Ireland Senior Hurling Championship Official Guide, be amended. And this motion comes from Cuiste Chunde Gura. Derry, would you like to move the motion, please?
John Keenan, Derry. In the current climate and support for condensing our inter-county competitions and to free up more dates for our clubs, we recommend this motion that the winners of the McCarthy Cup and Nicky Record Cup competitions are promoted to the next highest competition without a play-off scenario. And likewise, the bottom two teams in the Christy Ring Cup and Nicky Record Cup play off for relegation to the next lower competition. We recommend this motion to Congress.
Gormaiga John, seconder for the Derry motion. Can't see it. Lawrence McGrath, New York, seconded. Speakers on the Derry motion as proposed and seconded to Congress. Yeah, Greg.
Greg Kelly, Cahirlock, Fermanagh. Fermanagh would like to support this motion. A couple of years ago, our hurling team players and management were most disconcerted after eventually winning the Laurie Maher, only to find that they had to face a playoff before gaining promotion to the Nicky Record. Whilst it might be acceptable to have a playoff situation for promotion and relegation between league competitions, we don't think it's acceptable at championship level. If you win your championship, you should get automatic promotion.
Good, Greg. Any other speakers? Yes? Peter.
Longford. We'd like to concur with Greg's previous comments. We were in the same position a number of years ago. We found, and we can blame who we like on it, we found that players didn't realise that having success in the Laurie Maher, that the following weekend they had to go out and play a promotion relegation playoff. And the effects of it was that we had basically a starting team which only contained 3 of the earlier team that won the Laurie Maher. Players had booked holidays, done what they had to do in winning the Laurie Maher, and moved on from there, not realising that there was another game to be left. So we'd automatically hope that everyone here would support the motion.
Father. Ian Kine-Chorella. I don't see any other speaker. Oh, sorry, there is. Yeah.
Yeah, Uachtaráin, the Gaelic Players Association have surveyed the members of the Christy Ring, the Nicky Record and the Laurie Maher. And for the reasons outlined in the previous 2 speakers, we support this motion as well, and I would urge delegates to support it also. Thank you.
Thank you. Derry, do you wish to reply? I don't see any other speakers wishing, or do you just want to move the motion? Derry? No.
We'd be very happy with the motion as it stands. Put it to vote.
Okay, we move the motion as proposed, and you listen to speakers in various counties supporting it. So if you agree with the Derry motion, press 1, and if you disagree, press 2. Motion is carried 99%. Gormaiga. Motion number 28, Fiha Ahopt, from Cumann Liam Ivelisa Gahundanagalva, that Rule 6.28 pages be amended, and the amendment is as laid out. So motion 28 is from Cushta Nagalva. Column beside you there. Galway. Pat.
Thank you, Chairman. Pat Kearney, Galway County Board. I suppose the reason for this motion is the Galway clubs felt obliged that we put this motion before Congress. It was passed unanimously at our convention prior to Christmas and reaffirmed again last week. The reason for this is that we wanted competitive, meaningful games for our players, minor and under 21. Now, we are well aware that other counties need competitive games also. So we are aware too that we're going through a change, and that certain people, and there's concerns about this motion in certain quarters, and talk about it being divisive and that. We have no intention of being divisive, or we won't be. So I will not be putting this motion to the floor here today, given the assurances that we got last night from Ardstúrthóir and Dúchran, that we would put together a work group immediately and look at hurling. And this is tempered by the motions and earlier discussions by Pádraig when he referred to a change in the hurling structures. We look at and we get all hurling people together, Leinster, Munster, Ulster, and we'll discuss and we'll get a format together that will provide games for our younger players. Today we give games to our elite players in football. We're looking for games for our underage players, minor under 21, to keep the development of the game going. And I suppose we're going through change like everything else. And we all started in 1884. Today is 2017. And we will work for change and work with you. And again, we have faith in the direction and leadership of the Ardstúrthóir and the Dúchran, as exemplified and shown here today by the fantastic motions they have passed and got through. We'll address the hurling situations and we'll all move on together. And we'll all talk to other. And I suppose, I'm looking up myself talking here, and I suppose for Galway for the last couple of years we've been talking to ourselves about this. I hope we're not talking, I'm talking to myself about it up there, but I hope we'll be talking to everybody else interested in hurling and moving this on together in the next couple of weeks. And again, as Pádraig says, again, I think what's good for the GAA is good for us. If this is good for the GAA, we move on together and we work on hurling together. Okay? And I withdraw the motion in deference.
Thank you, Pat. I think that's a very gracious statement you've made on behalf of Galway. We've said it before, and I certainly have no difficulty saying to Congress, I'm not sure if there is a place called limbo, but if there is, Galway hurling and certainly Ulster counties are in that state of limbo. There is no doubt about that. And that's just the situation we find ourselves in. I'm glad that you have withdrawn the motion, because you did use yourself, you used the word you did not want it to be divisive. It's not up to any one unit to solve this or to attack each other, but it is certainly incumbent, absolutely, on us in Cuiste Banishtiachta to deal with this. And the Ardstúrthóir and myself have both publicly said that we will be dealing with this, and we absolutely give you that guarantee immediately after Congress. The situation in Galway needs to be addressed. I thank you for your comments and for withdrawing the motion today, Galway. Sorry, speak. Motion 29 is. Sorry, yeah.
Uachtaráin, Mícheann Crying, Rooney, Coraline. On behalf of the counties of Leinster, I thank Cuiste Galway and Pat for withdrawing the motion. And as you have outlined, Uachtaráin was a supporter of the Ardstúrthóir. We, with the other provinces, will play our part and their part in solving the problem. Gormaigov.
My God, all stepping together, that's what we want to hear. Well done. Fihani, motion 29, the rule 6.28 and that be amended to read as laid out, and it comes from Cuiste Hibredáin. So Tipperary, would you like to please move your motion 29?
Uachtaráin, Sean Anún, Sean Tipperdáin, agus Kyle Shilán, Kyle Cash. Proposing motion 29. What this motion seeks to do is to bring the age grade for inter-county under-21 hurling back to under-20, into line with what has been done in football, with eligibility for the grade being over 18 and under 20, with the same provisions to apply as in football, that you cannot be a member of both senior and under-21 inter-county panels. This motion, if passed, will be very beneficial from both the club fixtures point of view and an inter-county point of view. It will be possible to schedule these under-20 games as curtain raisers to senior inter-county games, if this is deemed appropriate, or played at the same weekend as senior inter-county games, thus avoiding using other dates that impinge on club fixtures. It also avoids conflict between senior inter-county fixtures and under-21 fixtures, which are often played in close proximity and which involve in many instances players on both panels. The under-21 hurling championship has, over the years, since its inception back in the 60s, has served up games of the very highest quality. I don't believe that bringing it back a year will change that whatever, and we will continue to see games of a very high standard. The argument will be made, I am certain, that if you pass this motion, you will deprive young and exceptionally talented players from appearing on their county senior team. This is absolutely not so, as if you're a manager in Waterford, Tipperary or Kilkenny or any other county, and you want to call up some exceptionally talented young player to the senior panel, they can do so. The option for the young player is open to him to take that offer if he thinks he is ready for that, or take the option of holding back and giving himself more time to develop. If he takes the offer, he cannot, of course, be on the under-21 team or panel. You cannot be on both panels. So there's a player welfare issue there as well, a beneficial one. This motion, if passed, is in a sense empowering the player to make a decision on what is best for him. We've passed the motion to bring forward the All-Ireland finals to August, albeit on a trial basis. It would be senseless then in that scenario not to pass this motion, as it would be absolutely impossible to play under-21 hurling games in the month of August, as there would inevitably be a clash with counties involved in the concluding stages of both championships, of both under-21 hurling and senior. It's inevitable that there would counties be involved in both championships during that time. With an overlap of players on both panels, it would not be possible to complete the under-21 hurling in August. It would then revert possibly to September, with a consequence upset on the club fixtures. Every delegate to Congress, I would think, has a concern for club fixtures. Just as we said in regard to motion 5, it's a hot topic at the moment. And to pass this motion will take another positive step in sorting out that minefield of club fixtures. It might be a small step, but it's a step that could make a big impact. I appeal to delegates here today to take that step by voting for this motion and bringing the under-21 hurling championship into line with the under-20 football championship. Gormil Margaret.
Gormil Margaret Achian. Any others? Sorry, a seconder for the motion? Seconded. Speaker. Yeah.
Uachtaráin, Patrick O'Flynn, Port Lorica. What will we be opposing the motion, Uachtaráin? We feel that it's not for the benefit of hurling and development of young players. We had success last year on under-21, won our first under-21 Ireland, the second one in 25 years. We are supposed to be from a strong hurling county, but what's defined strong? We've won 2 All-Irelands under-21s in the last 25 years, 1 minor in the last 65 years, and 1 senior Ireland last time 58 years ago. That's why, Mr. Chairman, we want to develop our game and our players. Mr. Uachtaráin, we feel hurling is a limited pool of players. We haven't got the pool that maybe some other counties have. If this motion was passed, we wouldn't have been competitive in last year's under-21 championship, and we had the vast majority of our players were on the senior hurling panel as well. So, Uachtaráin, we feel that it'll affect the competitions, it'll affect the progress of players and the game into the future. I would ask Congress to reject the motion, allow counties to develop and the players develop, and hopefully that they'll be able to progress and contest for honours in the near future. I honestly and I would appeal to Congress to reject the motion.
Very my good, Pat. Yeah.
Padre Rahili Longford. Just on a point of clarification, Part B, which deals with the age grades, if that motion is passed, does that impinge on motion 50, which also deals with a similar matter?
It does. Well, I think in summary, it does. I mean, they're coming from 2 different angles. I think in your summary, you'll have to address that, Tipperary. It's your motion, okay? I can't make the cases for you, but in reply to Peter, certainly they are coming from 2 opposites. Any other speaker? Yeah, Tracy.
Tracy Nicanada, Corkegg. Uachtaráin, I can see where Tibberdarn are coming from with this motion, but the Under-21 Hurling Championship is one of our most attractive competitions, and we need to think very carefully before tampering with it. There was some logic behind changing the football to Under-20, in that an argument was made that it was clashing with competitions like the Sigerson Cup and the Alliance Leagues. No such claim can be made in relation to Under-21 Hurling, Uachtaráin, which has worked well in tandem with the Senior Championships so far. In addition, despite the points made by Sean Anunchin, preventing players on a senior panel from playing in the proposed Under-20 grade will render the competition meaningless. Waterford didn't specify that they had 21 Under-14 players on their senior panel last year. 14 Under-21, yeah, is that what I said? Yeah. Players will always choose to take their chance on the senior panel to the detriment of the proposed Under-20. We're not convinced that changing football to Under-20 will bring about the benefits outlined by its proponents, but we should at least get a chance to examine that in operation before we rush to bring hurling with it. As I said earlier, Under-21 hurling is one of our most attractive competitions, and I would urge Congress to let well alone. Gurv Magriv.
Gurv Magriv. Tracy, there are some more speakers, lads, down the hall. I see hands in the air. Jerry, yours. Yeah, yeah. Yep.
Eamon O'Quinn, Kilkenny. We too are opposed to the motion. I think the Waterford Speaker, Pat Flynn, has made it very obvious that for smaller counties, population-wise, it would be impossible if players chosen to play Under-21 couldn't play on their senior team. But the second point I would like to make is that the motion refers to in both hurling and football. But the football Under-20 championship concludes on the 29th of April. Therefore, there would have been no senior football championship game played prior to that. So we oppose the motion.
Good, Ned. Tony there, yes.
Uachtaráin, Takin Kishtakundalak Arman, Leshan Roon. Wexford County Board supports the motion for the following, mainly for the following reason. Because the gap between minor at Under-17 and Under-21 is just too much. And the reason for that is young people at that age are going through a seriously evolutionary process, both physically and emotionally. And because hurling is such a physical game, I think we owe it to our young people to protect them. So it's basically about the gap between minor and Under-21. I know Oscar Wilde, whose mother happened to come from Wexford. I don't think she was a follower of hurling though. But he was quoted this morning. He also is famous for another quotation, youth is wasted on the young. And Tracy, in talking about Cork, actually mentioned that young people will play wherever they're asked. If you ask them to climb Mount Everest, they would attempt it. So the motion reflects our concern for the physical well-being of the players, August of Rishin, Tucky and Lough Armagh. For that reason, Wexford supports it.
Thank you, Tony. Certainly change in the GAA. Twice we've had Oscar Wilde quoted this morning. Youth is not wasted on you, Tony, I assure you. Any other speakers? I don't see any other speakers. There have been a number of both points of clarification and other issues raised, so Tipperary, I think you need to respond to the debate. If you're on the road to Damascus, Sean, I'm sure you'll be well able to handle a lot of...
First of all, to address Waterford Delegate Pat Flynn, it does benefit, it is for the benefit of young players. There's no question about that. There's a player welfare issue here to a certain extent, that players won't be on board panels. And if they get the call up to senior, they can, if they feel that they are up to that, they can, as I said earlier, they can take that road. And if they feel they're not, they are empowered. They can stay on the Under-21 panel and play on that. And wait their chance for the senior activity at a later stage. In regard to the age grades and the later motion, one refers to inter-county. And perhaps maybe at some other stage, I suppose that will be looked at too, that the club situation will revert back to Under-20. I think that's pretty sensible. In regard to Tracy's comments there, It is, under 21 hurling is impinging on the senior championships. There's no question about that. I have seen it down the years where the senior championship is won maybe on a Sunday and under 21 is on the following Wednesday. And there's a conflict between managers. Or the senior hurling is on the following Sunday and the under 21 is on the Wednesday previous to that. And there's a conflict between players and a conflict between managers. So it does impinge on it. But the major thing like about this motion is it allows the under 20, as we're proposing, to run in tandem with the senior championship. Can be played at the same weekend. Can be played as as a curtain raiser to a senior championship game. And you can just imagine the entertainment that would be there. I know we play the minor on a lot of cases, and I'm not saying we move from that, but there are occasions when provincial councils are looking, particularly now with the intermediate grade kind of nearly diminishing, they are looking for curtain raisers. And there's another motion there which kind of, I suppose, addresses that or looks at that. But this is very important from a club fixtures point of view. We have passed a number of motions here today. I think it has been brilliant, really, what we have done. It's one Congress that I have seen great movement on. This is very much motion, it's very much related to that, to address the club fixtures. And the other thing that hasn't been mentioned, or nobody has said it, about the clash that there will be with All Ireland's now on a trial basis, albeit in August, and the under-21 championship. Nobody has addressed that. How are they going to play it? How are you going to play it like? With possibly Kilkenny in the All-Ireland Senior Hurling Final, and in the under-21, Tipperary or whatever, any of those counties, or Galway's, could be in that situation. And how do we do it? The only thing I can see it being done is a reverting back to September, which hugely impinges on the concluding stages of club championship games. So again, I appeal to Alex to think of the fixtures, of the club championship fixtures, and taking another little step in order to free up time for club players. Go on, Margaret.
Go on, Margaret. Sean, okay, you've heard the debate, you've heard the discussion, so I now put it to the floor. It is Motion 29 to amend Rule 6.28 as proposed and outlined by Tipperary. If you agree with the amendment as outlined by Cushta Hibredorden, press 1. If you wish to say no, press 2. 1 to agree with the motion, 2 to disagree. It's an amendment. The motion is defeated. 44% yes, 56% no. Moving on to motion number 30. This is a motion submitted from Corlia Namuan, and it deals with rules 3, 4, 6, 6 and 6.1 and 6.28. So Corlia Namuan wishes to move motion 30.
Uachtaráin, on behalf of Corlia Namuan, I would like to propose this motion to Congress. This proposal arose from a particular county at a council meeting in our province earlier on in the year, and following a number of discussions at a number of meetings, this under-25 competition was proposed. Essentially, I suppose, to replace the Intermediate Hurling Championship, which Sean has already referred to, which is on the way in at the moment with the new regulations. Counties not being allowed to field the second-best teams, etc. They feel they wouldn't compete at intermediate level. So this under-25 suggestion came to us. Now, the idea of it is that the players on the panel who do not make the first team on the Senior Hurling Championship day, together with possibly a number of 21 panellists or people trying to make their way onto the senior panel, would have an opportunity to play games in a meaningful competition. Because I'm sure everybody is aware nowadays, the senior panels on the championship days are confined to 26. The maximum they can play is 20, but in reality, the panel in training, etc., far exceeds those numbers. And unfortunately, in a lot of cases, a lot of those players may not get any game at inter-county level. They're doing all the training, they're doing all the work that is required at that level, and they give no opportunity possibly to play a meaningful game throughout the season. We feel it certainly won't interfere with club competitions within those counties, because I would assume, or we would assume, that if their county is playing Munster Championship or whatever championship they're playing in, that there will be no club championships in that county on the particular day. And it affords the other members of the panel an opportunity of playing on the big stage on the day that the first team is playing. They get an opportunity to display what they can do or what they cannot do, I suppose, in some cases. But I think it is, a lot of players are caught in this trap that they're training and doing all the preparatory work and getting very, very little game time. And so in some cases, it is affecting the players themselves, who, I suppose, for want of a better word, have been seen to maybe go backwards from where they began. No, we are not proposing to introduce a new competition. Essentially, I suppose, as I said, it would be to replace the Intermediate Hurling Championship, which is on its knees at the present time. And we feel that this is a very worthwhile proposal. As I said, it gives members of a panel a realistic opportunity of participating in inter-county competition on the big stage on the big day. So I would request the Congress to support this motion.
Ramaga Jerry, have we a seconder for Corlia Namuan on Kidju Lishon Ruin? Seconder, Ramaga Jerry Hickey on Clor. Speakers, motion has been proposed and seconded to introduce a competition for the under-25 reserve hurlers. Yeah.
Ugdran Archer Road, Mihal Riordan Limnock. Ugdran Cumnuklas Limnock proposed this motion to Corlin Moon back a number of months ago. The modus operandi for this motion really is to give meaningful games to the extended panel of our senior team, in particular in the replacing the intermediate hurling team with the 5 or 6 players that wouldn't be available for the senior championship game on Championship Sunday. Again, as the Cathaoirleach Corlamoon outlined, it is to replace the Intermediate Hurling Championship. It is to facilitate players to utilise the under-21 panel, and it won't impinge on the club fixtures programme. I would urge Congress to support the motion. Camille Maga.
Uachtaráin, Diarmaid O'Donovan, Corkig. Corkig are supporting the motion, but I would like to ask Jerry, would he address how the different status of players will be reconciled on the second team or the reserve team? For example, your centre-back could be on the training panel for the inter-county senior team and be on one set of expenses, gear, and various other things, while the left half-back alongside of him, will he, even if he's not on the inter-county senior squad, is he going to be compensated in the same way? Is he going to be treated in the same way? Or have you worked that out at this point?
Wait till the end. No, respond at the end. Yeah. Thank you. Any other speakers down the hall on this motion to introduce an under-25 reserve hurling championship? Art Stewart.
I understand the point Jerry is making, that they want to replace the intermediate grade, which is, it's lost a bit of its lustre, etc. And there was a motion last year to do away with the intermediate, which just didn't quite get to the tours, but it's still there. I just have a huge reservation about this. I mean, a reserve championship in hurling, and Jerry mentioned that the players who will play on the same day as the senior team. This brings up visions of panels of then 50, because you'll need 26 players for each panel. It'll just make inter-county panels bigger and bigger, because the reserves, the fellas who aren't making the first 15 or aren't making the 26, will now play on the reserve team. And again, it's just back to the same point, the impact on club fixtures. These are elite players. These are the next best players after the first 15, after the first 26. And my biggest worry then would be, what happens if we come along next year and decide to bring in a reserves football championship? I mean, we're just feeding the inter-county beast here. Sean Dunyan made some good points last night. I would support those. I just think we need to be very careful here. I mean, I accept the intermediate championship is still there, and that's at least it's limited enough in schools. But if you introduce this, under 25 reserves in hurling, honestly, it'll only be a matter of time till be under 25 reserves in football, and we're talking a lot today about club players. I just have a concern, and I'd like Jerry maybe to address that concern when he's wrapping up on the motion.
Before I ask Jerry to wrap up, are there any other speakers that wish to speak on the motion? No. Sorry, I have one more speaker, Jerry, before you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paul Goreen, Portlauriga. We have something like this system in Waterford already. We appoint the same management team to under 21 and under 25. We've been operating that for a couple of years. And we're just wondering, is there any need to call it reserves? Just call it under 25. Why do we put reserves into it? Would that alleviate the problem? We think it's probably a good idea, and it certainly helped in the development of our under 21 team over the last number of years. But we'll be hoping maybe that while we voted last year to abolish the intermediate championship, we weren't successful, like the Austria said. We would just be saying, why you call it a reserves? What's so reserve about it? And I'd be concerned that reserves are the same thing. We're talking about a panel of 40 in senior and 30 in the reserve, that's 70. I think we don't know where this will end. So I'd be just saying, could we just have it under 25 championship?
Okay, Good Paddy Joe. I think it has been sufficiently debated. Some concerns have been raised and questions for you, Jerry, there from Cork, Portlauriga, and from the Ards, Joe, or maybe in your sum up you can deal with them.
Well, I suppose, first of all, to address Diarmaid O'Donovan's query, this is not intended as a second senior hurling panel. As I say, essentially, it's a competition, to provide players who are actively involved at senior level and possibly under 21 level a game rather than just training continuously, particularly, and Paddy Joe has made a point, reserves now, that was just a title put on it. We're open to suggestions on if it were passed on the naming of the competition. But I think the point you make is, I don't think it has any great relevance, to be honest, because players want to play. If they want to make if they want to be seen on the big stage, this is an opportunity for them. And I wouldn't foresee, personally, I'm not involved at county level now, but I wouldn't see a difficulty in that regard. I don't think it would be an insurmountable problem if it did arise. I'm sure it could be handled within the county. And Paddy Joe has mentioned why call them reserves. It was for one, we were speaking about the reserve players on the senior panels as kind of the foundation for these particular teams, Paddy Joe, and that's where the name reserves came from. But I said it could be, as I say, we have presently the Intermediate Hurling Championship. We could call it an under 25 hurling competition or whatever it needs to be called. The Austria has mentioned again reservation, and I would stress this: we don't see this interfering in any way or creating a new competition, or interfering in any way with club fixtures. I know from my own experience, the intermediate hurling, when Cork was fielding an intermediate hurling team, it never, very, very rarely interfered in any significant way with the running of the club championships within the county. And this, I think, we could see this being run along similar lines. So, as I said, maybe, as you say, the possibility is if this is passed for hurling, that it would be the request would come for football. But I think the junior football championship possibly is facing down a similar road to the intermediate hurling championship at the moment. So that's all.
Okay, I'm going to put the motion 30 in the name of Corlia Namuan to introduce an under 25 reserves hurling championship to amend the rules that deal with that. If you agree with Corlia Namuan to introduce the under 25 reserve championship, you press 1. If you disagree, you press 2. 1 to approve the motion from Corlia Namuan, 2 to disapprove. Make your choices, please. The motion is defeated. 78% no, 22% yes. Moving on to motion 31, Ruan Triacha Ahean. It's in the name of Corlia Ulu, and it's that Rule 6.29 of the Provincial Championship be amended. Ulster Council, Brian McAvoy.
Brian McAvoy, Rooney Corlaga. On becoming Provincial Secretary, I thought it might have been a good idea to read the official guide again. It had its good points, but it did pick up a number of anomalies. And one of them was in relation to how we in Ulster hold our minor football championship. We are one of 2 provinces who do not allow a losers section in our minor championship. So it's basically straight knockout. And for many years we have, for promotional purposes, played the minor as far as possible with the senior championship. So traditionally we do not start our minor championship until mid-May to coincide with the senior championship. And of course, allowing for the provisions of the exams in June, we as far as possible try to play the minor along with the senior throughout the entire championship. So what this proposal from Ulster is to do is to remove the date, the 1st of May, by which we must start our championships. And we basically are asking that that element of the rule be removed so we can continue to operate as we always have done. We will not in any way be interfering with the timetable as scheduled in rule. We will have our championships completed in line with rule, and it's just to remove that anomaly that that our championship must be started by the 1st of May.
Good Brian. Could I just at this stage wish Brian McAvoy well? He certainly has addressed Congress on many occasions before, but that's his first address as the new Secretary of the Provincial Council of Ulster. Brian, we wish you well in your new role. Could I have a seconder for the motion from Corleolu? Tom Riley seconded. Any other speakers to the motion? No speakers that I can see anywhere in the hall? Okay, then I'm going to put the motion. If you agree with the motion as outlined by Brian McAvoy coming from Corleolu, you press 1. And if you do not agree, press 2. Motion 31. Motion is carried, 88% to 12. Okay, ag bogu ar aionish higgoji ruin iver tríha a dó, agus tagan seo ó Chorle Lion, that Rule 6.3 Intercounty Championship draw be amended to read, as they will explain. From Chorle Lion, motion 32. Proposer, please.
Be on Rooney Chorle Lion, Uteron. Essentially, all this in this motion that we're asking Congress to give the provinces the right to run their respective minor championships as they see fit for their own particular needs. Thank you, sir.
Am I going to have a seconder? Seconded, Peter O'Reilly. Speaker, Pat Tehan, Cool and Halla.
Uachtaráin Pat Tehan O'Farley. Just to expand briefly on Michael's proposal of the motion. There's one element that has come into play today, and that is Galway withdrawing their motion. And as Pat Kearney so eloquently put it, the plight that Galway have in relation to hurling. And not just Galway, but other counties at minor level. And there is imbalance in the standards in different provinces. And by passing this motion, it will give greater scope to whatever committee sits down to look at the whole aspect of minor hurling within the provinces.
Thank you, Pat. Any other speakers on the Chorle Lion motion? Okay, I don't see any more speakers, so I'm going to put the motion to the floor. And that is motion 32 as outlined. If you agree with Chorle Lion, please press 1. To say no, press 2. Motion is carried, 89% to 11. Agus an ish ag dul ar go dtí ruúin tríthe a trí from Tullahiasta to Bradorden. Another motion from a club, this time Tullahiasta Tipperary, dealing with playing gear and equipment. Tipperary, please.
Tipperary are proposing to extend Rule 1.7, dealing with playing gear and equipment, to allow sponsorship on match officials' jackets, togs, jerseys or kit bags, in accordance with an officially approved sponsorship agreement. I emphasise that passing this motion will not allow individuals to negotiate their own sponsorships, but operate within guidelines laid down by the association. It makes no sense to have a situation where we have offers of sponsorship and our rules forbid us from accepting it, whilst other codes take full advantage. There are opportunities here for counties, provinces and at national level to gain financially without exposing the association. So on behalf of Tullahiasta Tipperary, I propose this motion.
Tim, agus Cudgithe ag Mícheál de Burca. Any speakers on the motion from Tullahiasta Tipperary? It has been proposed and seconded. Anybody at all want to speak? Please raise your hand. If not, I'm going to put the motion. There's no need to reply if there's no debate, lads. Okay, it's all fairly clear, so you're going to vote. If you agree with the motion as outlined from Tipperary, as usual, you press 1, and if you wish to say no, press 2. Motion is carried, 84% to 16. Moving on now to motion 34, Rule 2.1, and it's to do with membership and registration. This comes from another club, this time Túmi Vara, agus Arish Taganche ó Hebradorden.
Uachtaráin, Tipperary are proposing this motion, which in effect brings it into line with the under-17 championships, and it makes our players who are under 18 up to this now will be now adult from 17 onwards. So it brings that into line, and that's really what it's doing here. Cormac.
Cormac, and a seconder for the Sean Nugent has seconded. Any speakers on this motion? Please indicate if you wish to speak on the motion as proposed. Motion 34. Yeah, sorry, Chris Thor.
Uachtaráin, while I can understand some of the logic in Tipperary's motion, putting in position of paying full membership fee on a family for a 17-year-old is very significant in any club and clubs throughout the country. And I think we have to take into account the challenges your families face, your young people face. And I would be just concerned that we're opposing something that's absolutely unnecessary in creating an adult situation to a 17-year-old when it has no implications for them playing, in my view, and imposing a membership fee, a full membership fee in every club for a 17-year-old, I think is unnecessary. I look after minor teams myself, both hurling and football in my own club, and it's challenging enough to get him to pay a lesser membership fee as an 18-year-old, rather than imposing it on a 17-year-old. I think we're putting an unnecessary burden on families.
Cormac, Chris Thor. In Cainchorella, he is Sahala. Anyone else wish to speak on the motion? No? Do you want to respond, or do you want to put the motion, lads?
Uachtaráin, take that consideration on board, but in effect, membership fees are up to the consideration of the different clubs anyway. So I would say it's not a major issue, is it? The bigger issue is that these 17-year-olds now that are playing at adult competition have full rights and full membership, which are entitled to, I would say. Come on, good.
Okay, so you're putting the motion. Okay, if you agree with the motion from Túmi Vara Tipperary, as always, you press 1. If you do not agree, press 2. Motion is lost. 33% yes and 67% no. Motion number 35 is a rule to amend Rule 3.14 dealing with county conventions, again from a club, Commonwealth Tone, Kildress, Cheer Owen.
On Dominic McCarthy Tyrone. The motion that is presented here on behalf of the Kildress Club in Tyrone, which went through county convention, is very simple and straightforward. Currently in rule, there is a time period of 1 month for returns by clubs to the county secretary for motions and nominations for convention. And what this motion is suggesting is that that month period be reduced to 2 weeks. Now, the reason for that is the clubs felt that a 4-week period was too long a gap because the accounts and clubs now close on the 31st of October, and the convention must be held within a certain date, which gives them a limited time then to get their information put forward. So it's simple, it's straightforward. There are modern means of communication, modern and improved methods of printing for secretaries' reports and convention reports, and we feel that now that time period could be reduced quite readily to a 2-week period. Gurmai Hagav.
Ramil Maiga Dominic, could you hear Lesh on Rune Shin? Tom Riley, Arish and Shostakov on speaker. Yeah, Jeremy Arish.
Uachtaráin Diarmuid O'Donovan Corkig. I have here the booklet with the rune for today's motions. Okay. Now, since these motions were submitted more than 8 weeks ago, they have been read, they have been vetted, they have been sent back for correction, reread, vetted again, and finally they go one of 3 directions. Either here on the Clár, they're either sent back because they're out of order, or they're sent to Central Council to be looked at and reviewed in a different way. Now, the rune that go forward to every county convention are the very same. They have got to be read, they have got to be vetted, and they have to be done so with considerable care. Now, if we pass this motion, we will greatly reduce the time available for that. And every county committee will tell you that the lead up to county convention is a hectic time. And when things are busy, mistakes are made. And otherwise, what could be very important and very good motions could finally lose their way and run into the ground because they haven't been vetted and looked at properly. I think, Uachtaráin, it is important that we maintain the amount of time that is available to properly vet and rewrite motions. And to refer back for rewriting if necessary. So we would be against this motion in Cork.
Okay, Gurmai Jeremy. Any other speakers? Yeah, there, column beside you.
Padder Rahili Longford, just to add to Jeremy's point, if this motion is passed, the turnaround time for doing all of these things is reduced to 1 week. It's coming back to us as county secretaries in 2 weeks. It has to be vetted, and we have to have our documentation out with clubs at least a week in advance of our congresses. So all the necessary work that has to be done, as Jeremy mentioned earlier, has to be done within a week. It isn't practical, so it's not.
Okay, good Peter. I think, Dominic, maybe if you could respond. I don't see any other speaker indicating the wish to speak. Are there? No. Dominic, if you wish to respond to the items that have been raised by both Longford and Cork in your sum up, please.
I would just ask Tyrone that the motion be put. There's nothing further that we would add to what we already proposed. Gurmai Hagav.
Okay, so Tyrone are moving motion 35. If you agree with the motion, press 1 to pass it and press 2 to say no. The motion is defeated, 9% to 91%.
At this point in the Congress, we're going to adjourn on the motions for the moment and now move on to the Óráid John Dúchtarán.
Gurmai Gathard Stewart agus a Carcha Galer, a Rish Palo Europe agus Gahari a Boitlum, Focal Ara Lish Nadini Thai Garcus Chakar in our GAA.ie agus Shibsha Tha Bali Han Shaw. Shohi Andarur Gwilshe Mar Privilege Agabsa Óráid Kinvli and a Horston Kogal Nashunta. Blin Gnivak Rohak Ella a Viagin o Yasme an Shohanurig. Tawakter Tofa Agin Inish. Agus Tasul Agam Gomor Kuaibru John a Rihna Bliana. Gowan Buyakas agus Banat John Horden Avan Kiela Paula agus Eratlan Galer. Tá spirit an náisiún biológer I goman luthlas gael tána clihí gaelacha lán le beocht in our globana. Ní dó ilumsa go muid riamh cóláger is a támuid in ishi goman luthlas gael. 2016 was always going to be a special year, not alone for Ireland, but for all of us in the GAA. Given the traditions that embody the GAA and our arrival on the landscape, coinciding as it is with the emergence of modern Ireland, it was always going to be carrying added poignancy in the celebrations and commemorations of the events of 1916. It was right and it was fitting that we marked that important year, not just here in Croke Park, but throughout our clubs in the country. And I want to thank all of you, our clubs and our counties, and our international units on the energy and the vitality and creativity that you showed in commemorating suitably the events of 1916. It was always our intention from our Corlia level that we would commemorate the events in our own way in a tasteful manner. The GAA did not own and cannot lay claim to the events of Easter 1916, nor did we attempt to do so. Our main focus was on our Lecre event, which was held here on April 24th. We sought to tell the story of Ireland from its earliest beginnings right up to modern time. The Lecre event linked the diaspora at home with the nation, whilst weaving an entertaining narrative, and it was relevant for all our members. We chose the actual calendar date of the rebellion, 24th of April, as the most suitable day for the pageant, which took place as it did just after Division 1 and 2 Alliance finals. We had a capacity crowd in Croke Park, and the event received much favourable comment. And I thank everyone involved, especially the club volunteers who attended and participated. Other particular standout events that we had during the year was our lecture series, a summer school, the special programmes that we published right throughout the year, and the special inscriptions on the medals which were presented to the All-Ireland winners, on the ongoing project that we have with the relatives and victims of the Bloody Sunday outrage. I was particularly moved by two 1916 events that I attended outside of Ireland. One, a commemoration that was held in Gaelic Park in New York with all of the GAA clubs in New York present. It was a moving and fitting ceremony. And a second one where I attended in Frongach in Wales, where the prisoners of the rebellion were held immediately after that rebellion, and where they played their very own Gaelic games competitions, including an All-Ireland final. And I want to thank the Provincial Council of Britain for organising that event in Frongach. Many of our members view their Irishness through the prism of their involvement with the GAA, and no matter where they find themselves, this is true. Our basic aim as an association is embodied in Rule 1.2 of our official guide, which states, and I quote, "The strengthening of the national identity in a 32-county Ireland." That aim remains for all of us in the GAA, and to aspire to a 32-county Ireland, united by agreement of the people, is something that we all in the GAA still aspire to. For many in the 6 counties during more challenging recent times, involvement in the GAA brought cohesion and it brought identity. And whilst our past is important to us, the GAA has not been found wanting when it comes to helping in the shaping of a modern Ireland. With this in mind, I was disappointed how some comments I made in Dubai last November were presented by some. Anyone who read what I actually said, as opposed to some of the headlines or sound bites, know that my comments reaffirmed the special place we reserve in the GAA for both the national flag and our An Chomhdháil. The flag and the anthem are a precious part of our heritage, and they will remain so. Together, they provide us with a tangible demonstration of our ideals and visions. And what I did say also, in the context of how our games are promoted overseas, was that if change comes to this country in the coming years, we will be part of that discussion and the emerging narrative, given the place we occupy in society. Change in the form of a new, agreed, united Ireland is something that we in the GAA aspire towards. And as in the past, we will be open-minded about potential emergence of democratically agreed arrangements. What takes place in the political sphere is beyond our remit, but we all share the same island and overlap is inevitable. I am very pleased with the motions that you have passed this morning relating to the Inter-County Football Championship. For a period of 24 months, Central Council has conducted the most open, democratic discussion that you could possibly imagine, where we engaged with everybody within the association, our members, our clubs and our counties. And it did clearly emerge, as the debate pointed out this morning, that from all of that, 3 principles emerged. There is no appetite at the moment in the GAA to end our provincial championships. We do not want any lengthening of the inter-county season, and less successful counties at the moment are disinterested in the idea of a second-tier competition. We were faced with the position at last Congress where we could have established work groups, we could have done nothing, and what we did in management was we decided we would ask our Ardstúrthóir to review the whole situation, to look back on all reports as previously published and to come up with findings that would best suit the association and would have the best possibility of being passed. I want to thank the Ardstúrthóir for his diligence, his hard work, his research and everything that he has done. And to say to you as Congress delegates, Pádraig Ó Duffig as our Ardstúrthóir is the outstanding sports administrator in Ireland at this time, and I want to sincerely thank him. I have no doubt that what you have passed this morning will help. I have no doubt that the lot of the club here will be enhanced by the tightening of the games programme. I have absolutely no doubt that the new style quarter-final groups will give members and supporters the opportunity to see our very best teams at venues around the country. I think there will be an excitement that we had not seen previously. And as with replays, the surrendering of the month of September in the sense of PR, it is a price worth paying. And I am confident that we will see a big difference from 2018 onwards. And all of these discussions, and I had discussions with the Ardstúrthóir on this project on a daily basis for the last 12 months, all of this was underpinned by our absolute commitment to the club. Few things exercise our members as much as the challenges that exist in the playing of club games. Real challenges do exist. And 2 main aims from any effort to overhaul how the club games are played have to centre on the provision of a meaningful calendar for our club players that allow them to plan ahead. I have full confidence in Eamon O'Sullivan as chairman of our fixture analysts group. You, as delegates, last year at Congress established the Fixtures Analysts Committee, and they have been working hard to establish best practice and to now make sure that best practice is brought down to every club, to every county, through an education process to make sure that there is a proper planned fixture scheduling in keeping with the overall decisions you have taken here today. We have to acknowledge that most of our counties do run very fine, exciting fixture programmes, but it also has to be said that there is need for improvement in some of our counties, and we will work on that. Every one of us, myself and all of you, are club members first and foremost. Together, all of us in this room, all of us in our clubs, in GPA, CPA, provincial councils or whatever, we have to all work together and we can achieve everything, and I have no doubt that great improvements will be made. I know that there has been fears expressed in relation to hurling, and in the debate this morning from Galway, it was gratifying that we were able to have a little, but though brief, discussion and be able to let all of you know. And in listening to the Ardstúrthóir again, when he was summing up in the debate on the football championship, that hurling cannot and will not be forgotten. But there is a truth, unpalatable or palatable, depending on how you look at it. The hurling championship was not and is not in need of the same reforms that the football championship was. Hurling was always and remains the jewel in the crown from the foundation of the GAA. Can it be improved? It has been already signalled here at Congress that some counties see certain changes that could help, and that's what a Central Council is for, that's what a Management Committee is for, and we will be doing that. I want to mention at this Congress the appointment since last year of Martin Fogarty as Hurling Director. Martin, with responsibility for hurling, will ensure that standards rise and that more and more people and that every boy and girl on the 32 counties of Ireland and in all our units worldwide are given the opportunity to swing a hurl. We have wonderful facilities in the GAA. I have opened numerous club grounds and numerous club houses. It is fantastic to see and to experience the energy, the ambition that your clubs have for the GAA, and I compliment all of you on it. On a national level, we opened the National Games Development Centre at Abbottstown this year, and it is a wonderful facility for everybody within the GAA unit. I look forward to the official opening of Páirc Uí Chaoimh by the banks of the Lee. And whilst progress on Casement Park is at times painfully slow, there is still progress, and we as an association are absolutely committed to seeing that Casement Park on the banks of the Lagan in Antrim will be continued and that the project is brought to fruition. Worldwide there are also developments, and we hope that this year will see the reopening of the Emerald Grounds in Ruislip in London, and I know that work is ongoing in Gaelic Park in New York. So everywhere at all levels, at home in Ireland and around the world, there are constant developments to improve our facilities, reflecting the ambition of the GAA to keeping moving forward. Since Congress last year, we concluded an agreement with the Gaelic Players Association. The contents of that agreement are well known and have been overwhelmingly endorsed at Management and Central Council. We will continue to fund the GPA programme in the amount of €2.75 million per annum, which is a slight increase in the previous agreement. But the main increases in this particular agreement will go directly to the players, and I welcome that. I think it is important that we as an association are investing directly in our own players and that this is channeled through the county boards. I take on board concerns that some counties have, but I know that through the offices of Tom Ryan and the Finance Office here in Croke Park, those concerns will be addressed. And the key part of that agreement, which I have to state to you at Congress as your President, there is no demand for pay to play. It is off the agenda, and we are all agreed that the amateur status of our players remains intact. We also concluded in November a media rights deal for the next 5 years, and it was an attempt to make sure that we got a good balance between television, radio coverage here in Ireland, in Britain and around the world, and I am pleased that we have done that. We have more games than ever now being broadcast across a wide variety of platforms. And I am particularly pleased with the success of GAA Go. There are 195 countries registered as official countries with the United Nations, and we have a GAA Go presence in all 195 of those countries. It has to be acknowledged that it's a small presence in some of the countries, but it's quite amazing that a tiny island of Ireland is now being viewed everywhere, and the GAA Go is a particular example of fantastic advances that we have been making. I know some have concerns about some of the media rights deal, and that is natural in an association as broad as ours. In coaching and games development, you would have seen from the financial report of Tom Ryan last night, financially we spend more on coaching and games development than any other area of endeavour. And this is good. I am glad that that is the case. We are a games organisation, so it's only natural that we should do that. We have never before had more people playing our games. At Féile, at the Cool Camps, the club activity all bears this out. Children love to play games and they're attracted to our games. But I would like to strongly emphasise to you today the absolute need for us to stay firm with the Go Games model. We only have the numbers growing in our association because they're playing for fun. Worldwide research, not just in Ireland, worldwide research shows that the main reason why people drop out of sport is because of a bad experience at young or at youth level. Over-competition puts people off. And in an era where we have many health issues associated with young people, and where in the GAA, through the healthy club models, we have fantastic programs to help people, we have to ensure that we keep people with the GAA. And I want to acknowledge the work of my predecessor, Liam O'Neill, in this area, who totally transformed the whole participation levels in Féile. And it's important that we keep that in our clubs and in our counties. There have been many references this weekend, and I'm delighted that there have been, to the World GAA. The growth of the GAA internationally is absolutely phenomenal. I warmly applaud the 450 clubs that are now scattered around the world for their heroic endeavours. We have clubs now in areas you could scarcely have imagined a decade ago. And for me as president, the highlight of my presidency to date was the World Games here in Croke Park in August 2016. It was a wonderful occasion where we welcomed people, some of them Irish emigrants, but a great many of them who had no connection to Ireland whatsoever. It was an uplifting experience, and we have to all remember that our games belong to everybody, and inclusivity is important. I am thrilled that this week, on the eve of Congress, we have made the decision that the World Games will be held here in Croke Park on 2019, and planning will start immediately. And I hope that a great many of you that may have missed our event this year in 2016 will attend the World GAA Finals in Croke Park in 2019. And just finally on World Games, 2 important changes are happening with the international units that all of you in Congress should be aware of. In the past, a lot of our units around the world had Irish games for Irish emigrants. That has been transformed. An increasing number of teams are now comprised of native-born players. That is something that we strongly encourage. And secondly, a lot of our teams have no Irish whatsoever on them. They are made up of people from the country that the club is established in, and we continue to strongly support that. I appreciate that particularly in the United States of America, a great many of our members are concerned. Indeed, 2 delegates who were due to attend this Congress found that they couldn't come because they may not return. And we are concerned about that, and we work closely with the Department of Foreign Affairs and with Irish American groups to support their plight. We have seen in many engagements with the Department of Foreign Affairs that the GAA is the crucial way of reaching Irish people. And I thank the department for their work, for their support, and I want to especially thank the staff in the embassies and the consulates worldwide for everything they do for not only GAA members, but for all Irish. We have great relationships with all our Gaelic sports, and particularly with camogie and with ladies football. And if you were to ask somebody today on Clonliffe Road if camogie and ladies football was part of the GAA, I know the answer that 9 out of 10 people would give you. It is still strange that we have all our different sports but under different umbrellas. Increasingly we are working to make sure at club level that we have one club and that we all wear the same colours on the same pitch. Crucially, we all share the same values, and shortly we will be bringing forward a template where we will show where camogie and ladies football and our GAA clubs can happily work together in a one club model, and we certainly look forward to that because together we are a lot stronger. Tá an Gaeilge ag crí láir ag cumann luach le scéal agus baig go Joe. Tá sí fós le feiceáil go fórleathan ag ar nimachtaí, agus tá áit speisialta ag muintir GAA I Dave ar Jonga. Is cúis mór bród domsa go bhfuil a lán cluban inis ag feimá trí bhean na Gaeilge. Agus bóhaithlumm cógáirdeas a choranúil don drám a chur an comórtas pelle na Gaeltachta ar siúl gach bliain. Cuidíonn sé go mór le córthon cín na Gaeilge I meas Gaelgóirí agus I meas muintir na Gaeltachta. I am pleased that we have now established the Fundúrach Joe McDonagh. The Joe McDonagh Foundation is our way of acknowledging and remember Joe's commitment to the language, but it will provide practical supports and help and advice for people. And under the direction of Cuiste na Gaeilge, there is now a lot of measures in place to help and to support all clubs in the promotion of Irish language in their communities. It was sad in the past year that we lost 3 very influential people that have been cited this weekend already in Joe McDonagh and Jack Bootman, both former Uachtaráin of this association, and Danny Murphy, a former secretary of the Ulster Provincial Council. Every year we lose valued members and leaders, but it was unusual to lose 3 in such a short time. Jack Boothman, Joe McDonough and Danny Murphy, they all hail from different parts of the island, representing 3 of our 4 provinces. But there was one thing that bound them together, and that was an unbridled interest and a passion for our games and activities. All 3 selflessly threw themselves into this organisation and into the games that they promoted. All 3 offered leadership around different challenges and guidance that comes with the expansion of the GAA. We are a lesser place without them, but we certainly wouldn't be who we are without all 3 of them. And it was my unpleasant duty as Uachtaráin to deliver the 3 funeral eulogies over 3 close friends on your behalf. And again today I extend our sympathies to the Bootman, McDonagh and Murphy families. They are missed, but their legacy will remain to the fore within Cumann Luchtlass-Gael. A concerted effort to upskill and assist our officers at every level commenced after Congress last year. We have now a large team of well-trained associates who are now travelling the country to your counties to make sure that we engage with all our club officers. It's a very ambitious, but it's very important that we do this. Every club will have and has the opportunity to make sure that the volunteers are supported in being upskilled and being trained in the best possible way that they can to make sure that they carry out their roles in a professional manner in their clubs. This is yet another example of our commitment to helping clubs and the volunteer officers. The GAA democracy is essential. It is very important that the democratic process in our clubs and our counties remain and stay strong. It has been one of the central planks within the GAA from our foundation, and we have seen that in evidence here today. It's important that we democratically elect our officers and then that we give them the support through upskilling and training. But it is also important that that democracy runs its way right through to Congress, and again, the examples today show that it is democracy in action. One of the most important pieces of work being done during my term as President is the committee dealing with our vision of where we see the GAA being in 20 years. Last year at Congress, I mentioned to you that we had a committee working quietly and assiduously called IDRO 150. They're under the chairmanship of the former INTO General Secretary, John Carr. They will soon be able to produce a preliminary report of their findings. They have carried out a thorough review of the GAA, both at home in Ireland and around the world, how we run ourselves as an organisation, but crucially, their report will be to positions for the year 2034 when this association will be 150 years old. We need to plan now and say, what kind of a GAA do we want? And that's the type of work that they're undergoing. And when we set out our vision, it'll then be our task in the next 17 years to work towards that. And I certainly look forward to launching their findings in the near future. There has been mention already this weekend of the urban and rural challenges, and we have both. A lot of our clubs, I see them on a weekly basis, are suffering from lack of numbers. It is a very large area, and that has been mentioned and debated last night, and I welcome the debate. I also welcome the Ard Stewardshurst comments in relation to same. And to repeat what's in the Ard Stewardshurst report, we as a GAA cannot produce jobs in rural Ireland, but we certainly can encourage government and local authorities, and we can certainly offer our assistance to the initiatives that are currently being undertaken to see that everything possible can be done to retain populations in rural areas. And our strength has always been and remains in those rural areas. But as rural decline happens, there is an urban growth, and we also have major challenges there. Some of our weakest inter-county counties are in areas of high population. Some of our weakest GAA clubs are in towns of very large population. I visited a town last week of 17,000 people, and they play junior hurling and they amalgamate for football. So we have major challenges in the urban landscape also. We also, in the large urban areas, have a major lack of facilities. And we certainly will be actively working with government to encourage that they provide more state-funded 4G pitches or pitches that we can share and use in the urban areas. As with any other family or any other community, it is important to have good relations with those who live close by you. We now have excellent relations with those who live in the immediate area around Croke Park, and I warmly welcome everybody involved in that. And due to that good relationship that we have with our neighbours in the Croke Park area, we will this calendar year be starting on a major development on the Cusack stand side of Croke Park. We will be making a new entrance from the Ballybock area right in a new avenue to the Cusack stand. And crucially, alongside it, we will be constructing a new Irish handball centre. For too long, handball has been sidelined from Croke Park, and with the construction of the handball centre, it will bring back handball to its proper place at the heart of Croke Park and the GAA area. I want to thank everybody involved in Park and Croke Chorantha for all their work on many projects within Croke Park, and especially for their very hard and ongoing work in relation to the new Croke Park Villas and Handball Centre development. Teachers have been mentioned always at every Congress since 1884, and rightly so. Again, last night we had many comments on the valuable work. And again, as President, I want to thank not only the teachers, I would thank the boards of management and the members of the boards of management and boards of governors in 6 counties. They are a very important part of making sure that children receive what is a proper education in the knowledge of local Gaelic games and their place in Ireland. And again, we acknowledge and thank everything that is being carried out for us on 1st, 2nd and 3rd level. There is hardly a school on the island of Ireland where the GAA isn't the primary sport, and we want to thank sincerely everybody involved in bringing us to that position. I've already mentioned the Archdurher and his outstanding leadership in Croke Park. A previous president of mine many, many years ago, I hasten to add, over 30 years ago, was asked how many staff worked in Croke Park, and he said about half of them. Now, he was being funny, but perhaps if you wear an historian's hat, there may be a little element of truth. The absolute opposite is now the case. We have an absolute wonderful staff in Croke Park. They work way above and beyond the call of duty. Most of them are involved as volunteers in their clubs. They are all in here early morning. You know yourselves, they will respond to all of your requests, and we have never had a more dedicated set of staff than we currently have working for us in Croke Park. And I think on behalf of you and Congress, we should say to our staff, Goracade Mila Mila Maihagov. The Archdurher and I published a strategic plan to cover the term of my presidency when I was elected when I came into office 2 years ago. We recently published a mid-term review of that. It is available here in Croke Park and on our GAA Learning website. I would urge you to read it. Finance has been mentioned, and it's good to note that our finances within the Croke Park Central Council accounts are continuing to be stable and solid. And I want to thank Peter McKenna as Stadium Director for the ongoing works, some of which you see in this room, to the upgrading of the Croke Park meeting and events space. This is one of the busiest convention centres in the island of Ireland, and only last week we won the top #1 award for the best meetings and convention centre in Britain and Ireland. And again, I congratulate Peter and his team on winning that wonderful award. Being a member of the GAA means so many different things to different people, and the GAA experience in Ballymun is not the same as it is in Achill. But what binds all of us together from different social settings is the playing of our games and what it means in the wider community. I know that for some it's an expression of Irishness, for some the joys just of playing games, and for many others it's a social outlet. But for others it's being part of a movement. And let's not forget, it's supposed to be about fun and enjoyment. But none of it is possible if people do not put their hands up to lead and to serve, fulfilling the tasks to run a club and to run a county. And I salute all of you, the club and county volunteers, for what you do. We are privileged to have the outstanding commitment of thousands of volunteers who take on this onerous responsibility. The localised lead role our clubs play in communities is quite staggering. They provide an outlet for young and old. It's why our clubhouses host both funerals and christenings. It's why we celebrate and commiserate together. We are absolutely a GAA from cradle to the grave. And crucially, it's why, after our family names, we proudly hang our hat on the club names and the club colours that spawned us and make us the people we are. We owe it. We owe it to that unique and unrivaled structure and dynamic to do everything in our power to support and to bolster and to preserve it. This great organisation is multi-layered, it is multifaceted, and on my visit to many of your counties, I've often referred to it as being like a beehive. It is a family, and we are family. But it's comprised of so many different parts. It's very much a bottom-up organisation, and we feed off the energy and the empowerment that the club network provides. It is our counties, it is our clubs, it is their famous colours. It's our provinces and the ancient rivalries. It is Britain, it is the USA, New York, Canada, Australasia, Europe, the Middle East, Asia, South Africa, and Argentina. It's GAA Go, CYC, ABC, Asian Games, the Ferrybank Tournament, and the Comórtas Pella na Gaeltachta. It's Croke Park, it's Park Hyon Vic Diarmada, Park Ishbala, and Treasure Island. And for many of us, it's Lála Pádraig and it's All-Ireland Finals Day. We are handball, score, camogie, rounders, football, hurling, féile, and Celtic Challenge, health and community, and GAA Museum. We all come from different backgrounds, we speak with different accents, but we are one and the same when we cross the GAA threshold. Club is at the heart of the GAA. I see the colour and the passion throughout Ireland and the world. Total loyalty to the club, the honour of the little village. We always have. We are very positive in the GAA. We avoid negativity. We avoid the wearisome constant criticism from a small few. And indeed, as the Irish-Australian poet John O'Brien noted, there are pessimists who constantly would say, "We will all be ruined," says Hanrahan, "before the year is out." But we were never stronger in the GAA. And I would like us to keep enjoying the beauty that we have in this association. I've had a bird's eye view of the GAA for the last 24 months, of the clubs that are dotted not only in Ireland but in destinations around the world we'd never dreamed about. I know when I see the importance of the fluttering colours on the poles, on the lampposts, and I can appreciate the ability of a club or a county to set the mood in an area for a week, for a month, or indeed a generation. And I know the sort of resilience that our clubs have come to provide in recent times with the modern challenges facing all of us. I also know the reluctance of clubs to agree to mergers, sometimes needed to keep the show on the road. Perhaps because 15 of their players between 18 and 26 are in New South Wales. But the pull and the draw of our games is unmistakable, and many of those same exile Gaels fueling our international expansion with others who never played the games at home are all hooked by the enthusiasm. Our calendar is made up of never-to-be-forgotten days at every level, from county finals to féile competitions, from All-Ireland finals and everything in between. It's on these days that memories are forged, days and events that would not be possible, but for everything that takes place in between. Do we have challenges? Absolutely. We have new and ongoing ones, and improvements to make, but we will face them. If you can show me an organisation that doesn't have challenges, you're citing an organisation that's irrelevant and adrift, and in the GAA we are neither. We are very aware on the areas we have to work on, but we are addressing them. And however, it would not be possible. It would be not possible to be positive about everything we see in this association because of people, the social and the emotional investment that we make in youth, the experience, the passion, the vibrancy. There is no room for complacency because the organisation that stops evolving stops growing, and I don't see this happening. I want to thank all of you for everything you do. I want you to look forward with confidence. I look forward to working this next 12 months with the Uachtaráin Tuffa John Horton, with our Ard-Stewart Pádraig Duffy, our Management Committee and our Council. We have to always continue in the way that we have to make sure that the upward trajectory continues. I know Oscar Wilde has been quoted twice this morning, so I will leave Oscar to one side and maybe quote our first patron. The very first patron of the GAA was Charles Stewart Parnell, and in 1885 he said, and I quote, "No man has the right to fix the boundary to the march of a nation. No man has the right to say to his country, thus far shalt thou go, and no further, unquote. That same thinking is true today of the GAA. No one should set limits on where this organisation can go in the future. Agus mar sin mar uachtarán, bhhaithla mará live, ar aiglin ar son na Herden, agus ar son Cumann Luathna Scéil. Gur míle mai hagah. Okay, Carter, we're going to we're going to break for lunch, and like an old-style schoolmaster, I'm going to give you 15 extra minutes for lunch break because you've been so good. So we've had a wonderful morning and a great Congress. It is now 1 o'clock, and we will resume Congress at 2:15. Gura mai hagah. Just says. Okay, Accordia, if you could all take your seats, please. We'll be resuming Congress now in under 1 minute. Thank you very much. Resuming Congress under 1 minute, we will be beginning with the report of the Youth Forum. Okay, Accordia, Guramaiguf, and Congress has now resumed for what will be the final session of Congress 2017, and we will begin this session, this particular part of Congress, with the Youth Forum report. So I will invite Owen, and please, if you can all please give our young youth members of the GAA your best attention. But to start this part of the afternoon, I invite Owen to the podium. Owen Leatherhill.
Good afternoon. My name is Owen Gately and I'm from Lucan Sarsfields in County Dublin, and I'm a member of a group of young people known as the Youth Reps. Today, along with my fellow Youth Reps Connor, Caitlin and Christina, I will be reporting on the activities of the Youth Reps in 2016 as well as our planned projects for 2017. Every year at the annual GAA Youth Forum, delegates are given the chance to apply for the role of Youth Reps. This year, a total of 10 Youth Reps representing all 4 provinces in the country and the nation of Ireland have been appointed. The role of the Youth Reps is to act and speak on behalf of the young people in the association. Before we go any further, I'd like to test your knowledge with some key statistics about young people in the GAA. I will ask you a question and you will have the options to vote on which answer you think is correct. So please have your voting devices ready and vote once prompted. Question number 1. How many young children attended the Kellogg's GAA Cool Camps in 2016? Was it 1, 97,000 children, 2, 112,000 children, or 3, 127,000 children? Please vote now.
For everybody, 1, 2 or 3 to answer Owen's question. 1 if you think it's 97,000, 2, 112, 3, 1, 2, 3. Sorry, Owen, but it's the zappers. 1, 2 or 3.
Can we have the results on screen, please? So yeah, you were correct on that one. The correct answer was 127,000 children, an increase of 25% on 2015 figures, an increase of 57% on 2012 figures, which shows us clearly the appeal that the GAA has both towards young children and parents alike. Question number 2. What percentage of registered GAA members are aged between 8 and 18 years old? Is it 1, 21%, 2, 29%, or 3, 37%? Please vote now. Could we now have the results on screen, please? Once again, you were correct. The correct answer was 37% of young people. That means that over a third of all registered GAA members are under the age of 18. Furthermore, 54% of playing members of the GAA are under the age of 18. Now, for my final question of today. How many young people applied online to attend the GAA Youth Forum in 2016? Was it 1, 597, 2, 672, or 3, 701 online applicants? Please vote now. Could we get the results up on screen, please? Unfortunately, you weren't correct this time. The correct answer was, in fact, 672. Unfortunately, we were only able to cater for 200 applicants, but this will be growing by much more in 2017. And these statistics serve to show how important young people are to the GAA. People speak about young players as the future generation or the leaders of tomorrow. However, given that 1/3 of GAA members and over half of playing members are under the age of 18, it is important to recognise that we, the young people, are not just the future. We are the now and we are the present. And that is why an initiative such as the GAA Youth Forum and the opportunity to report to Congress is so important. I will now ask Conor to speak a bit further about the GAA Youth Forum in 2016.
Thank you, Owen. My name is Conor and I'm from Middletown in County Armagh. The GAA Youth Forum took place on Saturday the 28th of October 2016. As Owen has mentioned, we had over 600 young players apply to attend, but due to the capacity we could only accommodate 200 delegates on the day. This in itself is a massive increase from our first ever forum in 2013 where we had only 57 delegates. In total, 29 of the 32 counties were represented, and we also had members of the LGFA and the Camogie Association present. The Youth Forum is all about empowering and educating young players. The atmosphere on the day was electric, and a range of activities were provided, including an exhibition zone, workshops, a free-taking masterclass with a number of high-profile inter-county players, as well as a question and answer session at the end of the day. Because the overall aim is to educate young players, the workshops are one of the most important aspects of the day. Last year, you as Congress voted upon the theme for the 2016 Forum, and that theme selected was youth development. With this in mind, the topics were selected by the Youth Committee with input from ourselves as the youth reps. As you can see, we had 2 age groups present and provided different workshops for each age grade with a specific theme of youth development in mind. I will now show you a short video to get a real flavour of the day.
I'm Emma Lou, I'm from Whitehall Colmkills, I'm from Dublin. I heard about it last year and I thought that was a great idea. I think it's very important to involve youth players because we're the rising generation. We need to be involved, we need to learn about rehabilitation, recovery and good nutrition, and I think it's a great way to get young players involved.
Tyg Lynch, Naguel, Kerry. I'm here purely for the love of GAA. I'm hoping to learn a few things and, get my game better just by being here.
Our workshop is around trying to find the right balance, so that can take in a few different topics, like between study and sport, between dealing with multiple managers. And with myself and Rory's stories, where in a sort of a fun and engaging way, we're trying to get young people to understand that they have a certain amount of control over decisions that they make, and to give them the confidence and the empowerment to actually say, this is what's going on, this is what's right for me, and to take control of that a little bit more. And we did that through sort of inspiring them to have real talks, meaningful conversations, and be open and honest and direct with different stakeholders that are involved in their lives.
Myself and Justin Campbell did a workshop around addiction. I suppose, there was a couple of key messages. I suppose, first of all, was, to give a little bit of insight to what addiction is, who potentially is affected by it, some of the warning signs.
My name is Sam Victory, I play for St Mary's GFC in County Meath. We were down doing the Respect workshop with David Goff, and you could tell he really knew his stuff, and it was great to get an opinion of one of the top referees in Ireland, see what they have about respect, because we can often be given out to them during the match, and to see what they have to say was really interesting.
My workshop was on injury prevention and recovery. The key message was firstly that injuries can happen, but there is certain measures that you can take to reduce injuries, and also the importance of recovery. Obviously, if you're looking after your body, you're doing all the right things. Hopefully in turn you can try and reduce injuries from happening.
My name is Caitlin Donnelly and I'm from McCarthy Cup in County Tipperary. As Owen said earlier, the role of the GAA Youth Reps is to act and speak on behalf of young people in the association. This report to Congress allows us to use our voice, but we also want to ensure that we walk the walk and carry out projects on topics that are of importance to young people. Before I tell you about our project from 2016, I have a quick question for you. How many young people in Ireland have experienced mental health difficulties? Is it 1, 1 in 3, 2, 1 in 5, or 3, 1 in 7? So if you could all vote now, please. So you voted for 1, 1 in 3, 25%, 2, 1 in 5, 47%, and 3, 1 in 7, 29%. So unfortunately, that's not correct. The correct answer is 1 in 3 young people. That statistic means that potentially 65,630 young GAA members may be affected by mental health difficulties either now or in the future. That's quite a shocking number, and this encouraged us to focus on promoting positive mental health through our hashtag Little Things project. So what is our hashtag Little Things project? Firstly, we spoke to the GAA's Community and Health Department about how we could collaborate on a project. We then decided that we would attend the GAA's Health and Wellbeing Day, which took place during the Dublin vs Kerry All-Ireland football semi-final last year. On the day, we partnered up with the HSE and Samaritans to support their hashtag Little Things campaign. We did plenty of preparation, and then with our video camera, asked the people what is the one hashtag little thing that puts them in a good mood. We got a mixed range of responses, which really proves that finding that one little thing is really important to all our members. So you can now watch our finished video, which got lots of hits on YouTube as well as other social media sites.
Hi, I'm Anya and I'm from Kalevi in Armagh, and I'm here with my friends as part of the GAA Youth Representative Group.
I'm Caitlin from McCarthy Cup in Tipperary, and the youth reps are here in Croke Park on All-Ireland semi-final day.
I'm Cormac from the Knockmore Club in County Mayo, and we are here today to support the hashtag Little Things campaign as part of the GAA's Health and Wellbeing Day here in Croke Park.
I'm Laurie from the Banner Ladies in County Clare, and we're here talking to fans to find out what little things put them in a good mood.
My name is Jamie Ryan. I'm 13 years old. I'm from Dublin, and the one little thing that makes me happy is just being with the lads and playing hurling.
Hi, I'm Emer Mansell. I am 42 years of age. I'm from Dublin, and the one little thing that makes me happy is everyday little things with my family, and of course the Dubs winning.
My name is Carmel Brennan. I'm from Clara in County Kenny. We'll be here next week, and what puts me in the good mood every day is hurling. You can't beat it every time. Woo! Come on, the Cats!
My name is Rob Brennan. I'm from Malahide in Dublin. And the one thing that puts me in a good mood is running on the beach in Malahide.
My name's Simon, I'm 24, I'm from County Antrim, and the one little thing that puts me in a good mood is coming home to see my dog.
My name's Chloe, I'm 7 years old, and I'm from County Monaghan, and the one little thing that makes me happy is when Monaghan win.
I'm Eamon Spillane, from Killarney, County Kerry, living in Dublin, and the one thing that puts me in a good mood is coaching my son Oisín and his friends in Temple Oak Sing Street Football Club.
My name is Shabelle Carolyn. I'm 23 years old. I'm from Dublin, and the one little thing that makes me happy is playing with my niece and my nephew.
Remember, the little things can change your game. Find the little things that work for you. Check out yourmentalhealth.ie. Please make sure to share our video and continue to spread the word. So now to one of our upcoming projects, an All-Ireland Cook-Off. The World Health Organization predicts that by 2030, Ireland will be the fattest country in Europe. That was really shocking to us, and we wanted to promote healthy eating and positive nutrition. We came up with the idea of promoting 2 short videos for young players. The videos will include a number of inter-county players from all codes who will cook healthy meals that can be used both pre-match and post-match. 2 teams will battle it out in the kitchen with a blind taste test at the end, with our celebrity judge deciding who the winner will be. We have started working on the video already and are really excited to see how it turns out. We hope you're as excited as us, and will help to share our video once it is released. I will now hand you over to Christina, who will speak to you about next year's Youth Forum.
Thanks, Caitlin. My name is Christina Bradshaw, and I am from Nave Breed in Carlow. One of the key projects for the Youth Reps is the organisation of the annual forum, and its preparation has already begun for 2017. For 2017, we are thinking big for the hashtag GAA Youth Forum. Firstly, we have a new sponsor on board. Sky Sports will be working with us to promote the GAA Youth Forum. Sky Sports currently have a number of inter-county players as Sky ambassadors, and we'll be hoping to invite them to the forum to speak and interact with young players. Furthermore, the sponsorship with Sky Sports will provide us with a good platform to increase awareness around the forum, and will help us to promote the forum to interested young players. Secondly, due to the massive demand last year, we will be increasing the number of delegates to 600. This is a huge achievement. The GAA is the only sporting organisation in Ireland to hold a national forum for our young people. Notably, we are now growing to the extent of the annual coaching conference. As you can see from the slide, we have already identified the topics for the workshops for the 2017 Youth Forum. Some of the key outcomes we hope to achieve are to improve the communication and decision-making skills of young players, to provide education and information about healthy eating, and to provide informed facts about supplements. To improve the players' understanding about injury prevention and recovery, and to show young people that they can become involved in many other aspects of the GAA. At the Youth Forum, we hope to enhance the skills of young people both on and off the field to encourage personal development. To date, the Youth Forum has proven to be very successful in this area. To conclude matters, we are really optimistic and confident about our plans for 2017. I would like to sincerely thank the President and Director General for allowing us this opportunity to report to you, and I would like to thank you all for your attention. If anybody has any questions, we'll be here for the remainder of the day, and we'll be more than happy to chat.
Guramila Maihagov, and a sincere thanks to Caoimhe Ní who acts as the secretary to the group, to our four speakers, Brian Carroll, who is chairman of the youth committee, and we appreciate everything you do. So Slán Gura Maihagov to the youth representatives. Okay, we're going to resume with the motions, and if I could refer you, please, if you could open your motions book. We left off just at lunchtime as we had finished with motion 35. Now, the next number of motions, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. All of these motions refer to the threshold at which we change rules in the GAA. Just if I could point out before inviting proposers and seconders, 36 and 37. Both those motions refer to GAA Congress only, just to bring this to the attention of delegates. Motion 36 and 37, they refer to Congress. One calls for a 3/5 bar to change, and one calls for a 50%. Motion 38 is different. It refers only to county bylaws. Specific motion at 38 for county bylaws. And then motions 39 and 40, they refer to all other GAA meetings, in other words, county committee, club committee meetings. Again, the same choice as before you. In 39, they want it at 3/5 of those present, and at 40, the majority. So motions 36 and 7 are, two sides of really what we're looking at, or what has been proposed. 36 is looking for 3/5, and 37 is looking for a simple majority. I'll take 36 first, which is in the name of Druid Weo, Monaster, Lara, Agus, Tang. So could I have a proposer, please, from one of those sponsoring clubs for motion 36? Jerry Grogan beside you there. Oh, sorry, here. Sean.
Renee Undune, I would like to propose the motion as it reads there. And the reason we brought the motion is an attempt to lower the daunting threshold for change, which also finding the right and acceptable balance. There may be many who believe that the essence of democracy is a simple majority and that requirement for rule change should reflect that. There are others who believe it should remain at 2/3. We understand both, but our proposal strikes some sort of balance that means we are bringing motions to change rules will be faced with a lower and less discouraging threshold. 2/3 is internationally accepted as a qualified majority, so is 75%, but so too is 60%, which is used in many organisations, parliaments and boardrooms. The whole issue probably comes into focus with the introduction of electronic voting at Congress. So many delegates have looked on in disappointment at motions reaching 63, 64, 65% on the screen and know that it wasn't enough. To a lot of people, that seems a bar that's simply too high. But some will naturally argue that the same could be said if a motion reaches 59%, but that shouldn't persuade us not to change. We should trust ourselves as an organisation to make decisions and to make the right decisions. 2/3 is a barrier that may prevent this, and it may be a barrier to prevent members bringing motions till Congress. So, having weighed up the various arguments from a simple majority to 2/3, we think we've found a sensible balance in proposing the motion.
Gurmai got Sean. A seconder for motion 36. Seconder Peter Riley, thank you.
Padar Rahali Longford. Just to concur with Sean's comments on it, and just to add a few other ones. In the main, or as always, any rule that comes into being within the association comes in on a simple majority. But when we go to amend it, then we move up the line to 66% or 2/3 majority. This is an imperative to proper decision making, in that we fail to take on board what people want. We set the bar very high after working off a simple majority first at hand. If you compare this to this jurisdiction here, where we have a case of major changes being made to our constitution on a simple majority, we have had major changes made with a turnout of 30-odd%. We in the GAA are very democratic. Every decision we make here today or at any other Congress is basically made with 100% turnout, bar maybe a few at different stages during the day. So we are making a very, very strong statement that we have 66 people in 100 are voting, or 67 people in 100 are voting to amend some motion, whereas nationally we're making decisions where 70% of the population don't express their right to vote. So we'd like to move the motion, and we thought strong and hard about going for a simple majority, but we think that 60% is fair at this moment in time.
Gurmai, good Peter. I'm going to move also that motion 37 is put to the floor, and then we can vote on retaining everything as it is, which is 66 2/3%, or we can vote to support the motion just proposed, which is to bring it to 60%, or the motion which is for 50%, because these motions all relate only to Congress. So could I ask Tipperary, please, to move their motion, which wants the rule changed to 50%? It is Tipperary, isn't it? Sorry, and Leitrim. Sorry, Tipperary and Leitrim. Okay, Tipperary Orden. Is that okay? I think it would make it easier for us to make a decision then. We either stay as we are, change to 60% or change to 50%. So proposing to change to 50%, Tipperary Orden.
Oaktaron, or Sturahor, I was talking even though we have a motion in seeking the simple majority, I think we'll concentrate on the 2/3 motion. Currently to get a majority, it stands at 2/3, which means you have to get 67 out of 100. Some motions fail every year despite receiving various majorities between 50 and 66.6%. An important example from last year saw a proposal to bring the All-Ireland senior finals forward by 2 weeks fail despite getting over 60%. 2/3 is very high majority and can result in really good proposals being defeated. I accept that we have to be careful with the majority rules, but I cannot see how anyone can argue that 60% is not high enough. The idea that 34 defeats 67 is not equitable. Thank you.
You're not moving motion.
We'll concentrate on, we'll support the...
All right. Okay, so Tipperary are not moving a motion 37, but it's also in the name of Gael na Halinya Leitrim. So Leitrim, could I have a speaker, please, on your position on motion 37? Tertons.
We'll concur with our previous speaker and we'll concede 37 in favour of 36.
Okay, Guramaigov. So motion 37 is withdrawn from your floor. 36 has been properly proposed and properly seconded, and that's the motion now before us, that decisions at Congress in future to change shall be carried on a vote of 60%. At the moment, it's 66 2/3%. I'll invite speakers from the floor, please, on either side of the debate. Speaker in the centre.
Uachtaráin Gabhór Corkig. We debated this motion at our convention or at our meeting last Tuesday night, and we've been mandated to vote against this proposal. I feel it deserves serious consideration. This rule is probably in the books since the association was founded in 1884, and I think to change something that can affect maybe the core values of the association, I think it has served us very well. We made decisions here today, emphatic decisions in relation to motions 4, 5 and 6 by a large majority. While we mightn't in Cork have agreed with all those, we accept that it receives such an overwhelming majority that it will be the will of Congress. And we feel reducing it anything lower than 66% is a retrograde step. A strong majority, 60%, while it is a strong mandate, I think the 66% will ensure that we can retain our core values. If we don't, we could change some serious aspects of our association with a lesser majority. I think, and I would ask Congress to support our position on this, because we feel that the 66% has been there for so long, it has served us so well. Let's not just decide on a whiff here today that we're going to reduce it to 60%. And we ask Congress to reject this motion. Margaret.
Thank you, Chair. Gurmai Hagat. Speaker, Sean O'Callig.
Firstly, congratulations to Leitrim and Tipperary for withdrawing their motion, because a simple majority for major changes, I think, is too easy, as we saw with Brexit across the water. But where important changes are to be made, I think that 66% is a little too high, especially in a rapid changing world. And we have seen in the past where some very good motions haven't got the 2/3 majority, but went quite close to it. And I think in most institutions around the world, when they set a qualified majority, it's usually 60% or 3/5. If you get that, then there is a desire for change, and that should be accepted. So for those reasons, I think I would be in favour of the motion here, because it's fine to say today we got very substantial majorities in favour of our motions. That is not the essence of the question. It's best decision making, reflecting the need for change and actually making change when it's needed, and you shouldn't make it too high. So 3/5, I think, is a perfect balance.
Gurmagat Sean. In Cainshorella, any other speakers either for or against the motion? I will have to point out to Congress it will take a 2/3 majority if it's to pass.
Thank you, Uachtaráin Erskine Ardcorlia. And I suppose I should make it clear, I'm not speaking on behalf of Ardcorlia. Some may agree with what I'm about to say and some may not. I'm speaking in a personal capacity. I must say I am in favour of this motion. I think 60% reflects what should be the achievable will of Congress. Part of the reason that we're in this situation, in my view, is because we have matters in the rule book which in any county would be subject to county regulation and could be changed yearly on a 50% vote. Now, I don't think, like the previous speaker, that 50% would be acceptable for general rules about eligibility or matters such as that. And it's also worth to remember that some of our rules governing our competitions, because of the way that voting, some counties would have effectively 2 votes, although they have the same team, a number of teams in the competitions. You know, start dates for competitions, eligibility for competitions, and stuff like that. Rules governing competitions. This is a move in the right direction, and hopefully, if Congress sees fit to pass the 60%, it will mitigate some of the imbalance that there is at national level. It's not in the counties. Counties' bylaws don't contain competition regulations. We seem to have them here. 60% should be enough to change the rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Niall. Any other speakers before I put the motion? If you want to speak, indicate. Okay. I don't see any speakers. I can go back to the proposer of the motion, which came from, remind me. Proposer, yes, sorry. Sean Rooney. You want to put them? Okay. You're giving up your right to. So, just to be clear now, we're voting on motion 36, and it will take a 2/3 majority to change the rule. If you want to change the rule so that in future we change rules with 60% majority, you press 1. If you want to stay as we are with a 2/3 majority, you press 2. 1 to amend the rule to a 60%, 2 to say no to the proposal.
You press them.
The motion is carried. You have amended the rule for at annual Congress, and I repeat, at annual Congress in the future from next year, it will take 60% to change a rule. Moving on, the next motion is motion 38, which, as I explained at the start, is slightly different, so we have to take it on its own. This refers only to county bylaws. They want to change the county bylaws so that in future 2/3 be replaced with 3/5. So could I invite Cuiste Chundé Anduin, please, to propose motion 38. Sean Arish Stoka.
I would like to propose a motion. The same argument as before is just to bring the Congress rules into county bylaw, into amending county bylaws as well. Just use the same argument, and I'd like to propose a motion.
Okay, thank you, Sean. Same argument is continuing, except referring now to county bylaws. Seconder for the motion, please. Seconder Peter Riley. Speakers? If there are no speakers, I'm going to put the motion. Okay, no speakers. If you want to change the rule at county level so that bylaws at county may be changed with a 60% majority, you press 1 now. If you do not agree with the motion, press 2. %75 in favour, so the motion is carried and the amendment will apply from next year. Now, moving on, the next two motions, 39 and 40, these would be similar in the style that I dealt with 36 and 37. I'm going to ask the two of them to be active so that you can have a debate, and then obviously we'll vote on them. This refers to all other meetings, and that would apply at county committee level. So the first one is 39, and it's in the name of Tang Ear V. Could I have a proposer, please, from the motion, which comes from Tang Club in Ear V? Tom.
In proposing the motion, it's bringing the whole thing into unionism, that what we've carried in 36 will now carry into the counties and to the clubs. So it's the same argument. So I propose the motion.
Okay, you're following the same logic, same argument, but you're proposing that it now extend to county committees and to clubs. Change the rule from 2/3 to 60%. Seconder for Tang motion? Not, okay. Michael Carrigy, seconder. Any speakers on... sorry, before speakers, motion 40. I'm going to take motion 40 so that we can have the one debate. This is in the name of Railton Amara Bundoran and Bunclody Lochgarman, which looks for a majority to change. Could I have a proposer, please, for motion 40? Sean.
Uachtaráin, on behalf of Railton Amara, we'll withdraw number 40 in favour of 39.
Okay, Gurumai got Sean withdrawing in favour of 39. The motion is also included in the name of the Bunclody Club Lochgarman.
Uachtaráin, Derek Kent, Lochgarman. We just put the motion up as it is on the declare on behalf of House Bunclody. We took no decision not to change and we're going as the motion. Thank you.
Okay, motion 40 is proposed by Bunclody Club by Wexford. Could I have a seconder for motion 40? There is a hand up, isn't there? Just for the stenographer, just to give your name, please. Margaret Dial, okay, seconder. Okay, motion 40 has a seconder. Could I have speakers now? Because we have two motions before you. One will ask you to change so that county and club can be changed at 3/5, another by simple majority, and obviously you can vote against both. Any speakers to these motions? If there are no speakers, we'll have a speaker.
Uachtaráin, I think Congress should be cognizant of the fact that on the previous motions that have passed, they all relate to changing of rule. General rule at Congress and bylaws at county conventions. That opportunity arises once a year where we change rules. I think we should take a different view in relation to decisions that are made at ordinary committee meetings. And I would be particularly conscious of the dangers of simple majorities, in particular at club level, where you could have a situation where efforts will be made to change decisions that are made democratically at club level, wait for the change in attendance at the next meeting and move to change, and you can change it again by 50%, and that this could go on a regular basis, and it would cause great confusion and maybe serious concern by members. I think we should be conscious of the difference between changing a rule once a year and changing basically on the basis of whoever is present at the time on an ongoing basis, week by week or month by month.
Gurumagad, Frank, it's an important insight, and I would accept that from Frank as Chairman of Rules Advisory. It's an important distinction to make. Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay. I'm going to put motion as they appear to you in order. If we pass 39, 40 will obviously fall. Motion 39 is that we would change rules decisions at county and club meeting, altering it from 66 2/3% to 3/5 or 60%. If you agree with 39, press 1. If you do not agree, press 2. Motion fails, 58% yes, 42% no. 39 failed. 40 is still live, so I'll have to put motion 40. Motion 40 is looking for a simple majority at a committee meeting. So if you think it should be a simple majority, press 1. If you do not agree, press 2. Motion fails. 13% yes, 88% no. Motion 40 is defeated. Okay, we're moving on. We're at motion 41. I know you don't need reminding, but again, we'll remind ourselves that the remainder of Congress today still stays at rule where it takes 2/3 to pass any amendments. Rule 41, that Rule 3.58 be amended. Official guide, page 59. Could I have a proposer, please, to amend Rule 3.58 as written in your law? It's in the name of St Mary's, Lochgarman, and Glan An Chomhdháil Bhliantúil.
An Chomhdháil Bhliantúil. This motion came through from Glen Gould Club at our county convention and was passed by delegates, and I propose the motion as it is there. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion proposed as is before us, which is to add that the Club Players Association is recognised as the official representative body for club players at all grades. So it has been proposed by Tipperary. Have I a seconder for the motion? I see it. Okay, do you wish to speak? Yes, go ahead.
Hello. Marie Digul Lochgarman. We believe the CPA has a positive role to play in our association, and like all of us, they will be judged by their actions. We feel the CPA is not a threat to the GAA. They have stated their desire to work from within as members of the association, and positive engagement is a good thing, especially in the modern era with all its challenges and distractions. Across the association, we agree with the assessment that the fixtures need to be addressed. And in Wexford, we are taking this seriously, and we have a CPA member on our fixtures analyst committee. The Club Players Association represents the club players. As association, we accept that the GPA represent inter-county players. We now need to value all players equally as a point of principle. Club players are the players we go to watch in our club grounds week in and week out, the players that represent our clubs, our parish and our volunteers. The same club players who hope to go on, some of them, to wear our county jerseys. The legacy we leave will determine the future journey of the GAA. And in Wexford, we believe the CPA has a positive role to play in defining that legacy. And along with all of us, who passionately believe in the GAA. And today we've heard a lot of discussion here and debate from yourself, Uachtaráin, from the Ard Stúrthóir, and from many of the delegates about the importance of our club players. So I would ask you to please support this motion.
Okay, motion has been proposed and seconded. Any speakers on motion 41? Yeah, down at the back. Yeah.
Sean O'Maracu, Sligach. I'd be against the motion. The organisation, our association, is in its infancy, and we're not quite sure what their agenda is. Their main thrust seems to be about fixtures, and the association, our Congress today, made big moves to address the fixture situation for clubs by passing 3 earlier motions. That's the first point. The second point is, a number of years ago I was involved in developing a players' charter, which has been refined somewhat over the years, and that document was brought about to help the inter-county players, but also to negotiate or leave space for club matches. And part of that document asked the manager of the inter-county teams to designate Sundays where club players and county players can play league matches in their clubs. So if that's addressed right throughout the counties, then I believe that there is no need for this association, or at least it's premature at this point. So we'd be against the motion.
Sean? An Chomhdháil, yes.
Uachtarán Garad O'Lorcan Custa Cantana Galliva. In line with the words of the previous speaker, Sean Morocco, we would similarly be opposed to this particular motion, more or less for the same reasons. This is a new organisation whose objectives aren't fully clear yet. And I think, as was referred to earlier this morning in a different motion, there is a forum for club players who are club members to bring their issues, be the fixtures or whatever, through their clubs, through to county board, and perhaps onto Congress if the issue right. So I think it is appropriate that we would oppose this motion at this point in time. That's the view of Custa Cunnan Galva.
Any other speakers? Yes, sorry.
Sean O'Gmacan here on Doon Uachtarán. I would like to oppose the motion as well because, in concurrence with Jerry and John, the CPA is very much in its infancy. And at the minute, we have a very democratic process where all the members of our association can input right here to the floor of Congress through motions at a club AGM, to county convention, to provincial convention, to Congress. We have a democratic process. And we have a mechanism for the club player to be heard, as the previous speakers have said. I wonder, where would it stop? You know, the reality of the situation, if we take, who will speak for the people under 18 then? Will we be in the future looking at a parents' association to represent those under 18? The late, great Uachtarán Paddy McFlynn used to talk about a past presidents association and that everybody would get walking sticks. Will we have a referees association? Will we have a county secretaries association? Where will it stop, Uachtarán? We have a great organisation. We have the mechanism, but we also have responsibility too. And it's up to us as each county to look after our fixtures, which is the big issue of any players. And we have that responsibility. And I know Oscar Wilde has been quoted well here this morning, but I would prefer to revert to the proclamation of 1916, where we cherish all the children of the nation equally. Gurmila Magat.
Gurmila Magat. Sean Oak. The proclamation still beats poor old Oscar any day. Nicholas.
Uachtarán, I think there's a grave danger here today that we may send a message to club players that Congress and people who are here making decisions today are anti-club players. I actually do think that there is a case for setting up the CPA. But the CPA is an organisation that's only been in existence a couple of months. They have indicated club fixtures is their remit. That's what they're looking at the moment. And I take that certainly. I do believe they're very genuine about that. But I am concerned that in accepting them today, we're getting an organisation that we're not quite clear. And I think we need time to work on this. I would actually ask the proposers of the motion to withdraw this motion today and enable engagement between the CPA and the GPA to develop over the next 6 to 9 months and establish what they're about. I think there's a lot that the CPA has to do itself in terms of its own organisational structure. Certainly in terms of our two primary games, hurling and Gaelic football. Hurling is very underrepresented at the CPA executive at the moment. And I think the CPA needs to set out its own modus operandi a lot clearer as to what it's about. And I do think there's a reason why we should accept them, but not quite today. And I would ask the proposers of the motion to withdraw them and to enable engagement over the next 6 months or whatever. And then by all means come back with a motion to Congress this year where delegates will be able to vote on the merits or otherwise of the CPA once it's known, what its constitution and what it's actually all about. And I think that would be preferable today than send a message back to club players that Congress voted them down, because I think that would be the wrong message to send out.
Ramagat, An Chomhdháil. We have another speaker, and then I think we'll...
Uachtarán, Micheál Carrigy on Longford. I would also like to be against this motion being passed, and I would like to concur what the former Uachtarán Nicholas said, and maybe ask the two counties to withdraw the motion and not send out a signal from Congress that might be negative with their club players. Thank you.
Micheál. If there are no other speakers, I'll go back to the proposers of the motion. It's the motion's in their name. It's up to them to make that decision. Any other speakers? Okay, proposer of the motion, I go back to you. Sorry? Okay, you're not responding. You want to put the motion. Okay, the motion is... Oh, sorry, Wexford, sorry. Yeah.
I'm listening to the two previous speakers. Loch Ormond will withdraw the motion. Thank you.
Okay, you have withdrawn Tipperary. We're going to go back on the road to Damascus, I'm afraid. You're withdrawing. Okay, the motion has been withdrawn from the Clár. Motion 42, that Rule 6.10, this is to do with special eligibility provisions for hurling, be amended. It's in the name of Mahas Trim Club, Conde Longford, 42 Longford, Leatherhill, Micheál Carrigy.
Uachtarán, Micheál Carrigy, Longford. I'd like to put forward this motion on behalf of the hurling clubs in Longford. Just to let you know, we just have 3, but they're a very hard working group. At present, there's 5 players that can be sanctioned to play with the county, and this is a rule that we would have availed of over the last number of years. However, we feel now that it should be reduced to 3 so that we can increase the number of home players that are playing. And the reality is, if the sanction number was 10, all county managers would play 10 outside players. So I think I'd ask delegates to vote in favour of this and reduce it from 5 to 3. Thank you.
I got the seconder for the motion from Mahas Trim Club. Seconded. Speakers? Ardwaka.
Liam Ross, Ardwaka, speaking in support of the Longford motion. This time last year, I spoke at Congress last year, looking to go a step further than this and actually remove the rule completely. And it was narrowly lost. It would have got through this next year if we had brought it. But delegates did show a huge appetite to change the rule. Since then, we have been victims again in both Nicky Raggart Cup and no later than a couple of weeks ago at the hands of Kildare, who have the luxury of fielding a League of Nations team, including a player with a McCarthy Cup medal. This may not be outside the rules, but it's most definitely not in the spirit of the rule. We strongly believe that this rule was introduced, believe that when the rule was introduced, that it was introduced with all the best intentions, and the sentiment behind it was to try and promote hurling within so-called weaker counties. And I have no doubt this is the case in some areas. We need to ask ourselves, but at what cost? The GAA has always promoted equality, fairness, transparency, but unfortunately this rule undermines these principles. In the north of Ireland, we are at a distinct disadvantage. We are not surrounded by strong hurling counties who can supply a few players to us and continue to play club hurling within a Liam McCarthy Cup county. The economic situation was mentioned earlier about Brexit. In the north of the economic situation there does not encourage or provide opportunities for such players to switch their allegiance to one of the 6 counties, leaving us to survive on homegrown talent, coached and mentored within our own clubs. We have also seen where the rule has been changed to allow players to play for their adopted county in the same division as their mother county. This was not the intention of the rule, as passed at previous Congress. I caution those counties who are availing of this unfair rule to look at hurling within their own county. These imported players are not playing in their adopted county leagues, so upcoming prospective inter-county hurlers are not getting the opportunity to raise their skill levels against these players on a weekly basis. I am not sure if the hurling fraternity in these counties are in full agreement on this issue. The fact that up to 5 players can avail of this rule is denying 5 local players the chance to represent the county that they were born and bred in and continue to play their club hurling week in and week out. Reducing this to 3 is a step in the right direction. When a lot of delegates here today would believe that this has no impact on them, I would ask them how this rule in practice has benefited hurling overall, as was the original plan and voted for in good faith, and how it has a detrimental impact on some sections of our association. I would ask delegates to vote for this motion.
If there are no other speakers, I can put the motion. I don't see any speakers, certainly none to the contrary, so there's no need to sum up, lads. Is that all right? Okay, I'm going to put the motion. Special eligibility for hurling official guide, page 80, be amended as proposed and seconded. If you agree with the amendment, you press 1 now, please. And if you do not agree, press 2. Motion is carried, 89% for, 11 against. Moving on to motion 43, the rule 6.12. This is to do with playing in USA, Canada, Australasia, Europe. Official guide, part 1, be amended. And this comes in the name of a club, but a wonderful name, the Sons of Brian Boru Celts. Could we have a mover for the motion, please, from the United States GAA? Paul.
Paul Kane, USGA. I think the motion is very straightforward as it's written out there. Just a couple of quick, brief comments. In the various reports we've listened to last night and this morning, there's been a lot of documentation and detail on the significant work in games and youth development around the world over the last decade or so. Thanks to the DFA, the games development here in Croke Park, and the various twinning partners around the provinces. As a result, clubs around the world are no longer just home away from home for immigrants. They are now heavily built around local-born people. It's the right time to move away in the US for us. It's the right time to move away from reliance on players from Ireland and continue our drive towards self-sufficiency. Finally, there's a proverb we use a lot around the GA, Mulla Geog is Chucky Shiv. This motion, in our opinion, is an opportunity for American-born and American-based people to come through the ranks and start playing at senior level. With that, I put the motion forward.
Gurumaigat Paul. Have we a seconder for the motion from the Sons of Boru Celts? Seconder from Liam Birmingham, Gurumaigat. Kaincherella. Have we a speaker to the motion? Lawrence, isn't? Yeah.
Yeah, Lawrence McGrath from New York. New York Board has no problem with this motion. We put in our own bylaws last week in New York, and we put July the 1st on it. So that motion is covered by the New York Board. Thank you.
Okay. I think I should say management had a look at this motion in particular, and management have no issue with the motion. We think it's a good motion. If there are no other speakers, I'll put the motion to the floor. Motion 43. If you agree with the motion to do with sanctions in the United States, Canada, Australasia, Europe, press 1 to agree to the motion, and as always, press 2 to say no. Motion is carried, 96% in favour. Motion 44 is to do it similarly. It's on 6.12, but it's to do with an exception playing in the USA, Canada, Australasia. Could you explain the motion, please, in proposing it, St. Joseph's USGAA, back to the USGA board and Paul Keane?
Dr. Ron, again, the comments for the previous motion pretty much apply here. There's just one thing I'd like to add. A sanction is generally described as a privilege granted to a club in the US from a club in Ireland. And in that regard, we also want to respect the investment by counties, by clubs and by supporters in inter-county players. And we would like them to see continue playing with their county until their counties are defeated in the championship and the qualifiers before they apply for a sanction to the US.
Good Paul, could I have a seconder, please, for the motion from USGAA? Gareth Fitzsimmons has seconded the motion. Any speakers to the motion, which I have to say, in the same way as I said about motion 43, we believe this is a very good motion. Nobody indicating to speak. I'll ask you to vote on motion 44. If you agree with the motion as proposed by Paul and USGA, press 1. If you disagree, press 2. (97% in favour). The motion is carried. Moving on to motion 45. Now, there are a number of motions, 45 and 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Quite similar arguments might run through them, but we'll have to take them as we see them. Motion 45, first of all, is that Rule 6.1. This is to do with age grades. Remember, the current age is over 17. This is to change it in club to over 16. Proposer. Sorry, yeah. Lads there.
Seamus Brannock, Kilquinnig. Outdrawn in delegates. Last year we brought into action a well-intentioned motion to protect our elite players at 17 years of age. Early on it became apparent from feedback from clubs that it was not working to plan. It had side effects for the average 17-year-old players, and they came from the forced fall-off in participation opportunities. This was most obvious in the rural species of our clubs, the foundation stones that we need to support and protect. This is even more so after yesterday's impressive workshop presentation on increasing and maintaining sustainable participation at a time of demographic change. As the playing season progressed for our 17-year-old players, some got college games, other features on county football and minor hurling development squads, minor teams, and the Celtic hurling lead sides, which was a great success. At home, their club brothers, team and schoolmates, travelling on the same buses, waiting for the colleges to finish to commence their only opportunity in the minor hurling and football competitions. This in many cases came at the end of March, and after a few rounds they broke for the exam season and then completed the league with only one or a number of championship games to follow. In parallel at adult level, clubs strive to field two teams in an attempt to keep them afloat by attracting enough players to the field to train. As a result of the new rule, teams were not entered, some played a league game, had to seek to amend fixtures, had to concede games, withdraw from the leagues and hope to play in the championship. The fall-off in figures from adult teams entering and not completing the match schedule presented yesterday were shocking. The solution was often the availability of one or two 17-year-old players to make up the teams. As a result, what we got were disgruntled, frustrated 17-year-old players, divisive committee meetings with club officers battling with team managers, other players and parents on keeping their clubs on the road. In these times, a clash of hard-working, overstretched officers holding the line against those who wanted to play our games is not what we need, where volunteers and players are scarce. One of the many comments I received, two calls I got struck me hard. One was a dual All-Ireland Senior Hurling winner, now his club's child welfare officer, holding the line that 17-year-olds can't train or play with adults. He was almost heartbroken as his clubs struggled to field adult teams, particularly at the time of third level and leaving cert exams. The second, the club secretary, whose 17-year-old son failed to make the secondary school team and was barred from going to the field to train with the club adult sides. On the telephone line, I felt the tensions after his request to go to the nearest town to play another sport meant the club secretary, his mother, knew that she would support him and could be unable to manage another role as a club secretary. And all this was happening because everyone's aim was to contribute to the GAA by promoting, organising and playing our games. And I wondered how many did it affect. I checked. In our county, we had 320 registered 17-year-old players over the past 3 years, an average. Our county is similar to the majority of the counties here today, being mostly rural-based, with even the most densely urban counties having struggling rural black spots. From the 320, possibly 80 to 100, a max of 33% will make squads and minor panels. For the rest, the only hope for games lies with the clubs. Here, big clubs can supply enough activity in games at minor level. In rural clubs, what do we do? Do we ignore them? Do we throw them to the wolves and see our clubs follow? Who are they, you may ask? They are sons, grandsons, club members. They are our future adult players, future supporters, future officers, future parents. In these challenging times, we owe it to our rural clubs, we owe it to our organisation, we owe it to our 17-year-olds who for 1 year, one crucial year, hold the key to our future as they decide will they stay or will they go. The closing line in yesterday's demographic presentation was, let's not drop the baton on our clubs. We are here since 1884. In our club areas, we have lost our shops, our pubs, post offices, and we may not have had control over some of these reasons. However, in the local GAA club, we have the structures in place, the facilities, the pitches, the communities and personnel. They are hard-working, dedicated and sincere, and are not known for making rash decisions, and are well aware of all player welfare commitments.
Just could you finish up, Jimmy, please? The time has
Yes, I will look on. On my way, I recall my father's words about the club. Keep the young lads playing and keep the club going. It's all we have. The problem is today's problem. The solution is too late for the 17-year-old of 2016. It has moved on to another group, the 16-year-old of this year and next year. I now move the motion to allow them to play at adult level, and I hope that Congress will agree and not let them down. Thank you.
Gurmaiga, Jimmy, have you a seconder? Yes, sure.
Brendan O'Harrell, Custer here on, Benny Hurl here on. I want to second the motion. We had a fantastic presentation given by Brendan Waters, Sil Mearns, and Billy Joe Pandon yesterday on demographic change. The key message that we were all left with at the end was that one size doesn't fit all. That was coming across in respect of urban clubs and in respect of rural clubs. The rule was changed with all the very best of intentions, but possibly wasn't fully considered at the time. And the consequences of the rule change is now coming to fruition, where lads who are 17 years of age, after an unsuccessful minor season or a successful minor season, whatever length of time that minor season lasted, their season's over for the year. And that's what happened last year. So you had loads of 17-year-olds, and players want to, or clubs want to retain their players, and player retention is such a huge issue, and the lads had no further opportunities to play. It seems almost ridiculous that our rules allow 18-year-olds to play senior inter-county Gaelic games, but our rules preclude 17-year-olds from even fielding in a club reserve side. And I think we should seriously look at this rule, and I'm commending the change of rule to the Congress here. Rural decline. Egon, you talked a lot about the vibrancy within clubs, and there are a lot of vibrant clubs out there. At the same time, there are a lot of clubs who are struggling, who are on their knees, and they need help. The GAA is the largest community organisation. We're a very, very powerful organisation, one of the most powerful organisations in the country, and I think and feel strongly that we should use our collective muscle to lobby for change, especially in planners. I think of the islanders on the west coast, who a couple of generations ago were forced to move inland onto the mainland, and now that mainland is now moving towards the east, to the metropolis, to the big centres of population. How long is it going to be before there are no clubs in those areas, and where amalgamations, clubs don't want amalgamations, they want to remain independent, they want to be on their own, and this is one way of supporting them. It's fantastic to see, and there's been a lot of talk today about the games overseas, and it's fantastic to see the growth and the development of games in America and Asia and everywhere else in Australia. But it's sad to see, that there's a serious rural decline, and that we as an organisation seem unable to assist in clubs who are on their knees and surviving. We are and should be prepared to fight for rural communities who are struggling for survival. There's been plenty of talk about clubs, and the clubs being the core and the foundation and the cornerstone. So the passing of this motion, I believe, will assist in their plight, and I commend the motion to Congress here today. Gormayag.
Gormayag, Brendan. Speakers on the motion now, please. Yeah.
Niall McCarthy Leash. I would like to concur with the two previous speakers, Benny and Jimmy, and support this motion on behalf of Courtwood Club in Leash, a rural club who had difficulty in fielding last year on account of this motion. Thank you.
Okay, there's a number of hands down there now, so can the speakers please? Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yes?
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
Andrew O'Brien, Kilbonton. I'm not going to go back over everything that has been said, other than to say we concur in Wicklow with it. We're coming from supporting the clubs that we've spoke about over the last 2 days, the rural clubs, the clubs that's under pressure in all our counties. So other than that, we support the motion, and we would ask people to vote accordingly.
Andreas, yeah.
Seamus O'Donnell, CLG Donegal. We in Donegal are also supportive of this motion. We've heard much discussion over this past 2 days in regards to rural decline. Indeed, in your own report, Uachtaráin, you spoke about clubs struggling for numbers and lack of numbers therein in clubs. Whilst we have a lack of numbers, the 17-year-olds that are within those club areas are there, and we need to permit them to play with their respective clubs so that these clubs can survive. It is in everybody's interest, and particularly in the association's interest, that we don't have amalgamations where they aren't necessary. And we believe in Donegal that allowing the 17-year-olds to play with their clubs will mean that fixtures will be fulfilled, that clubs will be able to field on particular days, and it will also mean that we are not losing 17-year-olds to other sports, something that is a very big issue and that is happening, and this would address that issue, and I would be very supportive, as would Donegal, of this motion.
Gormayag, Seamus. Yeah, number of speakers there. Just here at the front, first of all, Lancashire, yeah.
Hi, Uachtaráin. We've proposed motion 47, but we believe our arguments are pertinent to what's going on now. So with your permission, could we speak?
Sorry.
We propose motion 47,
Yeah.
but we believe the arguments for motion 47 are pertinent to today's debate on motion 45. Could we speak on that now, if possible?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm James Ray, Vice Chairman of Lancashire County Board, and I suppose I'm in a privileged position as well because my club, St Lawrence's in Manchester, have proposed motion 47. My club started back underage training today, and I invite any member here, any delegate at Congress or anybody on top table to come along to Manchester and see the pride and commitment that our underage players take in playing our great games. Number of native-born players at underage 10, 12 and 14 is thriving. Black, white, Asian, religion, non-religious, what binds them together, the glue that keeps them together is the love of Gaelic games. In some respects, we face the challenges as clubs in Ireland with drop-off after under-14s. What compounds matters in our own county is there is no other minor team for us to play. In fact, there is no minor grade in Lancashire. As a result, our playing numbers over the age of 16 have dropped. Porrick spoke today about people having a wider choice of leisure time and activities available. That's very true of Manchester. 1 mile down the road from Turnmoss playing fields, there's Old Trafford. A mile the other directions, there's Sale Sharks, there's Manchester Giants, there's lacrosse, there's ice hockey. As a result, we are losing players to these codes. These are the lifeblood of our club to keep our club in Manchester going. Without these 16, 17-year-old players being allowed to play, we would struggle to field. There's nothing more gratifying than, as an underage coach, to watch a player you played, a player you coached at underage, make their debut for the senior team. But there's nothing more soul-destroying than telling that underage at the age of 16 or 17 to go away for another year and come back when they're that bit older. When we do that, we lose these players to other codes, to alcohol, to poor health choices. Let's be clear, this isn't about player burnout in Britain and overseas. It's about player turn-off. There's no colleges football in Britain. There's no minor grade in many of the counties. There's no minor championship like there is back in Ireland. A lot of the people here today have quoted Oscar Wilde, but I want to quote Ari Yuchtron Aegon when he said in his address today, encourage our native-born players. And I'm asking all the delegates here today to encourage our native-born players to pick up the game of Gaelic football from 16 onwards and don't fail them. Let's encourage those people of Liverpool, Scotland, Asia, Manchester, the native-born players there, to play our games. Thank you.
Michael James, yes.
Uachtarán, Líola Marcin, Loch Ormond. As former chair of the Minor Review Committee, Uachtarán, I strongly oppose the motion. Firstly, it's important to highlight why the Minor Review Committee was established. It was established because of the mess of the situation and the way we treated our 16-year-olds. The overuse and the burdening of 16-year-old boys and 17-year-old boys who are playing on multiple teams. To refute the suggestion that these proposals weren't considered, this review lasted 1 full year. We visited counties, we wrote to counties, we took feedback from counties, we met with parents, we met with medical experts, we spoke to players. We surveyed 400 players. And I've read these facts before, but I think they're still pertinent, Uachtarán. Out of the 400 players, 80%, that's 320 young boys, told us that they were placed on undue pressure by multiple managers not to play with other teams. I've heard of stories, and I certainly appreciate the difficulties in 2016, which I'll come to in a second. But we spoke to parents also, parents who were in tears. Parents who were in tears because their pupils, their young pupils and students couldn't concentrate on exams because of the pressures our association was placing on them. 60% of those players, those 400 players, said they were playing while carrying injuries. To state in this motion that it's not a player welfare or player burnout can't be accurate. Our recommendations at the time, and I would say and emphasize that it was a great group of people from all over the country who had expertise in this area and long-serving administrators. We decided to bring in recommendations on a phased basis. So at 2015 Congress, we raised the age eligibility to play adult over 17. That came in 2016, and I was manager of my own junior club team last year, and I was chairman of the club. I appreciate it was a challenging year because it was one year where the stream of players weren't come true. In 2017, that stream will start again. Last year's Congress, again on a phased basis, brought the minor, and this is important I think, brought the minor age grade at inter-county level down to under 17. So from 2018, we have a clear system where the 17-year-old game, or the 17-year-old inter-county player, will not have any impact on club fixtures, and we've spoken at length about club fixtures this weekend. I absolutely accept we have to look at the club game, absolutely, and I would suggest to Uachtaráin that from here we would look at the underage games programme. But if we pass this motion today, we will cause chaos with underage games programmes. We won't be able to set out a pathway or a vision for what we want to look at. This morning, Congress gave championship structures and timelines a 3-year trial. If we pass this motion, we're abandoning the chance to give the minor review and these young players any sorts of trial, because the full impact of this hasn't yet been seen. I would just refer to the Demographics Committee yesterday, because I've spoken to Brendan Waters on a number of committees, and he serves on a committee with me in Croke Park. And certainly the intention to lend itself to support this motion is not there. I appeal to all delegates to consider the well-being of the young players coming through in the club. Don't force them to play adult while his young frame is still developing. If we pass this motion, we're sacrificing the long-term maximising of potential for short-term gain. I appeal to all delegates not to go down this road at a time when we've started to make progress in the area of player welfare. Gormaga Uachtaráin.
Gormaga Michal. Now, there are a lot of hands down there. Can the microphone? Okay, yeah.
Garrod O'Donnell, Kildare. Firstly, just listen to Michal's words there. That survey was carried out on the elite players, and it certainly focused on county players. In Kildare, this motion came to our convention, and it was unanimously supported by all the clubs. The effect in this rule change has not alone impacted on the 7-year-old player himself, a player where sometimes he's playing limited minor and under 17 football, but it's opportunity to play at second team games. It's making it increasingly difficult for small clubs to field teams, especially for second teams. It's allowing a number of cancellations and walkovers in competitions, which has a knock-on effect on fixture schedules. Diminishes the integrity of the competitions when the fall-off is there and the games are not meaningful, or walkovers. Reduce playing opportunities for players in their prime, for 20 to 30-year-olds who depend on the 17-year-olds to make up the numbers so that they can have a team to play with. This is very, very difficult for a lot of rural clubs, and it has an effect even in the urban clubs who are trying to give competitive football to maybe a third team, where all the players are so important to the GAA. The longer term effect on this ban, if 70-year-olds has a knock-on effect, as they say, right? They will go to other sports who have no ban on the 17-year-olds playing, right? There's a lot of being spoke about the club, I agree with that, but the club is the heart of the GAA, and the players, the outside 70-year-olds that are depending on some of the 17-year-olds to play our games, to give them meaningful games, important competitions, needs to be enforced and kept going, and I ask the motion to be supported.
Yeah, Terence. Terence, and then back to Sean.
We in Leitrim would completely oppose this motion here today on the grounds that we made a huge step forward 2 years ago by passing this motion originally. Now, I can accept where clubs found a difficulty last year, but that natural conveyor belt is up and running again. Now, we would be one of the smaller units in the association, and I can see where the club numbers are a problem. But if a 16-year-old going out into an adult competition is the answer to survival of a club, they need to look at the bigger picture. We in Leitrim have completely decoupled our adult and underage structures. And for the first time, we have under 17 getting meaningful games right through the summer, where it wasn't possible before because of the involvement of these lads with our adult teams. And you can say it's not a player welfare issue, but putting a 16-year-old out against an adult player who has done probably 6 or 7 years of strength and condition is crazy. And I urge all delegates here not to undo the good work that Michael and his committee had done and give it a fair chance and vote against this motion.
Thank you, Turdens. Sean Feeney, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I can't see who it is, but yeah,
That's
go
all right.
ahead. Sean McHale, sorry.
Mayo, I concur completely and can well understand the points that have been raised by people about depopulation. And coming from a county, Mayo, on the western seaboard, it's been, I can only describe it as being dramatic, the demographic changes there, and how clubs have had to amalgamate. Nearly a third of our clubs are in some kind of an amalgamation at underage. But you'd have to ask the question, is the solution to depopulation and the difficulties that clubs are finding, is the solution to that playing 16-year-olds on adult teams? And I would think most definitely not. I think the health and well-being of young lads is much more important than making up the numbers on an adult team. And it's just very significant that the last speaker from Leitrim spoke out against it as well, because they too would have the similar demographic changes that have been outlined and how the impact it's having. And just one more point, I'm sure you've been listening to that eminent consultant last week describing the seriousness of GAA injuries that can occur when two fit adult players clash and the consequences of that. Well, can you imagine when a fit adult player clashes with a 16-year-old, what the impact that might be? And I think that's the most serious consideration. And I think the delegates here should give very, very serious consideration before they support this motion and renege on the findings that the gentleman in front of us here clearly outlined 2 years ago. So I'd ask the delegates to reject this motion.
Right, all the way to the back of the hall, please, and then I'm coming back up. Yeah, speaker at the very back.
Uachtaráin, Garóda Rín, Cahirlach, an Lárquiste, Laish, Oliach, agus Las. Uachtaráin, I come from a small rural club in Tipperary, and we too face challenges around fielding teams because of lack of numbers. But I don't believe that passing this motion is the solution to this. Neither is it the solution to rural depopulation and rural decline. There are far more issues involved there and far more complex issues. As chairman of the Medical, Scientific and Welfare Committee, our committee has considered this motion and related motions. And I want to inform Congress very clearly that our medical advice is that players are not physically ready at 16 for adult grades. This generates a risk of serious injury which can curtail and even end playing careers. And this is not just for elite players, it's for all players, for all senior-olds. Our aim should be to develop players and their best development, their PK trenches, to have their playing career through serious overuse injuries. Expecting an adolescent player 16 to compete against fully developed adults, as the last said, is not compatible with attempts to injury rate. Keep players playing to have a long fruitful career. Self, of course, would help achieve serious in terms of the motion. Full physical maturity is not achieved until 1990. So injuries incurred while players are the growing at the age 16 can have serious long-term effects. The School of Public Health, Physiotherapy and Sports Science and Musical Materials run our debate for more than 10 years now, has advised us that all the research competence guidelines player fully that play at an appropriate degree with maturity. That means simply 16-year-olds should not be playing at. Moving into senior grade competitions before players are fully sure and able to tolerate physical places adolescents at risk of injury. Another we must consider effects and effects of concussion. They are significant for youth than adults. Equivalent to 16-year-olds on the same team as fully developed adults increases concussion risk and exposes those who suffer concussion to the most consequences. Again, I for example, is the equivalent of a mini colliding stroke. There is only one. The amount of injuries incurred by younger players to the demands and the significant, with most hip surgeries, for example, how much they and how much being on 25s who have accumulated significant wear and tear injuries in this to players as players. Our medical evidence of we must protect players age groups have difficulty to understand, and Congress took the importance forward in during nobody in the GAA, least of all members of the situation where clubs have difficult teams. However, I would say to you, this is a very important fair issue. Moved forward 2 years ago by introducing the ban on 6 yard on a journey through the lot of our player clubs, the cornerstone of the association. We have no association without our players. We must protect their long terms, and I urge Congress to oppose this motion.
Okay, good. Chair, we'll soon now be wrapping up the debate, but it's an important discussion. Not going to close it yet, but we're moving towards it. I know a lot of speakers. The only thing I'll say to you is it's the same arguments applied to much of the motions that are coming up next. So when we do move to voting, I think we'll be able to vote a number of them. But it's too important to close down. I'm going to take Tracy and then back to you, John.
Tracy Nicanada, Corkig. Oakron, just on a technicality, I suppose the last number of speakers have referred to 16-year-olds. The motion, as I read it, refers to players over 16. I suppose we've heard all the reasons here why 17-year-olds shouldn't play in adult competition. And they're all valid from a certain privileged perspective. At our recent county board meeting, 111 clubs voted in favour of this motion. I'm aware of a club in Cork which had 13 players last year. They could play in 13-a-side competitions with no subs. This year they have 12 players available. And they are not unique. As other speakers have mentioned, we heard a lot last night about the challenges facing rural clubs and rural Ireland. And this is a huge one. We have some clubs, as mentioned again, who have not got enough players to field minor teams and yet cannot play 17-year-olds in any other grade. The option to amalgamate with another club is not always possible or desirable. And as Jimmy pointed out earlier, these players are as likely to be lost to our games as those suffering burnout. It may not be popular to point out that we have struggling clubs who are depending on 17-year-olds to maintain the viability of their adult teams. But it is a reality in rural Ireland. Sacrifice was mentioned here earlier. But if we don't pass this motion, we're sacrificing some of our clubs. I would appeal to Congress to consider those clubs when deciding on this motion.
Okay, John.
2 years ago, we made the momentous decision to separate adults and youth. 5 hours ago, we took the decision to do something for our club fixture programme. Now we're talking about opening up another door to chip away at the decisions we made this morning. There's no doubt that underage and under 17 players playing in multiple competitions will affect on adult competitions if they're allowed play. So I think we need to hasten very slowly. And if the solution to rural depopulation is playing kids in adult competitions, then I suggest that we look at the smallest province, the smallest county we have in our province, and look at the way that they have, through the leadership of their county officers, overcome that situation. Next year, under 17, we won't have minors playing minor competition, there'll be under 17s. That'll, again, hallmark what we have, that we have separated adult and youth. I think we should be very careful in changing the good motion that was passed last year.
Very back of the hall and then back up here to Iarúchtán Liam.
I would vehemently oppose these motions. We made huge progress in the last 2 years. Very, very proud of the progress that was made. And in my years as County Secretary, I think it was the most significant item that I was ever involved in. Demographics is no excuse to fail our players in regard to player welfare, and we should not turn back the clock on what has been a huge improvement in that area. So I would oppose these suite of motions. Thank you.
Chairman, or Uachtaráin, I would strongly oppose this motion as well, as we supported the motion 2 years ago. And I suppose a lot of speakers have spoke, but I would ask the prominent question here. What has changed in the physique or the mentality of the young players today to us when we voted 2 years ago? Nothing. So therefore we should support those young players. 2 years ago, Michael O'Dwyer came in here and spoke and outlined what he felt as a young player. And I believe he changed the view of Congress. So I think we should stand together and stay united with what we have and support the young players. We've made a lot of change.
Cormaigad Michal, Iarúchtán Liam O'Neill.
Uachtaráin Zacarja. Most of the arguments have been made, and some of them have been made with great passion. And I'm not going to bring passion to this debate. I want to bring a small bit of conviction. We took a decision here at Congress to put the youth first. We did the right thing. We spoke to the youth, and we spoke to his family, and we spoke to his community. And we said that his needs were more important than the expediency of playing him in a competition where it wouldn't suit him. I come from a small club. You won't get smaller. Oddly enough, smaller clubs have to mind their players better. We can't afford youths to be put out of football or hurling in their mid-teens. So we have a bigger job in our hands. I went back to teaching after 3 years, 3 wonderful years with the GAA. It gave me a different perspective on children and on youths. I looked at the children before I came out, left on a Wednesday afternoon to come to Congress. And I looked at them and I compared them to the children that I first taught 40 years ago. They're much different. Children are developing at a later stage now. They're going to school at 5, which means their parents are saying, we don't want them coming out at 12. So they're still children. There are children being confirmed today, or this weekend, that we are asking to play in 3 or 4 years' time as adults. It's just too short a window to grow up. And I'm just going to say to people, I was delighted by the Terence from Leitrim giving his views on it. It was fascinating to hear a perspective from one of our smaller counties. I just want people to think here today, and I know there's some very good arguments on both sides. I think our job here today in all these motions is think, is this good for the youth? Or are we putting the club's needs above the welfare of our youths? I ask you not to do that. Gormagov.
Gormagov Liam. Paul, was it Paul? Paul Duggan there, please.
Uachtaráin Ardstúr Hóragus Teachtaí Ní Róba Obalta An Chomhdháil Bhliantúil. But I'm delighted that I'm here today to speak on this motion, and I'm firmly opposed to it. Firmly opposed to it. I believe that this motion, the argument on the motion, is about the welfare and development of our young stars of the future. And I think it is wrong that Congress could pass a motion today which effectively will have a 16-year-old, because all it says here, by the way, is be over 16. Effectively have a 16-year-old playing against an adult of 32, twice his age. And I would strongly ask that Congress do not vote for this motion. Guramaigov.
Guramaigov, if any remaining speakers just could keep it nice and brief, like Paul, Guramaigov and Liam there. Michael.
Uachtaráin, Micheál Carrigan Longford. Also, I will be against this motion, and coming from one of the smaller counties also. 2 years ago, following an extensive review by the Minor Review Work Group chaired by Micheál Martin, and with lots of advice from medical advice, we done the right thing. And I don't think we should change it. So I'd urge people to vote against this motion. Thank you.
Guramaigov, the rash go bun on Hala, Earlet, O'Brien.
Just all the arguments that I was going to make have already been made, so I'm not going to rehearse them. Just one or two things I would just like to say on this. And the first one is, I listened to the very passionate arguments made by Jimmy and Benny, and I understand every one of them with regard to rural depopulation and all of that. But we have to be very careful with every rule that we make in Common Law Class Gaelic about the law of unintended consequences. And if we do pass this rule, if it's already, but it's the board agenda back on the table. And it's a bill of a post-primary Ireland. I know 16-year-olds, and this is 16-year-olds we're talking about here. And I know that they are not yet ready to play football or hurling. I asked them, and they may tell us, yes, I would love to play for it. They know that if we asked those fellas an awful lot more questions, they would answer yes as well. But we are the adult people who know what is best for those youngsters. And putting them out in senior games is certainly not the best. Our 6 core values are very dear to us. One of them is player welfare. And I'll just read what it says. We provide the best playing experience for all our players. Putting a 16-year-old out into a senior perfect against us this is not providing the best playing experience for our players. We structure our game to allow players of all abilities to achieve their potential. Perfectly reasonable. If we pass this motion today, we are going against what we have decided is one of the core values of our association, player welfare.
Guramaigov, Charlotte. I agree.
Monaghan proposed this motion a number of years ago, and just want to commend the people that oppose it. We vehemently oppose this amendment for the medical reasons and the player welfare reasons that have been previously stated. We believe this should be given an opportunity, and we all have a responsibility to our 17-year-olds. We don't overplay them, and just to state that we oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Guramaigov. Okay, I think it has been well debated, and I thank all the speakers. I think I'm going to go back to you, Jimmy, to reply to the debate before we take some votes. Okay, Jimmy was the proposer of the motion.
Uachtaráin. What I have to say is I believe we have a big call to make today. Do we support our average players? And our average players are 17-year-old players in this case. They are not our elitist. Some of them can't make their schools teams, the secondary level schools teams. They don't make county development squads. They don't make county minor teams. There's hundreds of them in every county. They're at a stage in their life where they're anxious to play, they're full of vigour, they're at a crucial stage of what choices do they make. Do they give up sport? Do they take up sport? In a year or two, they'll be gone away to the cities. If we don't keep the link, or if we leave them exposed, there's plenty of organisations around. They're coming into our national schools, our secondary schools, and our participation levels are falling down. I don't think any club that was under pressure last year to play an under-17 team, to keep his second team in action, would put him out in the championship match. It was just to take over the leaving cert or the third level exam times. Just the other night, I was in Portlaoise at the 150-year focus group, and we were focusing 17 years hence, and I was asked for my contribution, and people were wondering, would we have professional teams at inter-county level? Would the county be separated from the clubs? Would we have semi-professional teams? And what I thought was, if we continue with the dropout levels we have, will we have a sufficient playing panels in 2034? Last year, no one played under 17s in these competitions. And to say here that we're going to play under 16s in the competitions this year is untrue. And I fear if we lose them, where will we go? They have a couple of league games in minor hurling and football. We've nothing else to offer them. And if they leave us, they might go away to third level, they might get married in Dublin or somewhere else, and they are the future people that are going to drive our organisation. And I believe if we turn them away today, we've done it last year, if we do it this year, that's thousands of 17-year-olds lost to the organisation. And I would ask you all to consider it. And the other thing that struck me the last 2 years was that the amount of delegates, or as you travel the country during the year, from every county, even counties who spoke against this motion today, that would say to you, this is actually happening in our county as well. We have X problem, we're doing this, we're doing workarounds. So I would appeal to you to consider our 70-year-old players, and to consider that the main thing to support the foundation of the organisation, which is our rural clubs. Thank you.
Okay, understanding Order 4. I do believe it has been sufficiently discussed and debated. I thank everyone who contributed to the debate. Could you have your voting machines? We're voting currently on motion 45, as has been debated. If you agree with amending the rule, it's currently over 17. If you agree with amending the rule to be over 16, as proposed by Jimmy Kilkenny and other speakers, you press 1. If you're against amending the rule, you press 2. 1 to amend the rule to under 16, 2 not to amend the rule. And it will take a 2/3 majority. %41 in favour, 59% against. The amendment is defeated. The motion is defeated. I'm going to just put it to Congress again, understanding Order 4, that I believe that motion 46 contains the same arguments. The only difference here is that it's for clubs for non-championship competitions, but the same arguments still apply. Is that okay? So I'm just going to put the motion. It is the same argument, except that in this motion it refers to club competitions for non-championship. So similarly to the last motion, if you want to change for non-championship competitions, you press 1. If you want to not change, you press 2. 1 to pass the motion, 2 to reject the motion. %36 in favour, 64 against. The motion is defeated. James, you have already moved on motion 47. Can I now put it? It is the same motion, the same argument applies, the difference being that James's motion refers to counties outside of Ireland who have less than 10 clubs. But the same general arguments as regards what constitutes a 16-year-old apply. Is it okay, James, if I move the motion? Okay, you can, of course. I'll allow you to make a point, yes.
Just to make a small point, some of the delegates who spoke against it mentioned, one that I think Liam said, is this good for the youths? And I just want to appeal to Congress here. Is this good for the youths of Britain not to have any football after the age, between the age of 16 and 18. That's what I'm asking you to consider. I think Jarlath said we have to provide the best playing experiences for all our players. And between the age of 16 and 18 in Lancashire and many of the counties in Britain, we're not doing that. That's all I ask you to consider when we vote on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Okay, I'm going to ask you to vote on motion 47 because we're still dealing with minor or under, to amend the rules to deal with 16-year-olds. So if you want to amend the rule, press 1. And if you do not want to amend the rule as proposed by James at 47, press 2. 1 to agree, 2 to disagree. (52% in favour, 48% against). The motion fails. Now, I'm moving on. Whilst largely similar arguments can apply, there are differences. So I will take a proposal. We're now moving on to Rule 6.17. We are still dealing with age grades, but in this case, it's for club to read be under 21 and over 15. So can you make the case, please? A proposer for Éire Óg, Kilconnig, motion 48.
Withdrawn. The motion is withdrawn.
You're withdrawing. Okay. Motion 48 is withdrawn. Motion 49 is Rule 6.17. It's quite similar to 48, but it's in the name of Turin Mayo, be under 21 and over 16. Yeah. Sean.
Uachtaráin, I formally wish to push this motion. The reason for it is that because there is no minor C at inter-county, there is a small cohort of players who are being deprived of the privilege of wearing their county jersey. And for that reason, we want to put this motion so that they could be eligible to play for their under-21 team. Last year in my county, there were 5 young fellas who were on the under-21 panel, but because of the rule, they were unable to play. And I'd just like to correct that, and also to help promote hurling in less developed counties like my own, or Maigad.
Have I a seconder for motion 49, please? Seconder Peter Riley. Do you want to speak, Peter, in seconding? Yes.
Uachtaráin, Padar Rahli Longford. I'd ask that possibly motion 50 could be moved along with it. Now, in moving motion 50, there is a typo in it, in that it states under 20 inter-county hurling. That should read inter-county football. And our motion has been moved on the basis that at every grade, from under 14 up, we have talent academy squads for every grade of footballer at every age. And we moved into a situation where a player plays under 17. The following year, he has no county team that he can take part in, with the way the rule is at this moment in time. And for a county like Longford, where our base is small, we need to continuously keep our county footballers in inter-county scenes. We do. So it's to move on these players as best we can, so it is, and try and develop them. A year out, and a lot of us know that 18-year-olds, there's a huge dropout. There's a huge dropout when they go to secondary school, but there's a further dropout when they get to 18 years of age. And that dropout, from our perspective, is crucial. The other point I need to make is, and I suppose I'm looking at this from a totally football perspective, is that the under-21 grade has now moved back to under-20. And we're cutting a year out that can play at that grade on one end, but we're also, the way the rule is at the moment, we're also cutting out our 18-year-old players out of it as well. So it's specifically to do with under-21 in hurling, under-20 in football, and it's to think of the cohort of players who are 18 years of age who cannot participate.
Okay, you have seconded motion 49 and you've also proposed motion 50. You're speaking on, it's the same argument. Okay. And just to draw attention again to what Peter pointed out, that in motion 50, at the very bottom, that inter-county hurling is a mistake. Isn't that so, Peter? That should be inter-county football. So on motion 50, where you see on the left-hand side, under 21 club, inter-county hurling, under 20, that should be inter-county football. That has been notified to us. We accept that. It's a typo error. Any speakers, both motions? Similar debate. We can vote separately. Speakers, Diarmuid, Hunshaw, and then we have the back. Yep.
Uachtaráin, Diarmuid, O'Donovan, Corkig. I specifically want to speak on motion 50, right? That if to keep the rule 617 as it currently exists is going to create a marginal group of our elite 18-year-old players. The current rule says to the top players at 18 years of age, yes, you've reached the age of majority, yes, you can vote, yes, you can pay taxes, but when it comes to your hobby and the game that you love, you cannot play at the highest level. There is nowhere for the 18-year-old to play. These players have probably come through development squads. They've probably played 2 years inter-county minor. And at the end of those 2 years, they're taken to a situation where they have no games to play for the year. A year ago, we took away the minor grade from these players. We did so even though we know from experience that most inter-county minor players or 18-year-olds do the leaving cert at 19, not at 18. So what we are saying, no, we're not depriving them for 1 year. We're probably taking away 2 years for a small, important group of players. This as an arrangement might be catered for in some of the large population counties where there's a large hurling or a large football playing population. But in the smaller counties, as we heard from Waterford earlier today, they can't afford to lose quality players at that age level. So well, we would ask delegates to support motion 50 and say, as an association, we cannot take away or quarantine the finest of our 18-year-old athletes. We want them to be playing. We want them to give they're willing to give their time and to dedicate themselves to their sport. And in doing so, they are raising the standard of our inter-county competitions, and we want them to remain in that. So we'd ask delegates to support motion 50.
Romaga Diarmuid.
Uachtaráin, Micheál Martin, Loch Garman. I would see the sense in this, Uachtaráin. The age grade was initially raised before the under-17 came in last year. So now that we've dropped minor to under-17 from 2018, the 18-year-old player potentially could be inactive. So I think this motion makes sense. And Uachtaráin, just while I have the floor, if I could re-emphasise the point I made.
Sorry, Micheál, but just for clarity, when you say this motion, 49 and 50?
49 and 50, these motions.
Both?
Both.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
To allow the 18-year-old who won't be catered for in the minor under-17 championship, that 18-year-old will be eligible to play in the next competition up. Just while I have the floor, Uachtaráin, if you would permit, again I would re-emphasise the point I made earlier in relation to analysing and spending time to analyse the situation so that we don't have a situation next year where we're coming back with these motions every year. We do need to look at the underage games programme to cater for, as Jimmy rightly pointed out, the average 17-year-old player and then organise a games programme around it. Gormagat, Uachtaráin.
Okay, Gormagat. Yeah, Speaker.
Tommaso Fiach, ERV, co-sponsors of motion 50. There's no need really to reiterate the points that previous speakers have made. But the 1st of January 2018 is going to be a very significant day in GAA history. The changes that were approved this morning are going to be introduced, and as been pointed out, the minor reverts to under 17. And for the first time in 90 years, since the minor championships were introduced, if motion 50 isn't carried, we're going to be telling 18-year-olds that they have no inter-county competition. I think Jarlath mentioned the law of unintended consequences, and I think when that motion was introduced, it was a clear example of that law coming into operation. Charlotte also mentioned that player welfare involves providing the best playing experience for all our players. And I think it's absolutely vital that our cohort of 18-year-olds from 2018 onwards and are provided with an outlet to play inter-county competition. We have under 14 inter-county championships. We have over 40 unofficial championships. But if motion 50 isn't carried, the 18-year-olds will be in quarantine, wandering around in the wilderness for 365 days and 365 nights. So I ask delegates to approve the motion.
Good, my good Tom. Ard Stewart.
No, just to say, having been involved, I suppose, and encouraged the move to under 17 last year, I would support both of these motions. I think the reasons put forward have been good. And as I said, you won't have all that many fellas over 17 probably making under 20 or under 21 teams, but where the counties feel the need that, I think it's a fair motion, and I think we should support both of them.
Okay, I think the arguments have been well made, and Micheál O'Martin has also indicated that the medical argument doesn't apply in these particular motions, and the Ard Stewart has given you a strong approval of both. So can I put the motions? I'll put them separately if that's all right. We've had the debate. Motion 49 relating to be under 21 and over 17 years. If you agree with that motion, you press 1 now, please. And if you disagree, press 2. %, to 12, the motion is carried. Motion 50, if you agree at 50, you press 1. To disagree, press 2. %94 in favour, 6 against. The motion is carried. Okay, we're moving on swiftly. Dulig, Ballyabellu, Cumanlu, Lascale on V. Motion 51. Could I ask you to move motion 51, Meath, please? Paddy.
Uachtaráin, this is a motion that came into us from the Dulig Bellewstown Club, and probably all the arguments that have been made already in relation to the under-17s and how clubs are struggling to field second teams and actually having to pull out of competitions because they use up players at the start of the year because of exams. The way the thing is structured at the moment, our club championships and stuff in Meath start along a time when people are doing exams, and maybe there's a few lads not available for the first team, and this is a knock-on effect to the second team in the club. And we've heard loads of arguments about the rural demise and all that, and about the under-17s not being available. And basically, I can see a lot of these motions coming in years to come in relation to this, as clubs struggle to give games to second team players to get the quota out enough for a team. And what we're asking here is that counties be allowed to bring in a bylaw, if they so wish, that a player that has played one championship game be allowed to be regraded. And that's the motion, and we'd like to put that motion on behalf of the Dulig Bellewstown Club.
Gurmai got Paddy. Well, could you hear leis an rún sin? Tá Princesa Muraku ag cuidú agus ag labhairt.
Uachtaráin sa Carda. At the meeting of chairman and secretaries, Rules Advisory requested an explanation as to what was intended by this motion. And it was indicated by the Meath representative, the speaker now, that it was to deal with a situation where a player might only come on for 10 minutes in a game, and that as a consequence he would be graded higher, whatever the grade of the competition. But there must be very serious misgivings in relation to the motion that is before us. It says that a player who plays in one game can be regraded. Now, the proposer of the motion speaks about lower grade teams, but the motion doesn't say that. It doesn't take account of a situation where players carried their senior status from the previous year. And they come in and they play one game. Can a county bylaw just downgrade them to a lower grade? If a championship is run on a knockout basis in a county and a team is defeated in the first round, does that mean that the entire team can be regraded to a lower grade? That game could be in a county senior final. A player could be out injured and plays in a county senior final. Can he, by bylaw, be downgraded to a lower grade? What about an injury to a top player, an inter-county man, and he comes back and he plays one game? Can he be downgraded? And bear in mind that we are talking here in this motion not about just secondary teams. We're talking about potential any team. It could be the senior teams in the county. And can we give a county discretion to have a bylaw of this nature, bearing in mind that we could be dealing with the top teams in the county, top graded teams, the winners going on to provincial championship and All-Ireland series. They also propose to alter Rule 619. And if you read the actual wording of this, a player is graded by his championship status. That is, if a player plays in a senior championship game, he is graded senior for the remainder of that championship year and may not be subsequently regraded during that championship year. A very emphatic statement. And the words are added, other than allowed in Rule 620, other than allowed in a bylaw. I think we should stand by the current general rule, and if there is to be an amendment, it has to be far more specific and narrow than the parameters that are in this motion.
Gurmaigat Pranchius. Any other speakers on the motion from Meath? If there are no other speakers, and I don't see any hands rushing to... The Chairman of Rules Advisory has pointed out a number of issues, so perhaps you'd like to reply, Paddy, before I put the motion. You have that right.
Uachtaráin, in fairness, I'd have to bow to Frank's opinion on that. We just put the motion in as it came from the club, and I take his point, and I think maybe we might be as well to withdraw this motion, but I definitely feel it's something that maybe we could go through the rules advisory or something on it.
Paddy, yeah, I think that's a very good idea.
So
okay.
We will withdraw the motion.
Gurmaigat, well done. Moving on to motion 52, this is inter-county availability, player inter-county availability to clubs. It affects Rule 6.22 and it's from Tibber Thornton. Micheál de Borca. You're right.
Uachtaráin, this motion came to our county convention last December via Templederry GAA Club. The motion is pretty self-explanatory. As you can see there on paper, it proposes to reduce the amount of days before inter-county games that clubs would have their players. And in the old system on rule, it was 21 for All-Ireland, 14 for other games. They're now proposing 17 for All-Ireland, 11. So we've seen a lot of change and a lot of talk about players and looking after players. This affords games to be played 2 weeks before an inter-county game. It also allows players to have more definitive time on when they'll be playing games. So I formally propose the motion.
Gurmaigat will could you hear Tim Flydig could you. Thank you. The motion is now open and active for debate. Anybody want to speak for or against the motion as presented to you from Thibberdorden? Yes, Speaker Dermot.
Uachtaráin, I just don't understand the reasoning behind this motion, considering the fact that the playing calendar for 2018 will not allow a window for club games in July and August for teams that are still in the football championship. But regardless of hurling or football, not allowing players to properly prepare for 3 weeks before the biggest game of their career, an All-Ireland final, or for 13 days for an inter-county match is unfair to the player and to their preparation. 3 days and 2 days of a reduction may seem insignificant, but it actually reduces preparation from 3 weeks to 2.5 weeks for an All-Ireland and from 2 weeks to 1.5 weeks for a championship match. And I am therefore asking delegates to stay with the current rule and not support this motion. Thank you.
Gurmaigat Dermot, William Kynshorella. Any other speakers on this motion? No other speaker. Micheál, do you wish to reply to? No, you don't. Okay, you want to put the motion. Okay, the motion has been put to the floor as outlined. That is motion 52. If you agree with motion 52, you press 1. If you want to say no to 52, you press 2. %45 in favour, 55% against. The motion fails. Motion 53, that rule 6.25, that's to do with club championships, be deleted. Could you explain, please, Carlo?
Ron, Eamon O'Brien, Catherlock. I would like to move this motion to change Rule 6.25A to allow second teams to participate in provincial club championships. At the moment, the rule doesn't allow for second teams to, if they win their county championship, they are not allowed to play in the provincial championships. And we feel that this is very, very unfair to those players that come from second teams and win their county championships and not allowed to go forward and represent their club and county at provincial level. I have seen this over the past few years, clubs winning and to be told that they can't represent their county. The disappointment is something else. And to really rub salt into the wound, the team or the club that is nominated to participate, that club is already, after beating them maybe in quarter-final or semi-final or even the first round. So therefore, I would urge all the delegates here tonight to make the right decision and vote to pass this motion to allow second team players play in their provincial championships. Thank you.
Gurmaigat. Well, could you hear on Shin? Seconder for the motion, Sean from Carlow. Sean Campion, thank you. Any speaker for the motion, against the motion? Speaker, Sean O'Callaghan.
John, I think this should be ridiculous to go passing this motion. The club championships are based on the grade the club is in. Senior, intermediate and junior. They have been highly successful. Last weekend I had the pleasure of attending the finals here in Croke Park for the junior and intermediate hurling and football. And now we're talking about letting in B teams of the strong counties into this if they win the county championship. You could finish up with a situation where a strong club, like St. Vincent's, let's say, might have one team in the senior club, one in the intermediate, and one in the junior. That is not the way it should be. I've said before, if we want competitions for the second or the third team in clubs, they can have a separate competition. The second team, the B team, if you want to, run their own championship and have a championship for them if they wish. But the clubs are graded and they compete at the grade which reflects their population and their status, and that should not change. Come on, Uachtaráin.
Okay, Guramayagat, yeah. Declan O'Flanagan.
Uachtaráin, Declan Flanagan Monaghan, someone who was very much involved with these competitions when they started out at the outset. I and Monaghan would be strongly opposed to any change to this competition.
Okay, thank you, Declan. Any other speaker for or against before I go back to Ed and Carlo? Have we another speaker at the back? No. Okay, back to Carlo to reply to some of the comments you've heard in the debate.
I suppose, Sean, I don't think I could consider Carlo one of the strong hurling teams in the country, but all I'm looking for here is fair play for players that are playing in the intermediate championship along with other first teams, that whoever wins that intermediate championship in those counties, that they go forward, not to pick out or nominate a team that were beaten in a semi-final or a quarter-final, but that the winners, the team that wins, go forward to play. That's all we're looking for.
Okay, I'm going to put the motion, if everybody's all right with that. This is motion 53. If you agree with the motion as proposed to Congress by Carlo, you press 1. If you wish to reject the motion as proposed by Carlo, you press 2. (21% in favour, 79 against). The motion is defeated. Motion 54 in the name of Lissa Casey, Conde an Clár. This is to amend the Go Games model under Rule 6.27. Conde an Clár, would you like to move the motion?
Thank you, Uachtaráin. Shows of O'Coney. Uachtaráin, we acknowledge the great work the Go Games have done in getting a large amount of young children involved in our games. As our convention, a motion was passed that under 12 and 13 age groups be organised in the same format as applies at the higher age groups. It's at that stage it's felt it needs more competitive action at that stage, and that's why we propose this motion here today, Uachtaráin. Thank you.
Gurmaga Joe, seconder for the motion. All right, Speaker on the motion to amend Rule 6.27 on Go Games. Yes, sorry, we have a speaker down the floor, yes.
Uachtaráin, delegates, I actually wish to speak against the motion. I'd be somewhat concerned with the motion that we want to amend. And I suppose if we ask ourselves, why did we originally bring in this motion? We brought it in for a number of reasons. We brought it in so that our young people could participate in our games, that they get the opportunity to participate, that they get the opportunity to participate in the right environment, where we should be concentrating on fun and the spirit of fair play at that age group. It totally underpins what we say in our code of best practice for young people as well. And I ask, why are we so hungry to introduce more competitive structures for our young players? Is it the young people are asking? Or do we as adults want to impose our rules on the young people? I'd have to say, I think what we've been doing so far has been very successful. And I urge delegates to think seriously and to oppose the motion in front of us today. Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman.
Guramayagat Dermot, another speaker. No, I don't. No. Ard Stewart.
Just the first point I make is the current rule says that games in under 12 and under 13 age groups shall be organised on a league basis as approved by Central Council. In fact, I think if people want to change in policy under the existing rule, it should be brought to Central Council. The second point is that the wording in this is very ambiguous. If we were past the wording here is as you know, just as applies in the higher age groups. Does that mean under 21, under 20? It's very ambiguous, and I agree with the previous speaker. I think that we should stick with the policy that we have. I think to pass this motion will be extremely dangerous, and if Clár are unhappy with the situation at the moment, they can go to Central Council in relation to the league structure as the current rule requires. I think we should stick with the rule as it is.
I'm going to ask Conde and Clár to respond and then put the motion.
Ogdran, what I meant was that the higher age groups is at under 14 and under 15 and under 16. So that's what the higher age groups.
Sorry, I just have to point out though, that's not what's stated in front of us. It says higher age groups. That could be under 21.
Well, it's not meant to be under 21.
I appreciate that, but we can only, that's what you'd be putting into the rule as in front of us, the higher age groups.
Yeah, well, that's what it meant. Okay, Ogdran.
Well, we have to be always careful about putting motions in a rule book and saying that, you know, we think it intends one thing, but it's very clear what you'll be putting in, that an under-12 competition could be run the exact same basis as an under-21. Okay, we're going to put it to a vote. If you agree with the motion from County Clare to amend the rule, would you please press 1? If you do not want to amend the rule, please press 2. Great. 6% in favour, 94%. The motion is defeated. Motion 55 is to do with challenge games, Monaster Yarra, Longford.
Ogdran, Paddy Longford. This rule is specific to, in its current format, is specific to the end of the league and the commencement of the championship. And what we are looking to do is take account of the bank holiday weekend that falls in that period in May. And we're moving the motion on the basis that it strengthens the hand of CCC in making fixtures and providing club games, and that it's there when we meet with team management and whatever else, that we have that role there to back up our proposal to play club games. So we just want to strengthen it in taking account of the bank holiday weekend that falls in May.
Okay, strengthening a motion seems okay. Thank you, Peter. And a seconder for the motion? Seconder, Jerry Brady Cavan. Are there any speakers? No speakers. I'm going to put the motion to the floor. If you're in favour of motion 55, as outlined by Longford, please press 1. And if you don't agree, press 2. Motion is carried, 79% in favour, 21 against. Okay, Accordia, we're down to the last motion of the afternoon. This is that Rule 7.5. This is to do with juvenile suspensions. And it's to proposing an amendment to how we deal with juvenile suspensions in the name of Mullingar Shamrocks on ERV. So could we have our proposer and explain what this rule is about, please?
Tomás O'Fee, ERV, how do you present the last motion in Congress to make delegates pay attention and so on? So, thinking back to 2 years ago when An Chomhdháil Egon made his inaugural speech, and one of the key points in that speech was that we put children first. And that's what this motion seeks to do. Basically, an under 12 being sent off for a category 3 or category 4 offence, the motion proposes that the suspension be for the remainder of the game, rather than for a one-game suspension, which would be the normal. The inspiration, I suppose, for this motion came from experience I had on a hearings committee. When we had a 12-year-old child come into us seeking a hearing after being sent off by a referee for attempting to strike a player. So we just feel it's wrong. The principle of reduced suspension is already enshrined in that rule, because juvenile players reported for a category 5 or 6 infraction, already the rule has provision to already reduce the standard suspension. So what we're proposing here is that for the under 12 sent off, that this infraction penalty would be suspension for the remainder of the game and any extra time that might be involved. It fits in perfectly with Rule 1.13 in relation to child welfare and so on. So I'd ask delegates to support the motion. It's been a very progressive Congress, and let's put children first to finish today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Have we a seconder? Seconded by Tom Farrell Westmeath. I didn't intend to get involved in motions or debates, Tom, but you have brought me into it by referencing me and something I said. I certainly did say children first, and it's for that reason I would be opposed to this motion, because you're talking about Category 3, you're talking about Category 4, which covers striking or attempting to strike with the head, which involves kicking, either with force or causing injury, and you're proposing that we just give them the rest of the game? Putting children first for those kinds of attempts, that's why the rule is there. They should have a one-match ban. Any other speakers? The motion has been proposed and seconded. Speaker.
Yeah, Oakran, Gowerline, Corky, you've actually just said what I was just about to say. And I think furthermore, what we could also add is they could continue to do it. So they could do it the following week and the following week, and there's no penalty. And as you say, Category 4 is striking with force. So, I mean, it's not sending out a great message if we allow a child to do that, just leave them not play the rest of the game, but then they can play again tomorrow or the day after. And certainly we discussed this, and we would be very much against this motion, and I think you've outlined it clearly yourself, the reasons. Go Margaret.
Go to Margaret, Chair. Any other speaker before I go back to Westmeath? Hugh Dugan, yeah.
Fellow delegates, we all agree that it's a great idea to teach kids the fundamentals and the skills of football and hurling. It's also a great idea to teach them the discipline that's involved to play these games, and I would be against this motion.
Thank you, Hugh, and congratulations on your appointment as President of the US GAA Board, Hugh Dugan. If there are no other speakers, sorry, we have another speaker, John.
Sean McCarthy, we too would be opposed to this motion. We'd be putting the rest of the children first.
Thank you, John. Tom, back to you, please, to reply, and we're moving to a finish. Thank you.
I think on the basis of that, we'll withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last motion of the evening was motion 56, and it has been officially withdrawn. Hold on, please. We're almost there, but we're not there. Ard Stewart Hoare has some housekeeping for us.
Just a few very brief announcements. First of all, please, when you're leaving the hall, will you please leave the zappers in blue bins that will be available for collection at the doors if you leave. Just have your attention for 1 minute, please. I'd appreciate it.
Please, please, please. We're not finished. I would appreciate it. It's only going to take a couple of minutes, please.
Secondly, there's a brief meeting of Central Council immediately after the end of Congress. So if I'd asked Central Council delegates to go from the hall here directly to the Celtic Suite. That's the same place where we met yesterday for a brief meeting immediately after Congress ends. Thirdly, just to remind those of you who wish to attend Mass, there's Mass at 5:50, that's 10 to 6 in the Players' Lounge. And as the priest has to say at Mass in Eastwall at 6:30, he said he'll be starting on time and finishing quickly. So it's 10 to 6 on the dot. Just a reminder that the banquet begins. There's a drinks reception at 8 o'clock with the meal itself at 8:30. And just before we finish, can I just please a couple of words of thanks. First of all, I want to thank the Rules Advisory Committee for the huge work they did in the preparation of the motions. I want to thank the Secretary, Theresa Rale, and I especially want to thank the Chairman, Frank Murphy, who does an enormous amount of work in this regard. I mean, our motions in recent years have been so well put together, thought out in advance, issues addressed and so on, and I want to thank him for the enormous amount of work he did this year in particular when he took a short holiday and he was forced to do a lot of toing and froing in emails, so I want to thank Frank for his work on that. I also want to thank all of the staff in Croke Park for their work in the preparations for Congress, and especially just to thank the staff in my own office, that's Teresa, Lorena and Anya, who did an enormous amount of work in preparation over the past few weeks. Thank you.
Okay, Carja, just in closing Congress 2017, again to extend my thanks to the stewards in the hall and the staff and the security staff for everything they've done to make sure that we've had a wonderful Congress in Croke Park. So thanks to all the stewards and the catering staff included in that also. Thank you for everything. This has been an historic Congress, only the second time in 133 years we've made substantial changes to the Football Championship. I want to thank you, the delegates, for travelling from right around the world for your contributions. This has been a notable Congress. We have elected An Chomhdháil Bhliantúil from Bylaw, and I wish him again the very best of good fortune and good health and happiness in the year ahead as An Chomhdháil Bhliantúil. And finally, it is always customary at the end of our Congress that we would conclude with our An Chomhdháil. Joe McDonough has been singing our An Chomhdháil for many years at this Congress. We felt nobody could replace Joe McDonough. So in Joe McDonough's memory, we will not have a singer singing our An Chomhdháil. We want you to sing, and we will have some music to help you. I would like you, in memory of Joe, Jack, Danny and all our deceased colleagues, to sing with gusto our An Chomhdháil.